Inside the lavish demon clan palace, Princess Jing Na rested on a silk-covered bed, believing that once the warrior wiped out the last demon and united the 6 palaces, their promised wedding would finally begin. Sha Feng Liao, the human clan warrior, stepped onto the battlefield glowing with confidence. He even got so fired up that his nose started bleeding, yet he still declared he would lead humanity to ultimate victory. Without hesitation, he charged straight at Demon King Vabula Cup SS, the supreme ruler of the demon clan. A confident smile flashed across his face before he burst forward at incredible speed, tearing through the battlefield like a raging storm. Sha Feng Liao's blade shined with blinding light, and the overwhelming aura around him made him look like a true god of war. Every soldier behind him stood ready, without the slightest hesitation. The moment the order came, they surged forward together like a tidal wave. This was his 18th year as a soldier, and now he led humanity's strongest elite force against a top-tier demon king. His burning eyes held one belief: one more step and humanity would reclaim every land and end the 1,000-year war. His blade came down without a moment of doubt. The demon king's blood sprayed everywhere, as one massive tentacle crashed onto the frozen ground. Sha Feng Liao's fighting spirit soared, and victory felt almost within humanity's grasp. But the Demon King only smirked, looking at him with complete contempt. Suddenly, the system behind him blared non-stop warnings about an extreme threat. The Demon King's stomach swelled like a living bomb as he roared that he would drag his enemy down with him. Sha Feng Liao froze for a split second before realizing there was poison. Just 2 seconds later, panic hit as he realized everything was slipping out of control. Then a deafening explosion erupted. The Demon King exploded with terrifying force, and the shockwave ripped through space itself. Amid the chaos, the system coldly announced that Sha Feng Liao only had minutes left to live. Moments later, the interface changed and congratulated the host for leading the 511th Legion to victory with an enormous contribution to humanity. Even with his body on the verge of collapse, Sha Feng Liao struggled to process the information before him. A reincarnation option appeared, and without thinking twice, he instantly selected rebirth as his final hope. The burning pain vanished, darkness swallowed his mind, and an urgent voice called for him to wake because the enemy was closing in. Sha Feng Liao suddenly opened his eyes, feeling as though he had just escaped a nightmare. He jumped to his feet and laughed in excitement, believing he had survived the Demon King's scheme once again. But the moment he looked around, he froze because every face was completely unfamiliar. He realized he was standing among demons and bizarre subordinates, and his face turned pale with shock. A crank subordinate named Liu Tiehua hurriedly warned that the Blue Army was almost here, and they had to run now. Sha Feng Liao's mind was in complete chaos, and he even thought the warning was meant for someone else. In the confusion, he noticed a broken mirror lying beside him. The reflection left him speechless. The mighty human warrior was gone, replaced by an unfamiliar low-ranking demon teenager. He stood completely frozen before screaming in horror because he could not believe he had become a demon. The demons around him stared, as if he had lost his mind, while he pointed at the sky and demanded an explanation from the system, insisting he was humanity's hope, with loved ones still waiting for him. The system appeared awkwardly and admitted that a technical error during reincarnation had caused the wrong result, but it could not fix it. Sha Feng Liao was so furious he nearly cried, demanding justice, but the system weakly said there was still one more chance. A cold message appeared. If he wanted to become human again, he had to be killed one more time, and suicide would never work. The system quickly disappeared, leaving one final reminder that only another death could restore his human identity. To everyone around him, he looked completely insane, while the human army was already closing in, and his chances of surviving were almost zero. Suddenly, Gan Yuewo found himself wondering if his fiancée would remarry if he disappeared forever. Right then, a drank mage named Lu Mei Yi nervously reported that she had sensed 12 members of the Blue Guild approaching. Seeing the brank human warriors, overwhelming everyone ahead, she panicked even more and warned that only the brank princess stood a chance against them. Fear took over as Lu Mei Yi nearly burst into tears, urging everyone to retreat before they fell into the hands of the ruthless guild. Gan Yuewo frowned, realizing the Blue Guild was already close, while he was trapped in the body of a demon instead of a human. He suddenly turned toward the demons behind him, with a sly smile, thinking that if the humans killed him, he could be reborn again. The moment the idea formed, he immediately walked toward the cave entrance without any hesitation. The demons instantly erupted in panic, shouting at him and warning that humans were waiting outside. He only let out a cold snort, believing that running away would only make everything worse. Then he pointed at himself and boldly declared that he would hold off the humans alone while everyone else escaped. Everyone froze in disbelief. Some even stammered that this coward actually wanted to sacrifice himself. At that moment, a deafening sound ripped through the air, making Gan Yuewo jump in shock. A massive magic circle suddenly appeared overhead, and he immediately recognized it as the heavenly meteor formation. The escape route was instantly sealed beneath falling rocks and debris. Heavy footsteps echoed from behind, growing louder with every second. Liu Bingyi, the demon lord's daughter, and a brank mage stepped forward and firmly declared that no one would be abandoned. Gan Yuewo gritted his teeth and shouted that no one was allowed to stop him from escaping this endless cycle of death. He rushed forward, desperately trying to break through the blocked exit. But the wall of stone did not move at all. Frustrated, he shot Liu Bingyi an annoyed look, silently blaming her for interfering, while hiding the pain in his injured hand. To his surprise, he accidentally muttered those words out loud, leaving Liu Bingyi stunned. Liu Ti immediately flew into a rage, pointed at him, and yelled that he must never disrespect the princess. Gan Yuewo clenched his fists and forced a determined smile, insisting that a man's resolve should never be underestimated. Liu Bingyi suddenly blushed, shaken by a side of him she had never noticed before. The others ignored everything and hurried to escape, believing anyone seeking death should be left behind. He sighed and tried to look heroic, criticizing everyone for running from danger. Then he stepped forward and boldly declared that humans were nothing to fear and that he would never retreat. Even as he sounded fearless, he secretly prayed that this time he could finally die properly and return. Hearing those words, Liu Bingyi's heart softened, and her expression clearly wavered. She turned toward him and gently suggested that they should retreat together first. Gan Yuewo instantly lit up with excitement and dashed outside as fast as he could. The human soldiers were stunned to see a demon run straight toward them. He spread his arms wide and loudly provoked them, practically begging them to cut him down. The humans immediately roared and charged, treating him like free experience points, running toward them. Gan Yuewo was almost crying with joy, convinced that death would finally return him to humanity. But at that exact moment, an arrow suddenly shot out from inside the cave. The human soldiers panicked and immediately shouted that it was an ambush. Filled with battle fever, Liu Ti gripped his bow tightly as memories of fighting beside the demon lord flooded back. The system immediately explained that demons could experience explosive power growth under extreme emotions and might even unlock a rank up. Gan Yuewo froze once again as his face fell into complete despair. Liu Ti roared that ever since the demon lord had fallen, humanity had invaded non-stop, slaughtering demons like insects, and enduring any longer would only lead to extinction. Liu Bingyi placed a hand on his shoulder and quietly admitted that this time he was right. Liu Bingyi rose to her feet with overwhelming aura and declared that the demon clan's time to fight back had finally arrived. The human soldiers across from them were stunned by the sudden surge of pressure. Both sides drew their weapons as the battlefield grew tense enough to snap. Gan Yuewo stood frozen in the middle of the battlefield, muttering that everything had gone completely off his perfect plan to die and be reborn. Liu Bingyi unleashed an even stronger aura, reaching a rank, and shouted that no one was allowed to retreat, even if only one person remained. The human soldiers panicked the moment they felt an rank aura. Some trembled, saying their intelligence claimed the enemy only had brank demons. Liu Bingyi poured out all her demonic power, creating a massive magic formation in the sky before activating the Starfire Judgment. The formation crashed down like a falling meteor, swallowing the battlefield in an instant. The human army was wiped out before they could fight back. When everything settled, only a silent crater remained. The Blue Slayer Guild had vanished without a trace. Gan Yuewo stood speechless, overwhelmed by frustration as he accepted his unbelievably bad luck. The cruel part was that he did not die. The system even forced another rank up on him. The system kept flashing notifications. Blue Slayer Guild eliminated. Over 1,000 experience gained. 10 levels increased. Promoted to Drank Demon. New items and skills unlocked. It also reminded him that dying one more time was still the only way back to humanity. Gan Yuewo nearly cried in despair. He had only just become the weakest demon and already wanted to find a way to die. In the capital of Yun Kingdom, brilliant lights illuminated the magnificent city throughout the night. Yet beneath that glamorous appearance lurked an atmosphere filled with tension, schemes, and darkness. Huo Jia Ma Chung Mei Do Cao, one of the three great demon commanders in the administration, slammed his fist onto the table after hearing the failed operation report. The subordinate immediately knelt and confirmed the report was accurate. Trembling, he explained that everything had been carefully planned, and they only needed the princess to fall into the Blue Guild's trap. But just when all hope seemed lost, a warrior named Huo Wu Jun suddenly appeared on an iron warhorse, leading demon troops to the rescue. A fierce battle erupted as Huo Wu Jun displayed overwhelming strength and presence before the princess. In the end, he stood atop the battlefield, stepping over enemy corpses while holding Liu Bingyi in his arms, creating a powerful emotional impact on her. Unexpectedly, at the decisive moment, the entire demon army erupted with explosive strength, turned the battle around, and crushed the Blue Guild. After hearing the report, Mei Do Cao turned to the person beside him and nervously asked whether the rumor about the princess developing feelings was true and how they should handle it. Huo An, one of the three great military demon commanders, calmly sat in his chair and coldly declared that all authority still belonged to him. He made a bold decision to use his power to force Liu Bingyi into marrying his son, warning that anyone who opposed him would die. Huo An then ordered preparations for the marriage proposal, dismissing the emotional effect as nothing worth worrying about. But reality was completely different. While soaking in a rose bath, Liu Bingyi kept remembering how Gan Yuewo risked his life to save everyone, and her heart slowly began to waver. She called Liu Meiyi inside and ordered her to bring Gan Yuewo over because she wanted to reward him. The moment Liu Meiyi heard the word reward, her eyes lit up as countless romantic scenarios filled her imagination. She even pictured Liu Bingyi taking the initiative with Gan Yuewo and could not help laughing to herself. Liu Meiyi happily accepted the order and left, while Liu Bingyi looked confused by her unusually excited reaction. In another room, Gan Yuewo stared at the system interface with a miserable expression. He had not even chosen a skill yet, and all 120 attribute points remained unused. The stronger he became, the harder it would be to die. He angrily pointed at the system and shouted that he did not want any of it. The system continued displaying updates. Drank Demon Identity granted plus 400 to all base attributes, with increased strength, speed, stamina, and spirit. Gan Yuewo realized that even as a low-rank demon, dying would not be easy, especially this far from human territory. Just then, Liu Meiyi rushed over and told him that the princess wanted to see him. Hearing that, Gan Yuewo instantly changed his expression, acted innocent, and quickly followed. After being pushed into the room, Liu Meiyi blushed awkwardly while Gan Yuewo impatiently urged her to hurry, making the atmosphere strangely uncomfortable. He bluntly declared that only death could solve his problem and directly asked her to kill him. Liu Meiyi looked down at the pile of items on the floor with a mix of embarrassment and curiosity. She quietly muttered that he usually seemed so quiet, yet he secretly had such strange tastes. Suddenly, a gigantic hammer came flying toward them at terrifying speed. Liu Meiyi swung a massive hammer straight into Gan Yuewo's head, knocking him to the floor before he could react. After the hit, she awkwardly explained that this was not the right time, because Gan Yuewo now belonged to the princess. When they arrived, Liu Bingyi was already seated on her throne. She smiled and named Gan Yuewo a hero, granting him free access to the palace. Liu Bingyi added with a gentle smile that, besides his reward, he would also receive the Slayer King's armor, the symbol of a true hero. Liu Meiyi's eyes lit up in shock. It was the legendary battle armor once worn by the previous demon lord, a treasure even the princess rarely touched. The system quickly explained that it was the former demon lord's ultimate equipment set, carrying powerful effects that boosted every aspect of combat, including the belt, bracelets, necklace, armor, and supreme weapon. Gan Yuewo stared blankly at the equipment in his hands, completely confused about how any of it would help him die. Without wasting a word, he accepted the reward and immediately walked away, leaving both women stunned while Liu Bingyi watched him in silence. At that moment, Liu Bingyi quietly realized he had truly changed and become strangely calm. As soon as he left the palace, Gan Yuewo ran into a group blocking his path. Wei Ming, one of Yun Kingdom's three great demon commanders, looked at him with clear displeasure, believing someone so ordinary did not deserve such a priceless treasure. He secretly complained about the princess's decision, thinking that despite years of loyal service, he had never received proper recognition and even considered leaving her faction. Gan Yuewo ignored him completely, walked right up to him, and deliberately acted arrogant. He casually threw out a few provocative remarks, without the slightest concern. Then he held out the Slayer King's armor, and bluntly said it was meant for Wei Ming. Wei Ming froze in disbelief and asked if he was really giving it away. Gan Yuewo immediately nodded and said the armor meant nothing to him. Keeping it would only cause trouble, so he might as well throw it away. He even lied that it was the princess's decision to reward Wei Ming for his contributions and told him to treasure it. After saying that, he tossed the armor into Wei Ming's hands and walked away without looking back. Wei Ming and his followers stood there in complete shock. Hugging the armor tightly, Wei Ming suddenly dropped to his knees, blaming himself for doubting the princess and swearing lifelong loyalty. Gan Yuewo hid in a corner with a tired sigh, realizing that dying here was much harder than expected because the demons were unusually united, so he decided to look elsewhere. Just then, a voice behind the wall announced that the young master had returned and an urgent summons had arrived. A subordinate quickly reported that the great general had decided to act the next day. The plan was to lead the demon guard, as the representative of the 3 great demon commanders, into the royal court to demand the princess's hands in marriage, and anyone who resisted would be executed. Gan Yuewo stood frozen after hearing the plan. Then he let out a crooked smile, thinking that if a massive bloodbath was about to happen anyway, he should stay one more day and take advantage of the chance. The next day, the royal hall of Yun Kingdom was packed with officials beneath a solemn atmosphere. One official after another stepped forward to report the kingdom's most important matters. Gan Yuewo held his head in frustration, muttering that even demon meetings were buried in endless paperwork before urging them to get to the point. Jiang Doxie stepped forward and loudly declared that the princess had completed the 3-year mourning period for the demon lord, and her return to court was a historic event. He continued praising the great general, saying that, although humanity constantly threatened invasion, the kingdom's last fortress still stood because of him. Liu Bingyi nodded with deep respect, believing the great general, who had protected Yun Kingdom for generations, deserved a fitting reward. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Huoan rose to his feet and signaled for Huo Wujun to step forward. He called his son's name before the entire court. Then he openly requested that the princess approve a marriage for his son. Huo Wujun remained calm and silently accepted his father's arrangement, just as he always had. Liu Bingyi smiled and curiously asked whether Huo Wujun had fallen for anyone during the past 3 years. Huoan immediately interrupted and demanded that Liu Bingyi be married to his son. Liu Bingyi froze in shock and tried to explain, but Huoan cut her off before she could finish. Huoan coldly insisted that the greater good came before personal feelings, claiming that a woman ruling Yun Kingdom would only invite unrest. With a calculating smile, Huoan argued that although the people would praise the princess after her coronation, marrying Huo Wujun would silence every rumor. His words stirred the entire court, and many officials nodded in agreement, believing Huo Wujun was the perfect match in both strength and status. Lu Tai clenched his fists, silently cursing Huoan for using such shameless reasoning to pressure the princess. Liu Bingyi hesitated, unable to find the right words to argue back. Seeing the situation shift, Gan Yuewo suddenly spotted an opportunity. He rushed into the middle of the court, leaving even Huoan stunned as he demanded to know what Gan Yuewo was doing. Before anyone could react, Gan Yuewo pulled Liu Meiyi forward from behind him. He loudly declared that no one had the right to force love and that everyone deserved the freedom to choose their own happiness. Liu Meiyi stood there completely bewildered, unsure how to respond. Gan Yuewo stepped in front of her, pointed at Huoan, and declared that an old man like him had no right to interfere with other people's lives. Huo Ming remembered the time Gan Yuewo had given him the armor and told him to treasure it, causing his heart to waver. Liu Bingyi bit her lip and tried to calm everyone down, but the tense atmosphere left her speechless. Huoan's face darkened as killing intent erupted from him. He reminded everyone of his countless achievements for Yun Kingdom and declared that he had earned the right to decide matters of state. He sternly urged the princess to think carefully before making her final decision. Liu Yi immediately stepped forward, pointed at Huoan, accused him of treason, and demanded that he back down. Wei Ming also stepped forward and warned everyone not to let the situation spiral out of control. Huoan calmly replied that every military force in the kingdom was already under his command. As soon as he finished speaking, all the soldiers behind him marched forward together, proving their absolute loyalty. Liu Bingyi tried to calm everyone, saying the great general had his own reasons, but she was interrupted before finishing. Behind her, Gan Yuewo suddenly laughed and mocked Huoan, saying he could not even protect his own family's dignity. He looked at Huoan with open contempt, acting as though the general was nothing to fear. Huoan immediately strode forward and demanded to know what he had just said, as killing intent filled the hall. Before Huoan could continue, Gan Yuewo spat directly in his face. Huoan froze as humiliation turned his face purple. Gan Yuewo was not finished. He lightly slapped Huoan's face, while mocking his authority as nothing but an illusion, and openly accused him of abusing his power, driving Huoan into a furious rage. Gan Yuewo continued taunting him, saying Liu Bingyi was noble and unmatched in beauty, while Huoan's son was worth nothing. Grinding his teeth, Huoan roared that only Huo Wujun deserved the princess. Gan Yuewo deliberately poured fuel on the fire by loudly claiming that he and the princess had long shared a special relationship and had already promised their lives to each other. The moment those words landed, everyone imagined vague scenes of intimacy between the two. Gan Yuewo secretly grinned, waiting to see whether Huoan would kill him on the spot. Liu Tie roared in anger over the insult to the princess, while Liu Meiyi's eyes sparkled as she became even more convinced that Gan Yuewo and Liu Bingyi truly shared a special bond. The entire court exploded into whispers, as many recalled Gan Yuewo's appearance during the Blue Guild battle, making his identity even more mysterious. Liu Bingyi's heart quietly wavered, and the way she looked at Gan Yuewo became far more complicated. Huoan's face burned red with rage as he declared that Gan Yuewo had no path left to survive. Gan Yuewo calmly pointed at his own neck and challenged Huoan to kill him right there. Huoan's killing intent exploded as he roared that Gan Yuewo had insulted both the demon general and the princess, a crime worthy only of death. He gathered power and summoned a terrifying storm that twisted through the center of the royal hall. Panic spread across the chamber as everyone fled in terror, and no one dared remain near the raging vortex. Someone cried out in horror after recognizing it as the demon general's ultimate technique, powerful enough to erase an entire district. Without hesitation, Huoan unleashed his full-powered strike straight at Gan Yuewo. In complete contrast to the chaos around him, Gan Yuewo remained perfectly still. Instead of dodging, he raised his head and laughed, thinking only of the fiancée he longed to see again. At that moment, the only thing on Gan Yuewo's mind was the childhood sweetheart who had waited for him all these years. Huoan's attack erupted with overwhelming force, shattering the entire hall as flames and shockwaves swept through everything. The soldiers outside could only watch from a distance, staring nervously at the raging sea of fire. Huo Wujun frowned slightly, sensing that something was wrong with the outcome of the attack. As the flames faded, a lone figure was still standing in the middle of the ruins, completely unharmed. Huoan gritted his teeth in disbelief, unable to accept that Gan Yuewo was still alive. Just then, the system announced that Gan Yuewo had activated the military demon command token, blocking the fatal strike. Gan Yuewo stared at the notification in shock. Thanks to the level 40 demon command token, he jumped straight to A1 rank demon, unlocked a passive defense boost at low health, and gained recovery plus damage reflection after taking repeated hits. The entire court erupted in shock. Many cried out that the demon command token could only be used once in a lifetime, yet the princess had entrusted it to him. The system also confirmed that he had earned the complete trust of the demon lord, and even received military authority. Liu Bingyi stepped forward with a commanding presence, and declared that from this moment on, Gan Yuewo would lead the armies of Yun Kingdom. Pointing at him, she officially appointed him as the right general, sharing command of the military equally with Huoan. Huoan's face darkened with fury as he realized the princess had used an unknown nobody to balance his power. He coldly believed that no one would ever accept such a person based on a single demon command token. But Wei Ming immediately knelt first and respectfully saluted the right general. Liu Tie quickly followed, formally paying his respects to the new general. The entire army behind them dropped to one knee as well, their voices echoing through the hall while officially recognizing Gan Yuewo. Gan Yuewo stood frozen with a pale face, completely overwhelmed after being forced into a position he never wanted. Huoan refused to back down, arguing that someone who had never fought on the battlefield had no right to command an army, and military authority could not be divided. He proposed a trial inside the ancestral demon abyss, where only those acknowledged by the ancestors could earn command. If Gan Yuewo succeeded, Huoan would personally hand over the tiger seal. Wei Ming and Liu Ti immediately objected, saying the demon abyss was a forbidden land where no one had survived for 100 years, and that the challenge was nothing more than a death sentence. Liu Bingyi also firmly declared that the demon abyss could not be disturbed, because it was a place of certain death. Gan Yuewo's eyes instantly lit up as he realized this was the perfect chance to finally die. Huo-an sneered and mocked everyone else as cowards with no courage. To everyone's surprise, Gan Yuewo immediately accepted and eagerly asked to be taken to the demon abyss at once. The entire court fell silent, stunned by his unbelievable decision. Everyone recalled the history of the ancestral demon abyss. It had once been the battlefield where demonic power was sealed by the previous demon lord to choose the true king, yet no one had passed the trial for centuries. The demon abyss contained trials left behind by ancient demonic power. Only those acknowledged by it survived, while everyone else disappeared forever. Huo-an added one more condition. Entering the demon abyss required at least 2 companions, but no one besides Gan Yuewo dared volunteer. The crowd immediately began arguing that the place was far too dangerous, and the trial should be cancelled. Huo-an coldly declared that if Gan Yuewo could not even find companions, he was unworthy of leading the army. Just then, a hand rose above the crowd, and a firm voice announced that he would go. The volunteer was Huo Wu-jun, an rank assassin and demon lieutenant general, leaving the entire court speechless. Huo-an exploded in anger and demanded to know why his son had made such a reckless decision. But Huo Wu-jun calmly replied that he wanted to prove he was second to no one. A subordinate immediately tried to stop him, reminding everyone that he was the future of Yun Kingdom and could not risk his life. Huo Wu-jun stepped forward, pointed at himself, and boldly declared that only someone acknowledged by the ancestors deserved the king's power, and if Yun Kingdom truly needed such a person, it could only be him. His confident declaration won the admiration of many, who agreed that Huo Wu-jun truly possessed both overwhelming strength and unmatched presence. Standing behind him, Huo-an could only cover his face in resignation, accepting that everything would follow his son's decision. The next morning, inside a magnificent palace, Huo Wu-jun quietly gazed out through the grand doorway as Jiang Duzhao approached with flattering words, saying the Demon Abyss expedition would cement his status, while Gan Yuewo was nothing worth worrying about. He leaned in and whispered that the Demon Cavern was the perfect place to get rid of Gan Yuewo once and for all. Huo Wu-jun said nothing, adjusted his appearance in the mirror, and calmly replied that he already knew what to do. Meanwhile, Liu Meiyi warned Gan Yuewo that Huo Wu-jun was too proud to accept being outshined and might strike from the shadows. But Gan Yuewo saw it as another perfect chance to die and secretly celebrated. Just then, Wei Ming rushed over and loudly called for General Gan. He handed over a bag of medicine, saying it was Yun Kingdom's finest supply, and urged him to stay safe inside the demon cavern. Hearing all that safety advice, Gan Yuewo frowned and muttered that everyone was ruining his plan. The day to enter the Ancestor Demon Cavern finally arrived, and every important figure gathered to witness the trial. Gan Yuewo deliberately shoved all his extra gear onto Huo Wu-jun, leaving him completely confused. Standing at the center of the magic array, Liu Meiyi announced the start of the trial and declared it could change the fate of the entire world. Liu Bingdi quietly clasped her hands and prayed that Gan Yuewo would return safely. Huo Wu-jun kept his icy expression, his eyes as sharp as blades. Gan Yuewo, on the other hand, grinned strangely and raised his fist like he was happily walking into his own death. Liu Meiyi activated the formation. Golden magic swirled between her hands, and she announced the teleportation. Then she pressed her hand onto the center of the formation. Both of them vanished instantly and reappeared inside a dark cave within the Ancestor Demon Cavern trial grounds. The cave was packed with weak but deadly monsters that specialized in ambushes. The two continued deeper into the cave. Huo Wu-jun finally broke the silence, after sensing something strange about the space around them. Remembering Liu Meiyi's warning, Gan Yuewo became even more determined to create the perfect death scenario. He suddenly spread his arms and loudly declared that he was defenseless, poorly equipped, and ready to be attacked. Huo Wu-jun immediately became alert and assumed it was a trap to lure monsters or hide another scheme. Meanwhile, Gan Yuewo secretly rejoiced, convinced he had exposed the perfect opening. Huo Wu-jun drew his weapon and entered combat. He unleashed a flawless slash, making Gan Yuewo think his plan had finally worked. A razor-sharp wave of power sliced through the air, but it completely missed Gan Yuewo, leaving him frozen in confusion. The attack shot forward like a beam of light. It blasted a hidden creature out of the shadows and forced it to reveal itself. Huo Wu-jun instantly seized the chances and finished it with a clean strike. The attack happened so fast that Gan Yuewo could only stare in disbelief as everything went off script. Moments later, countless hidden monsters emerged and surrounded them. Huo Wu-jun remained perfectly calm and executed his strategy without hesitation. The awakened monsters charged at them in a frenzy. But just as they closed in, countless magical flower petals suddenly covered the battlefield. Huo Wujun snapped his fingers and took complete control of the fight, as if everything had been planned. The petals floated gently through the air, beautiful yet deadly. They instantly transformed into countless blades of light that shredded everything nearby. Every monster was wiped out before it could even touch him. Huo Wujun turned to Gan Weiwo and coldly explained that he had used him as bait to expose the hidden monsters before wiping them out in one move. Huo Wujun smirked and challenged him, warning him not to think he could surpass him so easily. Gan Weiwo's mind went completely sideways, and he somehow praised Huo Wujun for his unbelievably strange reasoning. The two were thinking on completely different wavelengths, so Huo Wujun mocked him, while Gan Weiwo nodded as if he had just received a compliment. Huo Wujun charged back into battle, every sword strike precise as monsters fell like cut grass. Flames and darkness were torn apart, as thousands of glowing red eyes emerged through the swirling smoke. Huo Wujun waved his hand and unleashed a Waideria technique that swept the surroundings clean. Gan Weiwo could only sigh as he watched, realizing his plan to provoke an attack had failed because Huo Wujun had misunderstood everything in the most effective way possible. Huo Wujun's overwhelming attacks enraged every monster, and they all focused on him. Gan Weiwo stood off to the side, realizing no one wanted to kill him, and even the monsters ignored him, ruining his death plan. He quickly decided he had to pull the danger toward himself. Opening his status panel, he saw his new rank A identity had boosted every stat to 600, with 480 unassigned points left, so he wondered where to invest them to make dying easier. After clearing the first wave, the two pushed deeper into an even more dangerous area. Huo Wujun glanced at Gan Weiwo and grew even more suspicious since they had reached the deepest level and he still had not made a move. He frowned, wondering if Gan Weiwo was truly useless or simply hiding his strength. His thoughts were interrupted as the entire cave shook violently. The system sounded an urgent alert and activated a special mission to protect the Demon King Messenger. Rank a difficulty, survive for 20 minutes, endure the siege, and warn that the messenger had no weakness. They were instantly surrounded by rank A monsters and dangerous Demon King messengers. The pressure skyrocketed as the entire area became a true battlefield. Huo Wujun's expression turned cold as he entered full combat mode. He unleashed his ultimate skill, sending countless razor-sharp blue petals slicing through the air. The petals rushed toward their target at incredible speed, but the monster's overwhelming heat instantly burned every petal to ashes. Huo Wujun froze for a moment, unable to believe what had happened. Before him stood a creature like living fire, with blazing energy flowing through its body. It suddenly erupted like a volcano. A torrent of molten lava shot straight toward Huo Wujun. The impact caused a massive explosion that struck too fast for him to react. As the smoke cleared, Huo Wujun appeared protected by reinforced black armor. But the battle was far from over. Two thorn-covered vines suddenly burst from the sea of flames. They wrapped tightly around him and completely locked his movement. The monster laughed with delight as it watched its struggling prey, pushing Huo Wujun into real danger. Huo Wujun glanced at Gan Weiwo and saw him still standing still, making him believe he had completely misjudged him. Meanwhile, Gan Weiwo finished studying his status panel and sighed in relief after finalizing his plan. He poured all 480 points into attack and ignored defense, believing greater damage would attract greater danger. Huo Wujun roared as he shattered the vines and gathered all his strength for his strongest attack. A burst of blue light exploded and tore apart every restraint. Countless energy spikes rained across the battlefield. He landed firmly on the ground. With a crisp snap of his fingers, he signaled the final strike. Every energy spike exploded at once in midair. Brilliant explosions engulfed the entire battlefield. But when the smoke faded, the monster was still standing almost unharmed, with a clear 90 damage immunity displayed above it. Cold sweat covered Huo Wujun as he realized every attack had been completely nullified. Just then, a sphere of dark energy rushed toward him and locked onto him like a magnet. The Demon King messengers tightened their encirclement. Every enemy focused entirely on Huo Wujun. Gan Weiwo quietly circled behind them. A calculating smile spread across his face. He lowered his stance, clenched his fist, and prepared to strike. His punch exploded with purple power like a falling meteor. The blow pierced straight through the target, instantly dropping the fire monsters' health to 0 and sending a shockwave across the battlefield. The moment one of their allies fell, every Demon King messenger immediately turned toward Gan Weiwo as the true threat. They abandoned Huo Wujun and charged directly at Gan Weiwo. Huo Wujun was pushed aside and temporarily escaped their pursuit. Gan Weiwo stared in confusion, wondering why everyone suddenly targeted him and whether his punch had drawn all the aggro. Huo Wujun quickly analyzed the situation and concluded that the rank A monster's weakness had been hidden behind its back. Gan Weiwo secretly smiled, believing Huo Wujun had figured out his entire plan to hide his strength, lure the messengers in, and strike their weak point at the perfect moment. The system suddenly warned that his overwhelming damage had triggered a taunt effect, making him the highest priority target on the battlefield, while Huo Wujun laughed with growing interest. Surrounded by monsters, Gan Weiwo stayed surprisingly calm, convinced everything was finally going according to his plan as every enemy focused on him. A Demon King messenger roared and charged at Gan Weiwo, and he quickly figured one hit would be enough to crush him. He even raised a hand and taunted the monster to come faster. The monster rushed in with a devastating strike, and Gan Weiwo actually felt relieved, convinced his mission was finally over. A relaxed smile appeared on his face as he accepted his fate. But at the last second, a razor-sharp attack suddenly tore through the air. Huo Wujun attacked from behind, sending thorn flowers straight through the target. The monster was sliced into countless pieces in mid-air. Blood and flesh rained heavily onto the ground. Gan Weiwo froze with his mouth hanging open in disbelief. His perfect chance to die had been stolen again. Only 3 Demon King messengers remained on the battlefield. Gan Weiwo was even more shocked than Huo Wujun. Huo Wujun confirmed that the enemy's weak point was behind them and began using bait tactics to keep turning them around. Gan Weiwo thought he finally understood and was about to cooperate, but the system switched again and marked him as the priority target. He grabbed his head and screamed, unable to understand the chaos. Gan Weiwo ran while shouting, trying to lure every monster back toward him. Then he threw another punch. To his surprise, it instantly erased another messenger from existence. The remaining monsters immediately turned to assess the situation. The taunt effect shifted their focus back to Huo Wujun. Gan Weiwo kept shouting insults, desperately trying to pull the aggro back onto himself. He stood still and waited for the finishing blow, but Huo Wujun stepped in with a kick that knocked the target off course. The monsters immediately chased Huo Wujun again, while Gan Weiwo was furious that his plan had fallen apart. In the middle of the chaos, Gan Weiwo threw another punch and accidentally killed another target. He silently cursed himself for using too much force because only one enemy remained. Without hesitation, Gan Weiwo charged at the final target and shouted for one last decisive strike. He gathered all his strength as brilliant lightning surged around his fist. But just before the punch could land, Huo Wujun struck first. The final monster was completely torn apart. The system immediately announced that every Demon King messenger had been eliminated. Huo Wujun turned to Gan Weiwo with a smile, convinced they had worked together perfectly. Veins bulged across Gan Weiwo's face as he silently cursed, thinking his entire plan had been ruined. He pointed at Huo Wujun and declared that he was finally worthy of being his equal. The battlefield had barely settled when the ground suddenly shook with tremendous force. A massive chasm opened beneath them, and arrogant laughter echoed from its depths as if something ancient had awakened. A colossal pillar of light shot into the sky and split the darkness apart. The blinding light forced both of them to shield their eyes. A gigantic dragon-like creature emerged with overwhelming pressure and declared this was the final trial. New information appeared. SS rank Demon King Lu Yun's Along Phantom. The rules allowed only one survivor to leave alive. They had 10 minutes. The last survivor would receive the king's title and the ultimate reward, or both would die. Huo Wujun stood frozen in disbelief. He realized the trial was forcing them to kill each other. Huo Wujun reminded himself that he carried the future of Yun Kingdom and could not fall here, yet his mysterious opponent made every decision difficult. Gan Weiwo reacted completely differently, barely holding back his laughter, because this felt like heaven had handed him the perfect chance. He even thought this was the fastest way to finally die, and laughed with excitement. Huo Wujun immediately drew his weapon and tensed up, refusing to underestimate such a confident opponent. Still laughing, Gan Weiwo removed all his equipment and even activated a defense reduction effect, as if inviting an attack. Huo Wujun suspected it was another trap, while Gan Weiwo kept stripping off gear until his defense and speed dropped dramatically. He casually said that nothing remained except his basic clothes. Then he urged Huo Wujun to attack, saying one strike was all it would take to claim the ultimate reward. Huo Wujun could not believe it and demanded to know why Gan Weiwo would willingly throw away his chance to live. Gan Yuewo finally lost his patience, veins bulging across his forehead as he just wanted Huo Wujun to finish him already. Huo Wujun kept analyzing the situation and concluded that someone with Gan Yuewo's past achievements could not possibly be weak, making his behavior even more suspicious. He admitted that even in a full-power battle, victory was not guaranteed, so he could not understand why Gan Yuewo wanted to die. Gan Yuewo doubled down on the act, claiming everything he did was for the future of Yun Kingdom and Huo Wujun's honor. He belittled himself and said his own life meant nothing compared to Huo Wujun's. Those words unexpectedly struck a chord with Huo Wujun and made him waver. He turned away, with a heavy expression, and fell into deep thought. Memories of his mother's teachings resurfaced, reminding him that protecting everyone sometimes required sacrifice. Huo Wujun clenched his fists, silently called out to his mother, and closed his eyes as if he had made his decision. He slowly lowered his blade and sighed, feeling trapped in an impossible choice. In his mind, Gan Yuewo was sacrificing himself for the greater good. That only made Huo Wujun feel guilty for ever doubting him. The evil dragon roared from above and warned that only 8 minutes remained, or both of them would die. Gan Yuewo was so frustrated that he kept urging Huo Wujun to attack, unable to understand the hesitation. Huo Wujun suddenly spoke, saying there might be another way besides killing each other, leaving Gan Yuewo completely confused. He declared that he wanted to try a completely different approach. The aura around Huo Wujun began to change as his energy surged wildly. Brilliant light enveloped his body, as if rebuilding his power from within. He quietly activated a special skill. The evil dragon watched from above with an icy gaze and showed no sign of rushing. Its crimson eyes followed every movement below. A crimson barrier crackling with lightning appeared as Huo Wujun shouted and unleashed an explosive burst of power. A chain of explosions shook the entire space. The evil dragon's expression changed as it roared in anger at someone daring to damage its barrier. The system updated his status, announcing that Huo Wujun had temporarily broken through to a higher rank A state. He smiled with excitement and suggested joining forces with Gan Yuewo to defeat the evil dragon, leaving Gan Yuewo speechless with a dark expression. The evil dragon laughed scornfully, believing the two of them had greatly underestimated its power. Huo Wujun activated another enhancement, massively boosting his assassination attributes before charging forward at incredible speed. He shot ahead like an arrow while Gan Yuewo stayed behind, watching in growing frustration as everything became more complicated. He muttered that none of this had to be so troublesome. As Huo Wujun attacked, the evil dragon gathered power for a devastating counterattack. The dragon opened its jaws and unleashed a massive energy blast that filled the battlefield with danger. The attack swept across the area, as if it would erase everything in its path. But Huo Wujun narrowly dodged and slipped close to the dragon's head. His strike landed cleanly, but the damage barely scratched the dragon's enormous health bar. Realizing the overwhelming gap, Huo Wujun could not hide his shock at the monster's incredible vitality. Even so, he refused to retreat and forced himself forward for another assault. The evil dragon answered with another destructive energy wave, but Huo Wujun barely avoided it through sheer speed and agility. As he moved, streaks of sharp light trailed behind him, carving countless cuts across the dragon's massive body, while the system reported non-stop chip damage. Despite the relentless attacks, the damage was nowhere near enough to break the dragon's terrifying defense. Things became even worse when his attacks triggered the priority aggro mechanic, causing the dragon to lock onto him. The dragon's massive body barely moved before the ground shook violently, filling the air with dust as it accelerated far faster than expected. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared behind Huo Wujun. He was instantly caught off guard, with no chance to react. A seemingly casual tail swipe carried terrifying force and sent Huo Wujun flying like a pebble. His body crashed toward the area where Gan Yuewo was standing. Seeing that from a distance, Gan Yuewo hesitated for a moment and even wondered if Huo Wujun's death might finally give him his chance. The moment he sensed the evil dragon closing in, Gan Yuewo immediately sprang into action. He poured all his strength into a defensive skill and braced himself against the incoming attack. Gan Yuewo became a living shield, taking the full impact as his health bar dropped rapidly. Huo Wujun stared in stunned silence, never expecting Gan Yuewo to shield him from the attack. Gan Yuewo coughed up blood as his HP dropped to a critical sliver. After taking the hit, he was nearly exhausted and collapsed to one knee. Huo Wujun clenched his fists, deeply shaken after seeing Gan Yuewo risk his life to save him. Without hesitation, he pulled out a high-grade recovery potion and activated it immediately. He threw the potion to Gan Yuewo, and the system confirmed a massive healing effect. Gan Yuewo's health bar quickly returned to a safe level, wiping away the immediate risk of death. Having barely survived, Gan Yuewo glared at Huo Wujun with a mix of anger and confusion. Huo Wujun still held several enhancement potions, ready for whatever came next. Gan Yuewo noticed layers of defense, resistance, and recovery buffs continuously stacking on him. The system kept displaying new buffs, temporarily strengthening both of them. Huo Wujun drank another power-enhancing potion and charged back into battle. Though exhausted, Gan Yuewo muttered his thanks while complaining about being dragged into this mess. With the buffs active, Huo Wujun's speed and strength exploded as he closed in on the target once more. His figure flashed through the chaotic battlefield, like lightning. In an instant, he reached the evil dragon. Green floral energy gathered in his hand, shining with razor-sharp brilliance. When the evil dragon attacked, Huo Wujun used a teleportation skill to escape the strike. But the evil dragon had already adapted, and its attack instantly changed direction to pursue him. Huo Wujun failed to dodge in time and took the attack head-on. As he fell, Gan Yuewo rushed in and shielded him once again. He blocked the entire impact with both arms to protect Huo Wujun. The blow nearly shattered the upper half of Gan Yuewo's body. Thanks to the stacked buffs, he barely survived instead of being killed outright. Moments later, another healing effect activated unexpectedly, restoring his HP and leaving even him stunned. Gan Yuewo snapped in frustration and yelled at Huo Wujun for fighting so recklessly. Huo Wujun remained calm, adjusted his stance, and prepared to engage again. Amid the chaos, the two had no choice but to work together against the evil dragon. As the battle continued, the evil dragon's health finally dropped to around half. Huo Wujun grew excited, believing victory was within reach, while Gan Yuewo was clearly running out of strength. Right then, the system triggered a special mechanic when the evil dragon reached 50 HP. A powerful passive regeneration skill activated, restoring a massive amount of health over time. Huo Wujun was shocked as its regeneration easily outpaced all the damage they could deal. The evil dragon laughed with contempt, completely dismissing their efforts. It let out a deafening roar that inflicted mental damage on both Huo Wujun and Gan Yuewo, rapidly draining their HP and applying multiple debuffs. A flood of negative effects appeared, severely weakening their combat ability. Both of them collapsed, completely drained of strength. A life-saving protection effect suddenly activated and blocked the fatal blow. It was a once-per-day emergency safeguard that barely saved their lives. Huo Wujun staggered back to his feet, breathing heavily as he realized every healing's resource had been exhausted. The evil dragon roared again, gathering overwhelming energy in its mouth, before locking onto Huo Wujun for the final killing blow. Huo Wujun gritted his teeth, his body barely able to move, and despair finally escaped his lips. But Gan Yuewo laughed and said it was not over, because the rules allowed only one survivor, so if he died, Huo Wujun would fulfill the condition. He patted Huo Wujun on the shoulder, without the slightest hesitation, as if he had already accepted his fate. Huo Wujun stared in disbelief, unable to understand what Gan Yuewo was about to do. Meanwhile, the evil dragon had completely locked onto its target and prepared to finish the battle. Suddenly, Gan Yuewo grabbed Huo Wujun and hurled him away like an arrow. Huo Wujun was thrown through the air in panic, managing only a desperate shout, while Gan Yuewo stayed behind to face the fatal attack alone. Gan Yuewo calmly faced the evil dragon and even admitted that, despite being a demon, it was not entirely unlikable. Huo Wujun could only let out a stunned cry. The next moment, the evil dragon's breath completely engulfed Gan Yuewo before Huo Wujun's eyes. A brilliant beam of light descended from above and enveloped Huo Wujun amid the chaos. His emotions spiraled between shock and grief after witnessing that sacrifice. The evil dragon laughed and declared that this was the true trial of the ancestors, reminding him that those before them had also sacrificed themselves to pass. Huo Wujun's body was suddenly restored to full health as the evil dragon explained the centuries-old trial hidden within the demon cavern. Huo Wujun turned around, still unable to understand what had just happened. The sight before him left him speechless. Then a faint smile slowly appeared on his face, filled with emotions he could not explain. The system announced a massive EXP gain as he leveled up repeatedly. All his stats soared, and he unlocked a new skill tied to the Demon King's dragon breath. The evil dragon declared that surviving alone did not guarantee anyone the right to become its successor. It emphasized that only those who could cooperate, trust one another, and never betray each other were truly qualified. As the light slowly faded, Ganyuewo's silhouette still stood there, like the lingering echo of the battle. Ganyuewo also received an enormous amount of EXP, gained multiple levels, unlocked a powerful passive regeneration skill, and received major stat boosts. But he was completely confused and had no idea what was actually happening. Outside the demon cavern, news that the two had cleared the trial spread everywhere, leaving the entire demon clan in shock, because no one believed that pair could survive. Among the crowd, people began talking about an ancient prophecy of a future demon king. Some insisted this was the sign of an extraordinary ruler destined to rise. Hyon proudly declared that his son had to be the one who earned the king's title, but someone immediately denied the claim, insisting the chosen one was someone else. That person confidently declared the true winner was Ganyuewo. The entire crowd was stunned by the unexpected revelation. At a tavern, Ganyuewo got drunk and complained about the complete chaos of his life. He grumbled that his regeneration skill made dying almost impossible, which felt unbelievably frustrating. The system then notified him of another locked skill, pushing him even deeper into despair. Still drunk, Ganyuewo wandered the streets without any destination. Then he sensed someone secretly following behind him. The moment Huo Wujun turned around in alert, every trace of the stalker instantly vanished. The surroundings fell silent, leaving behind only an uneasy feeling. In reality, the mysterious follower was a young boy hiding nearby. As the boy cautiously peeked out again, everything suddenly changed. Ganyuewo appeared right beside him and shouted with overwhelming killing intent, scaring the boy so badly that he fell over. The boy tumbled onto the ground, clearly overwhelmed by the pressure. Even though he was terrified, he stubbornly insisted he was not afraid. Ganyuewo sighed, softened his tone, and asked why the boy had been following him. The boy nervously handed him a letter, inviting Ganyuewo to the 100-spirit demon cavern and asking to become his attendant. Ganyuewo accepted the letter, and even a passerby curiously glanced at its contents. The notice explained that anyone who met the requirements at the 100-spirit demon cavern could earn 3 special wishes, capable of making any dream come true. The boy explained that he had already gone there once, but was rejected because he was too young, so he wanted Ganyuewo's help. Just then, a passerby interrupted and warned them that it sounded like a scam. But after hearing about the 3 wishes, even the passerby became drawn into the conversation, leaving everyone unsure what to believe. Ganyuewo recalled an old legend about the demon clan's wish spring that could supposedly grant any desire. The boy immediately confirmed it was real, explaining that participants only had to pay the entry fee and survive a series of trials, which finally caught Ganyuewo's interest. The passerby became even more suspicious, convinced the whole story sounded like an elaborate scam. Meanwhile, Ganyuewo praised the boy for his innocent but unwavering faith, leaving the passerby completely unable to understand either of them. The boy revealed that his mother was gravely ill and that he desperately needed one of the wishes to save her, giving the story a tragic turn. After hearing that, Ganyuewo agreed to join, but demanded one of the 3 wishes for himself, and the boy immediately accepted. Ganyuewo began calculating how he could use that wish for his own benefit. The boy happily agreed to share, while the passerby could only sigh at the strange partnership. Ganyuewo encouraged the boy and promised to help save his mother, leaving the grateful child thanking him over and over. The passerby started suspecting this was part of a sophisticated scam operation. The two finally arrived at a massive modern gate leading into the 100-spirit demon cavern. Ganyuewo scanned his pass to verify their entry. The gate opened, and both of them cheered as everything went smoothly. But every move they made had already been recorded and flagged by the security cameras. Inside the control room, the people behind the operation confirmed the bait had taken the hook and ordered everyone to get ready. They were reminded not to hit too hard and damage the target. The gate suddenly slammed shut behind them, making the young boy panic. While they were still off guard, an attacker quietly approached from behind. The enemy launched a lightning-fast strike, straight at Ganyuewo, and the boy managed to warn him. But Ganyuewo was still drunk and reacted too slowly, barely turning around in time. A heavy punch landed on him without warning. What looked like a fatal blow only shaved off a few HP before Ganyuewo instantly regenerated, as if nothing had happened. Still drunk, he blankly asked if this was really the 100-spirit demon cavern. The low-rank demon standing before him froze, unable to understand why his attack had done almost nothing. The lights suddenly came on, revealing a large group of armed ambushers surrounding them. Ganyuewo calmly said he had only come to claim his wishes. But after taking a closer look at the ambush, he began wondering if he had come to the wrong place. The gang burst into laughter, revealing their true colors and admitting the wish story was nothing more than bait to lure greedy victims. Gan Weiwa's expression immediately changed as he demanded to know about the legendary wish spring. The thugs laughed even harder, mocking anyone foolish enough to believe in wishes. They proudly introduced themselves as a large-scale scam organization that specialized in trapping gullible people. Anyone lured there would be forced into labor until they were completely used up. One of them coldly declared that anyone who resisted would be brutally dealt with or even sold like merchandise. He looked Gan Weiwo over and judged him to be a valuable product, despite his ordinary appearance. The thug reached out to humiliate him, but was instantly stopped by a sudden punch. A single hit sent him flying into the wall, where he remained stuck in a miserable pose. Everyone else stood frozen, unable to process what had just happened. The man who had been punched hung helplessly from the wall, completely unable to fight back. Gan Weiwo exploded with killing intent, roaring as all his bottled-up frustration erupted. His aura changed so drastically that even Tian Xiao beside him was terrified. The gang leader flew into a rage and ordered everyone to activate their advanced combat armor. The entire group prepared for battle. Several members stepped forward. Their combat suits activated all at once. The glowing armor turned the room into something that looked like a futuristic battlefield. One thug declared that his rank B battle suit would be more than enough to deal with Gan Weiwo. The entire group charged together in a coordinated assault. Fueled by alcohol and bottled-up anger, Gan Weiwo unleashed his full power. He roared with overwhelming rage as his emotions reached their limit. A single devastating punch ripped through the air and detonated with explosive force. The shockwave blasted across the room, carrying dust and debris everywhere. Every enemy was blown away, and even their battle suits shattered under the impact. Gan Weiwo remained standing amid the wreckage, his anger still far from satisfied. The surviving thugs immediately dropped to their knees and begged for mercy, while Tian Xiao stared at Gan Weiwa's power in complete shock. Some of them claimed they were victims too and had been forced to work for the organization. Gan Weiwo stepped on the gang leader and stared at him coldly, but the man still tried to threaten him with the powerful forces behind the operation. He claimed that a major figure within Yun Kingdom's system would definitely take revenge. Gan Weiwo began wondering who was truly behind the entire scam and suspected one of the major factions. Just then, a heavy steel door slowly opened, and a strange aura filled the room. The gang leader immediately lit up with excitement, convinced reinforcements had arrived. Gan Weiwo turned cautiously toward the door, while Tian Xiao trembled beside him. A gigantic figure stepped out, radiating overwhelming pressure, and calmly confirmed this was the source of the disturbance. The newcomer had a chubby face that immediately reminded everyone of Jiang Dozhao. Gan Weiwo instantly unleashed his killing intent, pointed at the newcomer, and loudly declared this was Jiang Dozhao's scam headquarters. One of the followers behind him flew into a rage, confirmed the identity of the mastermind, and demanded to know how Gan Weiwo dared to insult him. He explained that the newcomer was Jiang Dopan, Jiang Dozhao's younger brother, and a rank A warrior, then coldly ordered everyone to eliminate Gan Weiwo. The low-rank demon from earlier begged for mercy in panic, and the others quickly dropped to their knees as well. Jiang Dopan showed no mercy and killed the gang leader with a single strike. Tian Xiao cried out in horror at the ruthless execution. Jiang Dopan looked down on them, treating them as worthless trash. Another subordinate grew suspicious because he had never heard of Gan Weiwo. Looking down from above, Jiang Dopan declared that Gan Weiwo knew too much and had to be erased. Gan Weiwo sized him up and decided he at least had some real strength. He even smiled with excitement, as if looking forward to the fight. Gan Weiwo gave Jiang Dopan 10 minutes to attack, turning the challenge around. His eyes turned icy as he warned that if Jiang Dopan failed to kill him, it would be his turn to strike back. Both the subordinates and Tian Xiao were stunned by the bizarre declaration. Jiang Dopan frowned, unable to understand the meaning of the 10-minute challenge. He quickly regained his confidence and declared he only needed a single moment to finish the fight. His followers cheered while Tian Xiao shouted in worry. Jiang Dopan stepped back and gathered power for a full-force attack. A devastating punch slammed into Gan Weiwo, slightly reducing his HP. Almost instantly, his regeneration activated and restored even more health than before. Jiang Dopan froze, completely unable to understand what had happened. Though it hurt a little, Gan Weiwo calmly admitted the attack had some decent power. He eagerly urged Jiang Dopan to hit even harder. Jiang Dopan remained confident and assumed it was only a temporary anomaly. Gan Yuewo urged him to hurry because time was running out. Feeling insulted, Jiang Dopan charged in with growing fury. He launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Blow after blow rained down on Gan Yuewo like a storm. Gan Yuewo was knocked down again and again, but recovered almost immediately every time. Jiang Dopan attacked even faster and unleashed more advanced combos, yet still failed to make any real progress. One subordinate suddenly remembered Gan Yuewo's true identity and turned pale. After attacking non-stop, Jiang Dopan finally ran out of stamina and paused to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Gan Yuewo's regeneration activated once more and restored him to full health, leaving Jiang Dopan completely stunned. Cold sweat formed on Jiang Dopan's forehead as he sensed something was seriously wrong. He leaped into the air and gathered demonic energy for his strongest attack. The devastating strike came crashing down, but Gan Yuewo's system activated a damage reflection effect after enduring enough hits. The reflected force blasted back and tore away a huge portion of Jiang Dopan's HP. Jiang Dopan immediately retreated in panic, unable to understand what had happened. He roared and demanded an explanation. A terrified subordinate recognized Gan Yuewo as the man who had caused chaos in the palace and survived the ancestor demon cavern. Hearing that, Jiang Dopan let out a cold laugh as he finally realized who his opponent was. He immediately mocked Gan Yuewo as nothing more than a pretty boy protected by Madame Lu, a low-rank demon who could only survive by clinging to powerful people. He proudly declared himself a true rank A demon who controlled 2 major strongholds and was destined to rise to the top of the demon clan. As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his arms wide, releasing a violent surge of demonic power while a magic circle spun around him. In an instant, Jiang Dopan transformed into rank A frost pattern battle armor that radiated an overwhelming icy aura. Even while lying on the ground, Gan Yuewo could not hide his excitement and kept urging him to come at him again. Jiang Dopan now wore a savage mask, his blood-red eyes glowing as a fierce aura engulfed the area. He raised one hand high as torrents of demonic energy gathered into his palm. Clenching his fist, he compressed every bit of that power before smashing it into the ground. The impact shook the earth, water burst upward, jade-green demonic energy exploded across the battlefield, and thick smoke swallowed everything as Gan Yuewo's HP rapidly dropped. -10, -50, -50, then -40 after -40 without stopping. Before the damage wave could stop, the demonic energy slammed down again, knocking Yuewo's HP down with another chain of 50 and 40 damage ticks. But against all expectations, Jiang Dopan's A-rank frost rune armor suddenly shattered, leaving him frozen in place with a blank mind. The system suddenly triggered its familiar effect. Every 15 hits reflected damage, and this time it was a critical reflection based on attack power. A flood of system alerts appeared, and just as expected, Jiang Dopan had activated the critical counterattack effect. The rebounding demonic energy exploded back at him, blasting him away as his HP dropped fast. First 2,000, then another 3,000. Before he could react, another reflected strike landed and erased 10,000 HP in an instant. The final reflection almost killed him on the spot, taking another 8,400 HP and forcing the system to activate its near-death protection. A panicked scream echoed through the area as he cried out in despair while reeling from the shock. His body was thrown across the ground and landed right beside Yuewo. The 10-second near-death HP lock activated. Jiang Dopan lay there in miserable shape, struggling to stand while his armor was ruined. Blood kept pouring out, and he could only stammer in confusion. He gasped for air non-stop, every breath broken by panic and exhaustion. One of his eyes looked badly damaged, but he still forced himself to stare at Yuewo. At that moment, Yuewo slowly rose to his feet, and his entire aura changed. His voice turned ice cold as he declared, 10 minutes are up. Jiang Dopan trembled violently as the overwhelming pressure left him, unable to move or even speak. Yuewo glanced at him with a mocking tone. You thought that was enough? Still standing. He clenched his fist, his eyes as sharp as blades, and repeated coldly, Is that all? Jiang Dopan collapsed on the ground in total terror, admitting he had used everything he had, begging for mercy, and apologizing for disappointing Yuewo. He raised his hands and begged desperately, crying uncontrollably as he shouted that Yuewo could take anything, money or whatever he wanted. Yuewo's empty gaze overflowed with killing intent as he rushed forward with a savage swing, roaring a cryptic line as if challenging death itself. Jiang Dopan completely broke down, crying and stammering as he kept asking who Yuewo really was and why he was so terrifying. Just as the tension reached its peak, Another man walked in through the door, while his followers shouted that reinforcements had arrived. The newcomer widened his eyes and hurried to call for the general, revealing that Jiang Dopan was his younger brother. But Jiang Dosao coldly declared that his brother had brought this upon himself, and his life or death meant nothing. He gave a faint smile and walked toward Yue Wo, explaining that this was a military factory left behind by the previous Maton to produce weapons, while Tian Xiao could only stare in shock at Yue Wo's overwhelming presence. Jiang Dosao quickly placed a hand on his chest and explained that poor management had caused the misunderstanding. He promised tighter control and asked for forgiveness, but Yue Wo ignored him completely, turned around, and walked away. As he left, Yue Wo coldly called them all useless, saying their strongest weapon was nothing but a disappointment, while Jiang Dopan kept bowing and thanking him for sparing his life. After taking a few steps, Yue Wo suddenly stopped and slowly looked back. A mysterious smile slowly spread across his face. He leaned close to Jiang Dopan and reminded him of his earlier promise to give him anything he wanted, making Jiang Dopan panic and desperately deny it in absolute fear. Suddenly, a horrific scream echoed through the building as emergency alarms rang out from the brightly lit operating room. Jiang Dopan was tightly strapped to an operating table, waiting to be dealt with. He cried and begged for mercy while the doctors calmly prepared for the next procedure. As his consciousness slowly faded, Jiang Dopan could only see the gleam of a syringe inches from his face, its cold tip seeming ready to pierce him. A doctor calmly assured him that he still had 2 hearts, so losing one would not kill him. His desperate screams echoed non-stop. Outside the room, Tian Xiao tightly hugged Yue Wo, with tears streaming down her face, choking out that without him, her mother would have lost all hope. Leaning against the wall with folded arms, Yue Wo simply replied that it was nothing more than a small favor, yet a distant wish that had never come true crossed his mind once again. He quietly glanced into the empty space beside him, lost in thought as he wondered when his wish would finally come true. "Shina, are you still safe?" Elsewhere, Jiang Dosao spoke with a mysterious figure. With his hands behind his back, he asked in a low voice whether the energy storage device had been found. The other person calmly replied that it was still being kept safely. Hearing the news, Jiang Dosao immediately grew tense, his eyes filled with ambition for Yun Kingdom's ultimate energy weapon. He ordered it to be guarded at all costs and never exposed, just as the other man warned that the human army was closing in. Killing intent erupted from Jiang Dosao as he clenched his teeth, his eyes looking ready to devour everything. On another battlefield, beneath a night sky torn apart by endless gunfire, Xin Jixiao raised his hand and pointed toward the sky. Standing before countless officers and soldiers, he firmly ordered the entire army to recover first, then prepare for the coming battle. In the distance, waves of fighter aircraft circled overhead as their engines roared through the sky. Their lights swept across the ground, revealing the silent figure of a woman. Xia Jingna held the motionless body of Xia Fengliao, her eyes softening as she quietly greeted him like a loved one, reunited after a long separation. She gently stroked his head and softly promised they would meet again very soon. Xia Fengliao remained completely still without the slightest response. On another battlefield, Yue Wo gripped his sword as 2 enemies charged straight at him. Their blades struck both of his shoulders at the same time, yet his body did not move an inch. Yue Wo's eyes darkened as his aura changed violently. Veins bulged across his body, making him look like a terrifying monster. He roared, "Stop missing! Aim for my head!" The 3 enemies froze instantly, their swords trembling as their faces turned pale with fear. Yue Wo grabbed his head and shouted wildly, cursing that they were all useless because none of them could kill him. Suddenly, he jolted awake, his entire body drenched in sweat. Leaning against the wall, he rubbed his forehead and muttered that it had only been a dream. At that moment, Mei dressed in an elegant gown, bowed respectfully, and reported that His Highness had called an emergency war council and requested Yue Wo's presence in the council hall. Still shaken after waking, Yue Wo looked around blankly and quietly repeated that there was a military meeting. Outside, a massive door covered in intricate symbols was heavily guarded by 2 soldiers. Inside the council hall, a heavy silence filled the room. Liao Bingren sat at the head of the table and solemnly reported that according to the scouts, the human army had made a major move. Looking straight ahead, she confirmed that the enemy had apparently decided to attack earlier than expected and had mobilized more than 10,000 troops. She had therefore summoned every key general of Yun Kingdom to discuss their response, making the atmosphere even more tense. Hao An calmly continued, reminding everyone that a battle of this scale had only happened once before, 10 years ago. Back then, they survived only through the strength of the entire nation and the demon lord's relentless guerrilla attacks. Only then were they able to capture the enemy commander and preserve Yun Kingdom. He suddenly raised his voice, stressing that the human army had only fielded 5,000 soldiers back then, while the balance of power had now changed dramatically. Hao An concluded in a deep voice that their only option now was to defend, wear the enemy down, and wait for outside reinforcements. Hao Wujun, sitting beside him, immediately answered with a firm acknowledgement. Liao Bingran then turned to Yue Wo and asked for his opinion. Yue Wo quickly calculated the situation, closing his eyes as he compared both sides' strength and estimated his own damage output and endurance in a full-scale battle. Once he realized the total incoming damage could exceed his regeneration, he understood that constant attacks could actually kill him. Suddenly, he burst into loud laughter, his face twisting with strange excitement. He slammed his hand onto the table and declared that this was the perfect opportunity. Yo-Wo shot to his feet and firmly declared that they had to fight, and not only fight but take the initiative by marching out to meet the enemy. Hao An and Hao Wujun were stunned, wanting to respond but unable to speak. Suddenly, another thunderous slam echoed throughout the council hall. Hao An sprang to his feet, pointed directly at Yue Wo, and shouted that this was Yun Kingdom's moment of life and death, not the time for reckless decisions. Yue Wo turned around, his voice booming like thunder, as he argued that they had barely survived against 5,000 enemies before, and had even needed reinforcements. Now the enemy was bringing 10,000 troops, so continuing to defend would only delay the inevitable and wait for death. He clenched his fists, without the slightest hesitation, and coldly asked, "When 20,000 enemies arrive next time, who will save you then?" Yue Wo exploded in anger, pointing at everyone in the hall as he roared. Unable to hold back any longer, he demanded to know whether they truly intended to abandon their own fate. Seeing the tension rise, Liao Bingdi cautiously called out to him, while Yue Wo slowly closed his eyes, lowered his head, and gripped the strap around his neck as if suppressing something ready to erupt. Suddenly, he shot to his feet and shattered the silence, shouting, "Who says the demon race's military strength has never changed?" His gaze swept across the hall before he pointed at himself, reminding everyone who he was as the Demon King's royal emblem blazed with dazzling light. A confident smile spread across Yue Awa's face as he declared that he was the greatest variable in the demon race's entire balance of power. The light radiating from him left Liao Bingdi frozen in place, stunned and completely overwhelmed by his presence. The hall erupted into whispers, as many suddenly recalled the ancient prophecy of the Demon King's chosen ruler, the one destined to unite the entire demon race and lead them into a new future. Huo An trembled with rage and roared that he could never accept sending the entire demon army to certain death. Gritting his teeth, he declared that those who had never stepped onto a battlefield could never understand its true cruelty. Yue Wo coldly cut him off, saying that victory never came on its own, and certainly did not belong to those who only retreated after defeat. Pointing directly at Huo An, he asked in a voice as sharp as a blade whether fear and pessimism had ever won a war, reminding the old veteran that he should know the true essence of battle. After a brief pause, he emphasized the will to win. Then he stepped forward until he was face to face with Huo An, forcing the old general to stumble back in shock. Standing before everyone, Yue Wo proudly declared that he would personally issue the military orders, and if they lost this battle, they could take his head. Jiang Dosao and Huan fell silent as heavy tension filled the room. Only Ming Wei's eyes turned red with emotion. Huo Wujun smiled faintly, thinking to himself that Yue Wo always carried such overwhelming confidence. Liao Bingdi suddenly stood up, pressed both hands against the table, and closed her eyes as she made her final decision. Opening her eyes with a sharp gaze, she officially appointed Yue Wo as the supreme commander of the entire army and ordered every force to obey his commands. Pointing straight ahead, she boldly ordered the city gates opened so they could face the enemy head-on. With that declaration, the tense war council finally came to an end. After the meeting, everyone quietly returned to their camps while the heavy atmosphere lingered everywhere. Standing outside the camp with folded arms, Huo An discussed the situation with the officers, saying the human army was not only larger this time but far stronger, leaving almost no chance of victory. After lowering his head in silence for a moment, he said he had led these soldiers for many years and could not let them die for nothing. A long silence settled over everyone. Suddenly, he roared with unwavering determination and ordered the entire army to prepare. The officers immediately saluted and waited for the next command. The atmosphere grew even tenser as everyone stood ready to receive their orders. Huo An's cloak fluttered as he coldly declared that this campaign would not leave the city and that they would not follow Yuewo's command. Clenching his fists, he declared that if anyone had to answer for it, he alone would bear the responsibility. A few days later, the human army reached the borders of Yun Kingdom. The sky was torn apart by the endless roar of fighter aircraft. At the 21st Legion of Shenghua Kingdom, every advanced weapon system came online, as the assault formation completed its final preparations amid thick clouds of dust. Lu Ren stood in the distance, overlooking the entire battlefield. Looking through his binoculars, he revealed a cold smile, convinced that his enemy's final moment had arrived. He turned around and ordered the entire army to begin the siege. Killing intent flashed across Lu Ren's eyes as he cruelly ordered his troops to leave no demon race survivor alive. Countless streaks of light rained down from the sky like meteors, turning the heavens into a storm of fire. The demon race inside the city reacted in panic, activating their defensive barrier to block the bombardment. They fought back fiercely, unleashing wave after wave of magic into the sky as explosions shook the battlefield. Amid the barrage, a missile burst through the thick smoke and shot straight toward the city wall. The demon race defenders below froze in shock, unable to react in time. A world-shaking explosion ripped through the battlefield. The missile slammed into the city wall, sending rocks, flames, and debris flying in every direction. The shockwave spread outward and flattened a vast area around the battlefield. From afar, Yuewo and the generals watched in silence, their expressions growing serious as they witnessed the destruction. Through the thick smoke, Yuewo suddenly smiled with complete confidence, as though he had been waiting for this exact moment. From within the dust, a gigantic figure slowly emerged, followed by countless other terrifying silhouettes. From the thick smoke, advanced war machines slowly emerged, their massive steel frames rolling forward like giants awakening from their sleep. Behind them, battleships formed a sharp spearhead formation, ready to crush everything ahead. Lu Ren stood atop a battleship with his sword resting on his shoulder, his icy gaze locked on the distant city gate. On the opposite side, Yuewo remained standing tall atop the city wall, without the slightest intention of retreating. Huo An quietly covered his mouth and reminded the nearby generals to follow the plan they had agreed on. Uneasy whispers spread through the ranks as many wondered whether they should obey General Huo's orders, since it clearly went beyond normal military command. Suddenly, Yuewo turned his head to one side. He roared once more and shouted, "All generals, hear my command." His face twisted with killing intent, and his crazed smile sent chills through everyone as he ordered the entire army to hold their positions and forbade anyone from leaving the city. Every officer stood frozen with wide eyes and open mouths, unable to believe what they had just heard. Yuewo calmly turned around and walked away, declaring in a deep, commanding voice that he would handle this battle himself. Lowering his stance, his eyes burned with fighting spirit as he took the entire battlefield upon himself. Without another moment of hesitation, he shot toward the battlefield like an arrow tearing through the wind. Huo An froze in disbelief, too stunned to react to such a reckless move, managing only a shocked gasp. A terrifying force crashed down from the city wall and exploded across the battlefield, sending massive clouds of dust into the air and throwing the human army into confusion. Lu Ren stood motionless for a moment, unable to understand what had just happened. As the dust slowly settled, Yuewo's figure gradually appeared. He clenched his fists and casually stepped forward, without saying a word, yet his overwhelming presence left the entire battlefield suffocating. The sight of one man standing alone, against 10,000 soldiers, stretched the tension to its breaking point. Lu Ren frowned as an uneasy feeling grew stronger, wondering what the demon race was planning. He tightened his grip on his sword, never taking his eyes off Yuewo. Doubt filled his mind as he could not understand why Yuewo dared face an entire army alone. He glanced toward the city wall and saw every demon soldier still standing perfectly still, making him suspect it might all be a trap. High above, Huo An silently watched everything unfold with an unreadable expression. The surrounding generals continued whispering in disbelief, unable to understand Wei Wu's decision. Huo An gritted his teeth and roared in fury, declaring that Yuewo had completely lost his mind by forcing the entire army to stand still before the human army. Everyone looking down at the battlefield was filled with worry, but fear simply did not exist in Yuewo's eyes. Wearing a mocking smile, he sneered that he had heard the human army was supposed to be powerful. Without the slightest hesitation, he ripped off his cloak. Then he stripped away the rest of his clothing, exposing his body in the middle of the battlefield, while continuing to taunt the enemy. He smiled calmly as he stood surrounded by countless enemies, deliberately placing himself in the most dangerous position while reducing his defense below zero. His voice echoed across the battlefield as he continued provoking them. He declared that if 10,000 soldiers were too afraid to attack one man, they were nothing but a joke. Lu Ren was left speechless. He could not believe someone would openly challenge an entire army alone. For a brief moment, he remembered that Yewo had once stood on his side, but now they faced each other as enemies. Yewo simply stared back, waiting for his response. A calculating smile appeared on Yuewa's face as he deliberately pushed Lu Ren even further. He slowly turned around, exposing his back to the enemy and making an even more insulting gesture. Beckoning, with one hand, he mocked them relentlessly and dared them to come forward. The gesture left Lu Ren completely frozen. Rage exploded inside him as he ground his teeth and roared that Yuewo was insulting the entire army. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Lu Ren ordered a full-scale assault. The human army moved as one. Every advanced weapon opened fire as the entire force charged straight at Yuewo. Yuewo became even more excited, flashing a fearless grin as he welcomed them to attack. Endless firepower crashed into his body, yet he remained standing without taking a single step back. Lu Ren seized the opportunity. He rushed through the charging army and closed the distance himself. His sword swept through the air in a deadly slash, releasing a brilliant flash filled with overwhelming killing intent. Even under the relentless assault, Yuewo did not waver in the slightest. Countless swords pierced his body, striking his shoulders, chest, and even his head. Just when he seemed ready to collapse, Yewo felt his defense surge. He quickly realized the incoming damage still could not outpace his regeneration. They would need an overwhelming amount of damage every second to bring him down. Suddenly, he burst into manic laughter in the middle of the battlefield and shouted that their attacks were far too weak. The human army began to panic as they realized their attacks were useless. His wounds were healing at an unbelievable speed. Lu Ren noticed it as well. His expression changed instantly as he roared that Yuewa's regeneration was far beyond anything they had expected. Lu Ren immediately activated his communicator and ordered the second assault force to reinforce the front before the battle slipped out of control. Fresh waves of soldiers flooded onto the battlefield like a rising tide, multiplying their numbers in moments. The newest generation of tanks rolled forward together, shaking the ground beneath their tracks. Every weapon system locked onto Yewo as countless cannon barrels aimed directly at him. The laser weapons reached full charge, their blinding light building to the limit like compressed lightning. In the next instant, a barrage of energy blasts ripped through the air and slammed toward their target with devastating force. The explosions were about to engulf Yuewo, but he only laughed louder and shouted for them to keep going. From the distance, Huo-an watched every moment of the battle without looking away. The longer he watched, the more uneasy he became. Yuewa's regeneration had exceeded every prediction. He suddenly realized the situation had gone beyond anyone's control, and the battle had entered a full-scale war. Countless questions filled Huo-an's mind. He could not understand how one man intended to face the entire human army, or what hidden trump card Yuewo still possessed. Even beneath the endless barrage, Yuewo looked thrilled, almost as if he were enjoying every attack that struck him. He shouted that his HP was finally dropping and urged them to attack harder, as though he were waiting for something. At that exact moment, his passive skill activated. The system displayed that every 15 attacks would trigger reflected damage, with a chance to deal a critical hit based on attack power. A terrifying shockwave suddenly erupted from Yuewa's body. With a single reflected strike, a soldier named Abing was blasted far across the battlefield. The human army froze in horror, cold sweat pouring down as no one understood what had just happened. Abing collapsed to the ground with fatal injuries, barely able to breathe as he warned that Yuewo was no ordinary demon and that his damage reflection was incredibly dangerous. Before he could finish speaking, the last trace of life left his body, and the soldiers beside him cried out in despair. Lu Ren immediately raised his guard to the highest level as he realized the battle had taken a completely unexpected turn. He roared for the entire army to cease attacking at once to prevent further casualties. At that moment, Lu Ren remembered an old warning from his superiors about an SS-ranked demon king blessed with nearly immortal regeneration. That legendary figure had once wiped out multiple human kingdoms alone, completely shifting the balance of the war. He had also reclaimed the 3 great demon abysses and restored the demon race after its darkest era. But according to every record, that demon king should have died long ago. Lu Ren fell into deep doubt, unable to determine Yue Wo's true identity. Seeing the human army stop attacking, Yue Wo frowned in annoyance and shouted, "Why did you stop? Can't 10,000 soldiers even kill one man?" Lu Ren's troops stood frozen, whispering among themselves as they watched every wound on Yue Wo's body rapidly disappear. Lu Ren quickly regained his composure and warned everyone that Yue Wo was far more dangerous than he appeared, ordering the army to stay calm and stop making reckless attacks. Resting his sword on his shoulder, Lu Ren calmly walked past Yue Wo and declared that this mission had only been meant to lure out the demon race's strongest warrior. Before leaving, he gave Yue Wo one final cold glance, satisfied that his objective had been accomplished. He ordered the entire army to retreat in formation and avoid any unnecessary losses. Every soldier obeyed immediately and slowly withdrew from the battlefield. The retreat proceeded layer by layer in perfect order. Mei Yi watched everything unfold from high above. She frowned, unable to understand why the enemy had suddenly retreated in the middle of the battle. Without hesitation, she shot into the sky, drew her weapon, and ordered the Imperial Guards and every warrior to pursue the retreating human army without letting them escape safely. The demon army erupted with renewed momentum and charged after the retreating forces at full speed. Huo Wujun wasted no time and immediately ordered the entire army to advance. The demon army surged forward together, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Yue Wo was still trying to understand what was happening as he turned around in confusion. The sight of Mei Yi charging forward atop an evil dragon at terrifying speed left him stunned for a moment. Lu Ren was equally shocked, his face turning pale as the entire demon army suddenly launched a full counterattack. Amid the chaos, he grabbed his head in frustration, realizing their plan had fallen apart before it was even complete. Mei Yi shot forward like an arrow, declaring that anyone who invaded their land would be punished without mercy. Standing behind them, Huo Un finally let out a long sigh, admitting that the younger generation had surpassed him, especially Yue Wo, whose presence truly matched that of a king. In that moment, all the pressure weighing on him seemed to disappear. Huo Un threw off his cloak and, with a calm yet commanding voice, ordered the entire army to prepare for an all-out battle. He firmly declared that from this moment on, every soldier would obey Yue Wo's command without exception. After speaking, he clenched his fists and silently vowed that this time the enemy would never make it back alive. His subordinates immediately acknowledged the order in unison, their morale surging. Without hesitation, the entire formation moved out at once to protect Yue Wo according to the plan. Just then, a subordinate came running over in panic with an urgent report. Huo Un instantly turned around and demanded an explanation. Before he could finish asking, the soldier reported that the human army had used a decoy. The siege force was only bait, while the real assault had already struck Yun Kingdom through the western gate. He added in panic that the defenders at the western gate had been wiped out before they could even react. More reports arrived, saying civilians throughout the area were being slaughtered. The human army's main force was advancing straight toward the capital, with the Demon Lord as their clear target. Huo Un had never expected such a move and could only grit his teeth in helpless fury. Elsewhere, Ji Xiao had already led the main army deep into enemy territory and was marching directly toward the heart of the kingdom. Carrying his weapon across his shoulder, he strode forward with absolute confidence while mocking the demon race. Liao Bingdi and Wei Ming tried desperately to stop him, but they were completely overwhelmed and forced back with mounting injuries. After a fierce battle, Liao Bingdi was covered in wounds and had no choice but to admit that the enemy's strength far exceeded expectations. Wei Ming was also exhausted and suggested retreating to preserve what remained of their forces. But it was already too late. Ji Xiao saw through everything and mocked them, declaring that the demon race's defenses had already collapsed. He immediately ordered his remaining 3 subordinates to join the battle and leave the enemy no chance to fight back. His subordinates eagerly charged forward, with killing intent, ready to finish their targets. At that very moment, a powerful attack suddenly struck from behind and slammed directly into the human army before they could react. The explosion spread across the battlefield, shaking the ground and throwing the human forces into chaos. Ji Xiao immediately turned toward the source of the attack with a wary expression. One of his subordinates had already been critically injured and lay collapsed on the ground, while the other 2 desperately called for reinforcements after realizing the demon army had returned. Sure enough, Huo Un had arrived on the battlefield just in time. Standing in front of Liao Bingdi, he coldly ordered everyone to stop and face him. Ji Xiao remained arrogant, calmly muttering that at last a demon was worthy of being a slight annoyance. He immediately rose to his feet, his aura erupting as he roared for the army to continue the attack. Huowen carefully observed his opponent and sensed an aura far beyond that of an ordinary soldier, hiding immense power. After a brief moment of thought, he decided he had to end the fight quickly before the situation worsened. Without hesitation, Huo-an unleashed every ounce of his strength in a full-power attack. A colossal beam of energy shot into the sky, tearing through the air like a bolt of lightning. Activating his Arank core dragon form along with temporary boosts to strength, speed, and overall combat power, he reached the peak of his fighting ability. His overwhelming aura spread across the battlefield, like an unstoppable force. At Yun Kingdom's southern gate, a massive war raged with unmatched intensity. The demon race and the human army clashed head-on, neither side giving an inch as blood soaked the battlefield and the earth trembled. In one corner of the battlefield, Yewo struggled with a storm of inner turmoil, desperately trying to stay calm as his mind descended into chaos. He stepped forward, accepted the reality before him, and lowered his gaze as though he had made a final decision. Yu Wo dragged himself forward step by step, feeling as if this body was being pulled into a vortex of despair with no escape. He laughed and cried at the same time, looking completely lost in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. The emotions he had buried finally exploded as Ye Wo roared at the sky, demanding answers from fate and whoever was pulling the strings. He shouted in near despair, "If that's what you want, then just make me the Demon King already." At that instant, a bolt of lightning split the sky and crashed into the battlefield, flooding everything with blinding light. The explosion left him frozen in place, his entire body locked in shock. Yo-Wo stared at the ruined landscape before him, his mind going completely blank. Thick smoke covered the battlefield, bodies lay scattered everywhere, and all he could do was mutter in confusion. He could not understand why the human army had already entered the city instead of fighting outside the walls. Nearby, desperate cries echoed as a father knelt and begged for his daughter's life, but no one showed mercy. A human soldier cruelly stepped on the man and declared that no one would be spared while a little girl was dragged away, screaming in terror. The soldier casually threw the girl over his shoulder and laughed with his comrades, saying they already had a prize to enjoy. The father reached out with trembling hands, begging for his daughter to be returned. Hatred burned in his eyes, but it only fueled the soldier's killing intent. Without hesitation, the soldier drove his sword straight through the father's hand, and a heartbreaking scream rang out. He laughed with contempt and declared that only the winners deserved to live, while the losers existed only to be trampled. Suddenly, a figure shot forward like lightning and smashed the human soldier with a devastating punch that shattered his defense. He was blasted hundreds of meters away, completely dazed and unable to understand what had happened. Yue Wo appeared with overwhelming presence, each slow step carrying enough pressure to suffocate the battlefield. Suddenly, he stopped, narrowing his eyes as something about the situation felt strangely familiar. The soldier who had been punched landed beside his companion, whose face immediately turned pale, even as he tried to act fearless. The two human soldiers drew their swords and cautiously prepared to fight together. They charged at Yue Wo at this time, determined to finish him. Yo Wo clenched his fists as an overwhelming anger rose inside him. He understood that war was brutal, but attacking innocent civilians was something he could never accept. His eyes turned ice cold as killing intent surged from his body. He threw a single punch that struck one soldier square in the face, with terrifying force, nearly knocking him unconscious instantly. The soldier collapsed onto the ground, blood pouring from his mouth as his life faded away. Yo Wo did not stop. He stepped forward, grabbed the man's throat, and squeezed until the soldier desperately struggled for air. Lying in a pool of blood, the human soldier realized in absolute terror that he had been completely overwhelmed by a single attack. Trembling uncontrollably, he could not understand how a demon could possess such unimaginable power. Yo Wo tightened his grip and coldly demanded to know which unit they belonged to. Facing certain death, the soldier stammered that they were from the 21st Legion, Unit 5111, while his companion stood frozen in fear. Those numbers made Yu Wo suddenly freeze. He unconsciously released his grip, sparing the soldier as the numbers 21 and 5111 echoed repeatedly in his mind. While Ye Wo remained distracted, the two human soldiers immediately seized the chance to escape, shouting that this demon was completely insane. Yo Wo stood there for a long time, his thoughts still in chaos as an uneasy feeling continued to grow without explanation. He slowly looked around the battlefield, and the scenes before him began awakening buried memories. At that moment, The little girl's father took advantage of the distraction, picked up a knife, and killed both human soldiers in revenge. Yue silently watched as an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him. He quietly muttered that he had seen this place somewhere before. The two human soldiers lay motionless on the ground, their eyes still wide open in death. The battlefield remained engulfed in chaos as relentless bombardment destroyed. Building after building in flames spread everywhere like the end of the world. Yo stood frozen before suddenly realizing the truth. This was Yun Kingdom. Just then, a heartbreaking cry pulled him back to reality. The little girl screamed in agony as she watched her mother being tortured before her eyes. Her father tightly embraced her, desperately trying to comfort her and keep her from breaking down. Another bolt of lightning tore across the sky, signaling that the battle was only growing more intense. Heavy rain suddenly poured down, drenching Wo where he stood on the battlefield. Standing in the rain, he lifted his eyes and silently observed the entire battlefield. Through the curtain of rain, he caught sight of Huo-an in the distance, and suspicion stirred within him. After a long silence, Ye-wo finally whispered that he had remembered everything about Yun Kingdom. He remembered leading an army to invade this very land 6 years ago. Back then, he had completely crushed the demon race forces defending it. The entire battle had been far too easy. So easy that the memory had almost faded away. He was shocked to realize he might have returned to the past 6 years earlier, yet this time he was not the one leading the war. He wondered where his real body was. Elsewhere, Ye-wo lay in Shina's arms. She softly called his name, but he gave no response as his mind remained trapped in chaos. Shina looked at him and quietly said that the hatred between the races had only grown deeper, and he alone was different from everyone else. Gently stroking Yue-wo's hair, Shina sighed and said war had never matched his ideals. One side fought to protect, while the other only sought plunder and senseless violence. The more she thought about it, the crueler it seemed. Yue slowly walked through the ruins, his eyes growing heavy as scattered memories gradually began to connect. He remembered Unit 5111, once a symbol of discipline and unwavering conviction. After the victory at Ma Long, they had even chosen to release every captured demon. Then, another memory flashed through his mind like lightning. A young boy named Tian Xiao was tightly bound, struggling desperately as he screamed in terror. His mother was restrained on the battlefield, helplessly watching her son while telling him to survive. She forced herself to raise her head and desperately shouted for him to run. But the human soldiers brutally attacked her, without hesitation, and her cries of pain echoed through the battlefield. Within seconds, the exhausted woman lost the last of her strength, and her life slowly faded away. Another name surfaced from his memories, Bao Li, the vice captain of Unit 511 and a Blue Cloud's assassin who had been expelled under Feng Liao for violating military law. Bao Li grinned wickedly as he dragged Tian Xiao's mother toward him, his eyes filled with twisted desire. Yo finally began to understand part of the truth. His heart grew heavy as the memories cut into him like blades, revealing that everything had been corrupted long ago. At the same time, forgotten memories also began to awaken in Wo-an's mind. A birth announcement echoed through the halls, declaring that his wife had given birth to a healthy baby boy. Huo-an rushed into the room, so excited that he could barely stay calm as he repeatedly asked about his son. The attendants outside stood speechless. It was the first time they had ever seen the demon King Huo-an lose control of his emotions. As he held his newborn son for the first time, Huo-an softly called to him with an unusually gentle gaze. Looking at the tiny child in his arms, he wished for only one thing, that his son would grow up safely. Holding the baby tightly, he swore to protect both his child and Yun Kingdom, no matter the cost. That moment became the deepest memory in his heart. But now the battlefield had been torn apart by his clash with Ji Xiao. A massive attack suddenly shot straight toward Huo-an. He had no time to dodge and took the blow head-on, blood instantly pouring from his wounds. Even gravely injured, Huo-an forced himself to remain standing and roared that he would never let Yun Kingdom fall. Ji Xiao sneered with complete disdain, saying an rank demon dragon was nothing worth worrying about. Without wasting another second, he drew his sword and charged at maximum speed. Ji Xiao closed the distance in an instant. His movements shifted unpredictably, with incredible agility. He unleashed a relentless storm of attacks. Huo-an could barely defend himself. Another direct strike landed. Huo-an's injuries became even more severe. His breathing turned heavy and uneven. Even while being overwhelmed, Huo-an carefully observed Ji Xiao and realized his strength far exceeded every expectation. At the same time, Ji Xiao prepared the finishing blow. Ji Xiao coldly said he still was not satisfied with this battle. His sword slashed downward, tearing through the air with explosive killing intent. At that very moment, the blade was suddenly stopped. Ji Xiao froze, unable to understand what had just happened. Just as Huan thought everything was over, Liao Bingdi and Hao Wujun suddenly appeared, leaving him stunned as he asked what they were doing there. But his shock instantly turned to anger as he shouted that they should never have come. Hao Wujun answered without hesitation that they had come to kill the enemy. Huan immediately roared back that Ji Xiao was far too powerful and not an opponent they could challenge. He desperately ordered them to retreat at once. Hao Wujun argued back, feeling completely dismissed, as he asked whether his father truly saw him as nothing but a useless son. Childhood memories suddenly flooded back into his mind. As a child, he had once answered that the person he admired most was his father, Huan, the legendary great general. As a kid, he proudly ran over to show off his academic and military achievements. He had taken first place in a military competition, but Huan only gave him a cold nod. No praise, no approval, just indifference that crushed Hao Wujun. The sadness built up until he cried more than once, yet he kept pushing forward. When he grew older, he happily announced that he had ranked first in the army evaluation. Huan calmly replied that he had done the same in his youth. Even though he expected that answer, Hao Wujun still froze, feeling that all his efforts meant nothing. He remembered years of endless hard work, becoming the youngest lieutenant general, and earning endless praise from Jiangdo Sao. Huan remained seated with an indifferent look and simply said, "I know," as if it was not worth caring about. Wujun finally exploded, shouting, as he demanded to know why nothing he did could ever earn his father's approval. Ji Xiao watched from the sidelines as if he were enjoying a strange play, and even made amused comments. Huan immediately raised his voice, warning everyone to retreat because the enemy before them was far too dangerous to underestimate. Wujun never flinched and declared that whether the enemy was a god or a demon, he would never take a single step back after entering Yun Kingdom. His aura erupted as he shot forward like an arrow, launching the first attack without hesitation. One enemy cursed under his breath, calling him insane, while admitting that humanity was far more dangerous than expected. At Xin Ji Xiao's command, every subordinate instantly formed up and charged into battle. The Demon King took one glance and grasped the entire battlefield with eyes sharp enough to slice through space. In a brief instant, every movement seemed to compress before exploding into motion. He tore through the formation, leaving only blood and chaos wherever he passed. Xin Ji Xiao stood frozen with a pale face, unable to process what had just happened. His two bodyguards fell in a single overwhelming strike, revealing a terrifying gap in power. In the blink of an eye, Xin Ji Xiao was left standing alone as mist swallowed the battlefield. He muttered in panic, beginning to realize the demon before him was on a completely different level. The Demon King unleashed his full power and rose into the air like a storm of crushing pressure. His crimson wings spread wide, as if they were burning the very sky. A layer of emerald mist wrapped around him, seeming to drain the world's spiritual energy. A general below cried out in shock after recognizing his true identity. Everyone nearby was still trembling, unable to recover from the overwhelming shock. The Demon King's primal demonic power surged outward, and the crushing pressure left Xin Ji Xiao completely stunned, feeling hopelessly outmatched. At that moment, an old memory suddenly resurfaced and pulled his mind back into the past. As a child, he was nothing more than an unpolished gem, carrying an invisible burden. Huan had personally tested his son's talent and could not hide his satisfaction, seeing him as his greatest pride. The young boy entered the room and quietly greeted his father, the demon general. Huan watched every movement of his son with a stern expression. The boy walked to the table and sadly reported the results of his evaluation. Huan became angry, saying that the name Wujun was meant to wish for a peaceful life, so he could not understand why his son had chosen the path of war. A demon entered and respectfully reported that Wujun had taken first place in the military examination. The moment he heard the news, Huan's eyes lit up and his fist tightened with pride because his son was truly exceptional. But soon his excitement faded into heavy silence as everything seemed to be drifting away from his original hopes. Even the servant beside him noticed the deeply hidden emotions in his master's eyes. Whenever Wujun was mentioned in the army, Huan's mood shifted like unseen currents. He often visited his wife's resting place and lost himself in silent thoughts. Huan sighed, weighed down by the thought that his son had chosen such a dangerous path. Even so, he could never deny his pride because Wujun always ranked first in every test. Looking up at the sky, he seemed to speak to his late wife about old memories and forgotten promises. The emptiness left behind made him wonder how he should face Wu Jun, now that the one who once shared everything with him was gone. Watching the memories of his son's growth filled him with both pride and sorrow, knowing he should have lived a peaceful life. Huo An quietly admitted that perhaps he had been wrong, as the sight of the Demon King only deepened the pain in his heart. The Demon King charged at Xinji Xiao with terrifying speed, unleashing relentless attacks that left no chance to fight back. Power surged through his body like a tidal wave, sweeping everything away. Space twisted violently, and the world blurred as if it were being torn apart. A deafening explosion erupted, flattening the entire area in an instant. The Demon King's SSS form slowly descended with blazing wings spread wide. His eyes held nothing but icy killing intent, nothing like the man he used to be. Xinji Xiao stood alone on the battlefield with his greatsword at his side, his aura stretched to its limit. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, his eyes shining as if he had finally found what he had been waiting for. His laughter echoed with excitement as he admitted he had finally met an opponent worthy of his full strength. He stared at the Demon King, openly provoking him to push the battle to its peak. Tightening his grip on the sword, he roared, ready to turn the fight into a true battle to the death. Huo An frowned and clenched his teeth, sensing the situation slipping beyond control. Watching the battle, he recognized Xinji Xiao's weapon from old war records. Wu Jun erupted once more, letting out a determined roar. At that very moment, Huo An suddenly rushed forward to stop the disaster about to unfold. He shouted with everything he had, throwing himself in front of the incoming strike. Without hesitation, Xinji Xiao swung his sword straight at Wu Jun, with overwhelming killing intent. Wu Jun stood frozen, his eyes wide, as the scene before him shattered all expectations. His entire body went stiff, his mind completely blank, as everything he believed collapsed in an instant. Behind him, the massive fortress had been cleanly split in two, as clouds of dust swallowed the sky. Only then did he realize what had happened, but his throat locked up, and no words would come out. Liu Bingdi and Wei Ming cried out in panic, terrified for Wu Jun. Liu Bingdi stared in disbelief, while Wei Ming rushed forward without taking his eyes off the battlefield. The shockwave still lingered in the air, leaving Wu Jun standing there in complete shock. The truth was finally revealed. Huo An had silently stepped in and used his own body to block the fatal blow meant for his son. Wu Jun trembled as he cried out in agony, crushed by guilt and helplessness. Huo An turned back with a gentle smile and proud eyes, finally saying the words he had always wanted to say. His son was his greatest pride. Hearing those words, Wu Jun completely broke down as tears poured from his eyes. He screamed in despair, his voice nearly breaking apart across the battlefield. Without thinking, Wu Jun rushed forward and embraced what remained of his father's broken body, refusing to let go. Huo An kept smiling as his fading voice comforted his son, saying he was the chosen one and would one day stand at the peak among demon generals. Gathering his final breath, he told Wu Jun that no matter what happened, he had to keep living. Across the battlefield, an enemy with SSS Demon King level power appeared, flooding the land with overwhelming killing intent. Even on the verge of death, Huo An raised one final barrier around Wu Jun and warned that all of Yun Kingdom could never defeat that enemy. He revealed that his final trump card had been prepared long ago, an absolute defense created to protect both his son and the kingdom. Wu Jun screamed in despair, unable to accept that his father had sacrificed his own life to save him. One final status screen appeared, revealing Huo An's forbidden skill. By burning his own life force, he created the Blazing Core Wall, an almost unbreakable wall of fire with unimaginable defensive power. The flames of his life slowly faded, and Huo An's body finally fell, bringing his journey to an end on the battlefield. In his final moments, old memories returned of him holding his young son and gently promising him a peaceful future. That old promise echoed in his heart. He would spend his entire life protecting his son and Yun Kingdom. Wei Ming shouted in panic, urging everyone to retreat before everything spiraled out of control. Liu Bingdi burst into tears as well, crying out in despair while Wu Jun refused to let go, still holding tightly to his father amid the chaos. Xinji Xiao appeared before them with a cold smile, mocking their attempt to retreat. He sneered, saying the battle so far had not even begun to entertain him. His gaze turned razor-sharp as killing intent filled the air and dragged the battlefield into despair. Just then, a calm voice echoed from behind, cutting through the overwhelming pressure. Xinji Xiao paused, his eyes turning colder as he answered with caution while keeping the upper hand. Jiang Dosao stepped forward with a mysterious smile, raised a demon core, and declared that it was the true prize everyone was fighting over. He offered a deal, even proposing to trade it for a chance to join the human army. Rain poured from the sky as thunder roared overhead, while Xin Ji Xiao questioned whether the demon core was genuine. His icy blade pressed against Jiang Dosao's neck as he demanded a reason to trust him. Jiang Dosao remained calm, lifted the demon core, and revealed that the Jiang clan had guarded Yun Kingdom's demon core for generations. He began recounting ancient history, when the first demon king united demonkind and Jiang Long held a vital position in the royal court. Even after losing an arm, Huoan silently watched every word of the conversation. Jiang Dosao continued explaining the history of the demon generals, his calm voice hiding deeper intentions. He claimed that only the Jiang clan was qualified to inherit the title of demon general because they alone controlled the demon core passed down from Jiang Long. According to him, only the Jiang clan could unlock or grant others access to its power. Behind them, the SSS Demon King spoke in a deep voice, confirming that the demon core contained the essence and will of the entire demon race. Jiang Dosao explained that every demon core was forged from the ancient demon king's essence over countless generations before glancing at Xin Ji Xiao. He slowly added that a top-tier demon core could take decades or even a century to fully mature. Xin Ji Xiao narrowed his eyes and demanded to know why such a priceless and dangerous treasure was being handed over so easily. His suspicion turned into anger as he shouted that they were treating him like a fool. Lightning struck from above, its glow reflecting off his sword with a chilling metallic scream. Jiang Dosao trembled slightly, sweat forming on his forehead as he lowered his head and stammered out a fake apology. He gently placed the demon core on the ground, speaking with a deliberately shaky voice. Still pretending to tremble, he claimed he only wanted to survive because he was too weak to control such power, saying even touching it could cost him his life. He lowered his head again and lamented that the Jiang clan had long since declined and could only survive by following the tides of fate. Liu Bingdi could no longer hold back. Through tears, she pointed at the massacre around them and accused Jiang Dosao of betrayal. She pointed toward the countless bodies behind him, her voice shaking as she condemned him for even killing his own clansmen. Heavy silence fell over the battlefield as no one dared to move. Xin Ji Xiao paused for a brief moment before letting out a surprised laugh. He stepped on a severed head lying on the ground and coldly asked if it belonged to Jiang Dosao's younger brother. Then he kicked the head away like worthless trash, sending it straight toward Jiang Dosao. The severed head rolled to a stop at Jiang Dosao's feet. Jiang Dosao looked at it once, then gave a bitter laugh and said it was the fitting end for someone who had overestimated himself. He lowered his head and admitted that the Jiang clan had never been strong enough to challenge humanity and should never have started the war. Then he looked up and called Xin Ji Xiao by name, as if confirming the final move of a game. Xin Ji Xiao burst into triumphant laughter, unable to hide his satisfaction. Relaxing at last, he bent down to pick up the demon core, while mocking Jiang Dosao for being more sensible than expected. Holding the demon core in his hand, he smiled with satisfaction and accepted it as his prize. But at that exact moment, Jiang Dosao's expression suddenly changed. He gave a hand signal, activating every trap prepared in advance, and ordering everyone to be ready. Wei Ming immediately raised a defensive barrier, while Huo An unleashed his ultimate skill to protect the central area. Liu Bingdi stood frozen, unable to understand what was happening, but she could clearly sense overwhelming danger. A barrier instantly surrounded her and Wu Jun, creating a temporary safe zone. Jiang Dosao bit deeply into his hand, letting fresh blood drip onto the ground. He roared as he activated the demon core's entire mechanism. Xin Ji Xiao instantly realized he had fallen into a trap and quickly threw the demon core away. But it was already too late. The demon core touched the blood and erupted with a blinding light. Xin Ji Xiao cried out in shock, unable to understand what was happening. A brilliant explosion swallowed everything in sight. Jiang Dosao smiled with satisfaction inside the destructive light, saying the Jiang clan had finally reached this moment. Even as his body burned away, he calmly admitted this was the atonement his clan had prepared for generations. He said they had never possessed anything worthy enough to repay the demon race. A world-shattering explosion ripped through the heart of the city. Its devastating force spread like a tidal wave, sweeping everything away. Thanks to the barrier raised in advance, Wei Ming's group barely escaped the blast zone. Even so, the shockwave tore across the battlefield, crushing everything in its path. The nearby soldiers had no time to react and were thrown away like leaves. The impact shook the entire battlefield, forcing everyone to turn toward the explosion in horror. Someone shouted in panic, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The explosion continued to expand, violently shaking the entire battlefield. Thunder crashed from the sky as if echoing the catastrophe below. Bolts of lightning ripped through the heavens with deafening roars. Thick smoke covered the entire area until almost nothing could be seen. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see whether Shinji Xiao had been erased. As the smoke slowly cleared, Jiang Dosao was revealed, kneeling with flames consuming his body, whispering that this was the last of his strength. His voice faded, his life force ran dry, and his body began to crumble. With his final breath, he admitted the demon core had unleashed only a tiny fraction of its true power. Huo Wujun rushed forward and caught him before he collapsed. But Jiang Dosao had already fallen, leaving behind only faint murmurs of regret. Yet Shinji Xiao was still alive. He had activated a top-tier defensive barrier that granted an absolute shield for 30 seconds and blocked all damage. Behind him, a demonic beast roared, while Shinji Xiao smiled coldly and declared they had chosen the wrong opponent. He casually spun his sword on his shoulder and mocked them, saying revealing their trump card so early was the dumbest mistake they could have made. Behind him stood a massive thunder dragon that had absorbed the full force of the previous attack. Even with almost no life left, Jiang Dosao reached toward the demon core, but his body refused to respond. A bolt of lightning shot from Shinji Xiao's hand and struck the treasure lying nearby. With his life slipping away, Jiang Dosao could no longer touch his clan's sacred relic. The demon core finally fell into Shinji Xiao's hands, and he laughed coldly as if victory were already certain. Examining the gem, he was surprised that a tiny place like Po Kingdom possessed something of this level. He mocked the land by recalling its old title as the birthplace of the Demon King. Then he casually stored the demon core away like an ordinary trophy. His icy gaze fell upon Jiang Dosao as he declared it was time to finish everything. Turning toward the Thunder Dragon, Shinji Xiao gave a simple order. The Thunder Dragon let out a low roar, its eyes wavering as if resisting. Shinji Xiao frowned and sneered, mocking the hesitation of a fellow creature. He activated the control device, fastened around the Thunder Dragon's neck. Violent electricity surged through its body, locking every muscle in place. The Thunder Dragon screamed in agony as its massive body convulsed uncontrollably. Its eyes turned crimson as it was forced into a berserk state. It aimed directly at the demon race, while immense energy gathered inside its mouth. Though exhausted, Wei Ming desperately raised another barrier and shouted for everyone to protect the demon core. Liu Bingdi frantically urged everyone to hold their ground. Shinji Xiao frowned in irritation, treating their resistance as nothing more than a pointless delay. The moment he finished speaking, he vanished with speed beyond human perception. In an instant, Wei Ming's body was pierced from behind by a fatal strike. He coughed violently, staring in horror at the hand protruding through his chest. Shinji Xiao appeared behind him and coldly declared that this was the first lesson of war. Huo An charged in from the side and struck back with his remaining arm. But Shinji Xiao moved even faster, pulling his hand from Wei Ming before grabbing Huo An's wrist. He laughed as the lenses of his glasses flashed and his combat analysis system activated. The scan swept across Huo An's body, instantly displaying every combat statistic. The system evaluated Huo An as an R-rank potential warrior, listing his strength, speed, stamina, spirit, and every related attribute along with the enhancements granted by his demon rank. After reading the stats, Shinji Xiao gave a cold smile, seeing Huo An as famous but still beneath him. His smile turned cruel as he declared he would destroy every bit of his opponent's strength. With a brutal twist, he violently snapped Huo An's arm. Huo An cried out in agony as the overwhelming force shook his entire body. When he was done, Shinji Xiao tossed him aside like worthless trash. A strange emerald glow briefly appeared before his eyes. Huo Wujun rushed in with a sword strike, but Shinji Xiao had already vanished from its path. He blinked away in an instant, escaping the attack effortlessly. The next moment, he appeared right behind Huo Wujun, as if distance meant nothing. Amid the chaos, Huo An still could not understand what had just happened. The system scanned Huo Wujun and displayed him as an A-rank assassin candidate with exceptional speed and strength. Shinji Xiao smirked, admitting he had Demon King-level potential, but dismissed him as a speed-focused fighter who could still be controlled. Only then did Huo An realize where his enemy was and desperately tried to fight back. But Shinji Xiao was already in front of him, coldly asking if Huo An truly was the fastest warrior in Yun Kingdom. He lifted his leg, preparing the finishing blow. A devastating kick came crashing down. Huo An was launched across the battlefield, slammed into the ground, and coughed up blood as lightning danced across his body. He lay motionless, completely exhausted and unable to stand. Xin Xiao showed no mercy, stomping on Huo An's leg and declaring he would cripple his speed forever. Huo An screamed in unbearable pain, his body crushed without any chance to resist. Looking down, Xin Xiao mocked him as an ant, trying to shake a giant tree. He laughed proudly, completely dominating both the battle and the battlefield. Suddenly, countless bolts of lightning rained down from the sky. The entire area exploded in blinding light as dust and smoke engulfed the battlefield. Huo An weakly looked ahead, sensing that something strange had changed. Xin Xiao sneered and asked what they would do if he had countless copies of himself. From the smoke, thousands of identical Xin Xiaos emerged and surrounded the battlefield. His Thunder Shadow clone skill had been activated, creating countless copies with power and presence, nearly identical to the original. Covered in wounds, Wei Ming collapsed to one knee and tried to shout, but his voice was barely audible. On the other side, Liu Bingdi was lifted off the ground as Xin Xiao gripped her throat. He laughed coldly, saying he had always watched weak creatures across the universe for amusement, before asking why the weak deserved to exist at all. His hand tightened around Liu Bingdi's face, as she struggled desperately without success. Xin Xiao looked down at her with a mocking grin, as though he had discovered something amusing. A twisted childhood memory flashed through his mind of him hanging a cat with a rope. He kept pulling until the helpless animal stopped struggling and died. As the memory surfaced, his emotions became even colder and more distorted. He expanded Thunder Shadow Clone again, filling the battlefield with even more copies. His hand clamped over Liu Bingdi's mouth, as he treated the entire scene like entertainment. Then he released her, letting her crash to the ground without a hint of mercy. Liu Bingdi fell to her knees, crying out in despair as all hope shattered. Xin Xiao kicked her away, sending her flying like a worthless object. Huo An witnessed everything, lowered his head, and accepted that they had completely lost. He walked forward in a daze, murmuring like a man who had lost all direction. Huo An suddenly looked up and roared in fury, declaring that if this was the end, they would all die together. Xin Xiao sneered and mocked the so-called resolve of the kingdom's demon general. He said, giving up now only made everything even more meaningless. Then he walked straight toward Huo Wujun with unmistakable killing intent. Huo Wujun's desperate scream echoed across the chaotic battlefield. Xin Xiao grabbed him by the hair, lifted him into the air, and mocked him by asking if he really was Huo An's son. Huo An shouted in panic as he watched his son being held hostage. Xin Xiao coldly offered a deal, ordering Huo An to kneel if he wanted his son's life spared. Huo An glared at him with fury while Huo Wujun desperately shouted for him not to do it. Xin Xiao reminded him that this was his final chance and told him to think carefully. Huo An fell silent as his heart was torn apart by the decision. In the end, he abandoned every shred of pride and knelt to beg for his son's life. Lowering his head, he accepted the condition with a broken voice and complete despair. Huo Wujun looked at his father in agony, managing only a desperate cry. Xin Xiao turned to Huo Wujun and asked if he wanted to save his father, offering him the same choice. Huo Wujun roared in fury and refused without hesitation. Xin Xiao said nothing more and began a cold countdown. A sword pierced straight through Huo An's chest, making Huo Wujun scream in horror. When the count reached 9, another blade struck. At 8, Huo An's remaining arm was severed. Huo Wujun could only cry helplessly as he watched. At 7, another fatal strike landed on Huo An's body. Huo Wujun collapsed to his knees, completely broken. Through tears, he begged his enemy to stop. In the end, Huo Wujun's will was completely crushed by the merciless pressure. Behind him, Liu Bingdi sobbed in despair, believing this was the end. Xin Xiao looked at the father and son kneeling before him and smiled coldly, treating it like an entertaining game of life and death. By then, Huo An could barely resist or even speak. Suddenly, a dark emerald energy burst from his body. Xin Xiao immediately drove another sword through Huo An, making him cry out in agony. Even so, he used his final breath to whisper his son's name. Huo An's blood splashed across Xin Xiao's face, sending him into a furious rage as he rejected even that final act of defiance. He swung again, pushing Huo An beyond his final limit. Xin Xiao coldly declared that all mercy was over, and it was time to end everything. His eyes swept across the battlefield, searching for the next victim. Huo Wujun charged forward in despair, screaming with rage. Xin Xiao turned and drove his sword straight through Huo Wujun, laughing as he said, the game had only just begun. Blood poured from Huo Wujun's wound, but he gritted his teeth and refused to scream while Liu Bingdi cried out behind him. Tears streamed down the faces of Liu Bingdi and Wei Ming as they witnessed the horrifying scene. Suddenly, chains shot from Xin Xiao's hands into the ground. Countless chains erupted from below, binding everyone before lifting them into the air. He recreated the same cruel torture he once used on weaker creatures for his own amusement. Xin Xiao walked over to Huo Wujin and stabbed him again in the abdomen. Blood burst out and poured down like a crimson waterfall. He slashed across Huo Wujin's body and laughed, saying he would avoid the vital organs to make the game last longer. Then, he waved to the Thunder Dragon, ordering it to continue the slaughter. The massive dragon slowly lowered its head in submission before moving forward, as though its will had been completely broken. Xin Xiao rested his sword on his shoulder, already imagining the victory ceremony to come. He activated his communicator and contacted the vice captain outside, casually asking if they had grown bored yet. But the moment he ordered the final assault, an unfamiliar voice suddenly interrupted the call. From the battlefield came chaotic shouting and angry curses, complaining that the enemy's wings were too tough to pierce. Xin Xiao immediately lost his composure, roaring to know who was speaking while frantically asking about Bao Li's whereabouts. The only reply was a calm voice saying, "Bao Li is still here." Hearing that, Xin Xiao spun around and froze in complete disbelief. Gan Weiwo appeared wearing Shrank battle armor that radiated royal authority, his eyes blazing with orange fury. In a deep voice, he said he now understood almost everything, and pointed out that this was nothing but power twisted into unforgivable cruelty. He looked down at the countless corpses left behind by Xin Xiao, and the atmosphere grew unbearably heavy. Gan Weiwo lowered his head and blamed himself, feeling partly responsible for this tragedy. Stepping forward from beside the Thunder Dragon, he admitted he should have realized much earlier that such cruelty could never be redeemed. Gan Weiwo frowned and coldly declared that Xin Xiao's crimes deserved the harshest possible death sentence. The punishment was clear: death by 1,000 cuts with no escape. Xin Xiao gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on his sword, cursed furiously, and charged in like a madman. He unleashed his full power and rushed straight ahead. His attack was direct and relentless, without a trace of hesitation. Gan Weiwo stood perfectly still, showing no intention of dodging. With a single move, Xin Xiao's face twisted in pain as his body was blasted backward again and again by an overwhelming barrage. Finally, Gan Weiwo grabbed him by the throat, slammed him into the ground, and looked down with icy contempt. Only then did Xin Xiao truly panic, unable to understand what kind of monster he was facing. Gan Weiwo glanced down with a voice as sharp as a blade and demanded to know which crime he wanted to confess first. Without pausing, he listed every charge one by one: treason, illicit relations, prisoner abuse, murdering comrades, then asked where the sentence should begin. Blood streamed from Xin Jixiao's nose and mouth, his glasses shattered, and he stammered through the dizziness. On the freezing ground, 2 beaten bodies lay motionless with no sign of life. Bao Li, despite being broken by torture, kept staring with burning rage, realizing this man had been abnormal from the very beginning. The past slowly returned to his memory as the timeline rewound. Lightning crashed across the city as Yun Kingdom fell into chaos and war, with flames and smoke everywhere. Bao Li screamed for them not to kill the little boy. Meanwhile, the man flashed a twisted grin, pointed at the girl beside him, and laughed with obvious lust in his eyes. He ordered the child spared, but right in front of the boy, his mother was restrained, leaving him crying in despair. Bao Li licked his lips with a warped smile and said the child would watch him toy with his own mother. Suddenly, every soldier nearby was wiped out in an instant by a mysterious force charging in at incredible speed. Gan Weiwo arrived just in time and rescued the trembling boy from the chaos. Bao Li frowned and mocked the newcomer, calling him a low-rank demon who dared to get in his way. He waved his hand and summoned massive ice blocks that shot straight at Gan Weiwo. Bao Li proudly claimed they were a rank demon ice, forged from a portion of his own power. He laughed and bragged that he had sacrificed half his blood to create this skill, giving it the strength of half his full power. Gan Weiwo said nothing and charged straight into the attack. He shattered every piece of demon ice with a single strike, then appeared before his stunned enemy. Bao Li froze with his mouth wide open as the crushing pressure closed in. Before he could react, Gan Weiwo landed a devastating punch that instantly twisted his face. One finishing blow ended the battle, and the system announced that he had defeated an A-rank human warrior, rewarding him with massive experience. Gan Weiwo's level soared to A12, earning bonus attribute points, a special system reward, and a prompt to unlock new equipment. At the same time, a new S-rank skill awakened, allowing him to copy the abilities of any defeated enemy. He looked down at Bao Li, who was barely alive and almost unable to fight back. Gan Yuewo coldly declared that it was finally time to expose the whole truth. Bao Li struggled to stand and asked in broken breaths what had happened to his army. Elsewhere, Manhwa, the vice-captain of Squad 5111 from the A-rank Red Galaxy Warrior Legion, was still enjoying time with his girlfriend while the team prepared for their mission. Bao Li began explaining that the plan was launched exactly when Captain Cao Fengliao was away, creating the perfect chance for Xin Jixiao's rebellion. While everyone was drunk at the party, his group sneaked into the camp, kidnapped the vice-captain, and framed the captain for taking bribes from outside forces. Xin Jixiao revealed his scheme, saying he had already planted all the evidence in his rival's room. One accusation would be enough to trigger an investigation. He confidently planned to become captain, while his ally took the vice-captain's seat, giving them complete control of the operation. Wenhua was tightly bound, veins bulging from his neck as he shouted that this was not a normal plan but a blatant coup, a mad act that could never be accepted. Bao Li revealed a dangerous crooked smile, making it clear he had no intention of negotiating. The girl standing across from him was terrified, too shocked and furious to finish a sentence. Xin Jixiao held Wenhua firmly, forcing him to watch his fiancée being restrained. He coldly said their engagement day was the perfect time to clean everything up, leaving Wenhua screaming in helpless rage. Enraged, Wenhua was beaten to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, before he swore he would drag both of them into hell with him. Bao Li did not flinch. He slammed his weapon into the ground as if ending all the noise, and warned Wenhua to stop struggling. Xin Jixiao lifted Wenhua's chin and gave him one final choice. Would he join the plot to overthrow Cao Fengliao or not? Even with a mouth full of blood, Wenhua cursed him without hesitation and refused to yield in the slightest. Bao Li continued with a scornful tone, saying Wenhua and the woman beside him were tortured to death for refusing to cooperate. Even under brutal torture, neither of them ever slandered Cao Fengliao. Afterward, they deliberately left Cao Fengliao's signature dagger at the scene. Everyone who arrived was horrified and immediately called the medics. Xin Jixiao put on a flawless act, pretending to discover the scene. He claimed Cao Fengliao turned traitor, was exposed by Wenhua, and killed him to silence the truth. Bao Li confirmed the entire setup had been planned in advance. Right after that, he marched his forces to headquarters, ready to crush anyone before the truth could come out. But the plan fell apart because Cao Fengliao had already left the camp, escaping the trap completely. Furious, Xin Jixiao insisted his target had fled in panic and deliberately abandoned all his weapons as proof of guilt. Bao Li went on to say they used that situation to fabricate charges of treason, murder, and personal misconduct before requesting the highest-level arrest warrant. Xin Jixiao looked completely triumphant, believing all of Cao Fengliao's authority now belonged to him. After manipulating everything, he officially became the new captain. Backed by his family, he was later promoted to supreme commander of the campaign. Meanwhile, Bao Li, still bound, curiously asked why Gan Yuewo cared so much about humanity. Gan Yuewo frowned and demanded to know if no one else in the army had questioned something so obviously suspicious. Bao Li laughed with contempt and said, everyone who resisted had already been eliminated by Xin Jixiao's forces. He sneered that in war, truth and justice meant nothing because only the winner had the right to speak. Covered in wounds, Bao Li tried to bargain for his life. He even promised he could convince his faction to spare Gan Yuewo if he agreed to cooperate. Before he could finish, Gan Yuewo struck with a vicious blow, making Bao Li scream in agony and panic uncontrollably. Bao Li clutched his battered body and rolled across the ground. Behind him, a young woman approached in tears and handed Gan Yuewo a battlefield keepsake. Through sobs, she explained it was the battlesuit entrusted to her by the general, who had kept it safe for Gan Yuewo. He also told her to hide underground, because he had foreseen disaster. Gan Yuewo silently accepted the item, his expression turning grim. The girl begged him to take the equipment and flee, because he might be humanity's last hope. Still crying, she added that reports from the Magic Front confirmed the generals had encountered a terrible disaster. Gan Yuewo remained silent, as a heavy atmosphere settled around him. He then equipped his new battle gear, Infernal Demon Earth Armor to boost elemental power, Heavenly Demon Scale Armor to increase stamina and defense, the Heavenly Demon Weapon with higher damage, lifesteal and transformation, plus Demon Wind Boots for greater speed and reduced physical damage. Gan Yuewo grabbed Bao Li by the head and dragged him along like luggage. At the same time, he activated Heavenly Demon Mystic Shift to disguise the armor as ordinary clothing and completely hide his aura. Behind him, the girl desperately pointed toward the exit and begged him to leave at once. Gan Weiwo coldly replied that he had no intention of running away like a deserter. Still holding Bao Li, he ordered him to lead the way to Xin Jixiao. Clutching his aching head, Bao Li cursed and mocked him, insisting he could never defeat Captain Xin. In a frenzy, Bao Li gritted his teeth and swore to crush everything, treating every enemy as worthless meat. Back in the present, Gan Weiwo had already defeated Xin Jixiao, leaving him utterly broken. Bao Li witnessed everything and stood frozen in disbelief, wondering what kind of being Gan Weiwo really was. Xin Jixiao managed to retreat behind Gan Weiwo and activated his analysis glasses to scan every one of his stats. The results appeared: a rank combat power, strength 6000, speed 4102, element 1477, spirit 413, luck 77, and stamina 861. Xin Jixiao laughed with disdain, claiming every stat except strength was mediocre. He even believed Gan Weiwo was slower than him, and concluded he was nothing more than an ordinary elite. Xin Jixiao immediately ordered his men to attack, convinced Gan Weiwo had survived only through luck. He quietly closed in from behind, preparing a finishing strike while mocking his target. Before he could finish speaking, Gan Weiwo spun around like lightning and smashed him across the face with one punch, sending Xin Jixiao flying as blood burst from his nose. He panicked when the scan results proved completely wrong. Terror filled Xin Jixiao's eyes as he began wondering what kind of creature Gan Weiwo really was. Gan Weiwo glanced at him, his killing intent erupting as he coldly declared that it was finally his turn. A gigantic beast suddenly appeared, casting the entire area into darkness. Even under that crushing pressure, Xin Jixiao forced himself to stay calm, convinced his stats were enough to dominate. He told himself his combat power was nearly equal to Gan Weiwo's, so there was no reason he should lose. Suddenly, another status panel for Gan Weiwo appeared, making Xin Jixiao hesitate when it displayed an untraceable factor. He stared in disbelief, searching for the flaw, as he began doubting all the data he had collected. The moment he noticed Gan Weiwo's weapon, he recalculated everything and realized the true combat power had changed dramatically. After the equipment bonuses were applied, the speed comparison was completely reversed. Xin Jixiao calmed himself, insisting that even if the numbers were off, Gan Weiwo still could not surpass his speed, so he decided to try again. His entire body glowed as his energy exploded outward. He instantly charged down and launched a surprise attack on Gan Weiwo. Gan Weiwo effortlessly dodged every strike before answering with a straight punch that slammed into Xin Jixiao's face. Clutching his face in pain, Xin Jixiao realized his opponent completely defied the logic of the stats and suspected something was being hidden. Gan Weiwo mocked him for relying on meaningless numbers, just as a new information panel appeared, overturning every previous analysis. Gan Weiwo's hidden attributes had been activated. Thanks to the Demon King Sovereign title, all his stats were massively boosted while remaining impossible to detect. He coldly asked why Xin Jixiao trusted such worthless data. Energy erupted across the sky as Xin Jixiao roared in fury and charged again, refusing to believe what he had just witnessed. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, but Gan Weiwo dodged everyone as if he had already seen them coming. Refusing to drag out the fight, Gan Weiwo tightened his fist. One devastating punch blasted Xin Jixiao far into the distance. Gan Weiwo's expression remained ice-cold as he looked at his opponent like he was nothing more than a harmless object. Xin Jixiao staggered back to his feet, gripping his sword while struggling to regain his balance. He roared that there was no way Gan Weiwo could be faster than him. The next instant, Gan Weiwo vanished and reappeared behind him like a ghost. Xin Jixiao panicked and immediately retreated into the air to escape the attack range. Folding his arms, he began to realize he could no longer win in a direct fight. With a mocking grin, he shouted that no matter what secrets Gan Weiwo possessed, he still belonged to the Demon Lord's side. He suddenly rushed down, grabbed Liu Bingyi, and squeezed her throat, taking her hostage. Liu Bingyi cried out in pain as she struggled to breathe, completely restrained. A witness immediately shouted, condemning him for using hostages after failing in a fair fight. Those words only fueled Xin Jixiao's murderous intent even further. Xin Jixiao tightened his grip on Liu Bingyi while violently yanking the chain binding Huo Wujun, making him scream in agony. He laughed viciously as he pulled the chain and roared at Gan Weiwo to come save them, if he dared. Liu Bingyi and Huo Wujun became living bait, forcing Gan Weiwo to make a choice. Xin Jixiao continued his psychological attack, insisting that no matter how fast Gan Weiwo was, he could never save both of them at once. He threatened that saving one hostage would mean the other died instantly. Gan Yuewo's face remained cold as steel while his killing intent became unmistakable. Blood seeped from his tightly clenched fist as he charged straight at Shinji Xiao without a moment of hesitation. Shinji Xiao was horrified by that speed and screamed in panic that Gan Yuewo actually dared to rush him. Huo Wujun urgently shouted for him to save the Demon Lord first. But Gan Yuewo never changed direction and drove a powerful punch straight into Shinji Xiao's face. The crushing blow sent Shinji Xiao flying, his body spinning completely out of control. Huo Wujun froze in shock, unable to understand why Gan Yuewo had chosen to save him, while still worrying about the Demon Lord. Gan Yuewo turned his head with an icy stare and calmly replied that no one had ever said he could save only one person. Out of the darkness, an ice puppet suddenly appeared. One hand pierced straight through Shinji Xiao, while the other safely carried Liu Bingyi away from danger. Gan Yuewo firmly ordered that every target must be rescued. Instantly, every chain binding Huo Wujun and Liu Bingyi was shattered, setting them both completely free. Shinji Xiao collapsed to the ground, roaring in fury at the sight of the ice puppet. He panicked after realizing this skill was identical to the one he once possessed, unable to understand how it had been copied. Enraged, he jumped up and charged at the ice puppet. But with a single counterattack, the puppet knocked him flat. Gan Yuewo watched calmly, judging that the puppet still matched his own strength. He recalled that this was the very skill he had copied from Shinji Xiao earlier. Gan Yuewo coldly confirmed that copying this ability was perfectly reasonable. Lying on the ground, Shinji Xiao gritted his teeth as he realized his own power was now being used against him. Gan Yuewo explained that Blood Pool Ice was a special dark element skill he had learned inside the demon cave. The skill required the water element to activate. The more blood its user sacrificed, the stronger the puppet became, while the caster grew weaker. After observing the battle, he realized Shinji Xiao had nearly drained all his blood to create the puppet. That meant this was the weakest his real body had ever been. Someone shouted to attack the real body instead of the puppet, while Shinji Xiao also struggled to his feet, warning everyone about the same thing. Hiding in a corner, Shinji Xiao gasped for breath and muttered that this was his chance to turn everything around. He sneered, convinced Gan Yuewo's entire performance had been nothing but a distraction. He confidently believed his real body could finish Gan Yuewo with a single strike. While Gan Yuewo appeared completely still, Shinji Xiao suddenly rushed in from behind and thrust his sword toward Gan Yuewo's back at incredible speed. The blade sliced through the air so fast it was almost invisible. Believing the attack had succeeded, he roared in premature victory. But Gan Yuewo never moved. Completely unharmed, he coldly asked, "Finished yet?" Shinji Xiao froze, unable to understand why his killing blow had failed. He screamed and summoned clone after clone, launching a relentless assault while refusing to accept what had happened. Every hit dealt only a tiny amount of damage, nowhere near enough to make a difference. He kept chaining attacks together, trying to wear his opponent down, little by little. Yet Gan Yuewo simply stood there, completely calm, even taunting him. He activated the Sin's Judge skill, making every attack meaningless against his overwhelming defense. Shinji Xiao stared in disbelief as Gan Yuewo's health bar never dropped at all, unable to understand what was happening. Gan Yuewo's overwhelming pressure erupted, making Shinji Xiao tremble with rage. At that moment, Gan Yuewo activated Heavenly Demon Mystic Shift and declared that the real battle had only just begun. Gan Yuewo swung his silver sword with crushing momentum, mocking Shinji Xiao for exhausting every trick, before unleashing a devastating counterattack to shatter his defense. Shinji Xiao was consumed by panic, his body trembling as the only thought left in his mind was to run before he was torn apart. Suddenly, a gigantic black foot crashed into the ground. The sky instantly darkened as thunder roared and rain poured down like heaven itself was enraged, giving Shinji Xiao a brief spark of hope that fate was finally on his side. He immediately tried to use the storm, believing the lightning would let him create countless clones that could never all be destroyed. Gan Yuewo remained completely unfazed. He calmly brushed his sword, activated Blood Pool Ice Demon, and steadily restored his energy. He ordered his pet to clean up the rest of the battlefield. The beast charged forward and tore through the chaotic army of clones. Gan Yuewo walked alone toward Shinji Xiao, his sharp gaze cutting through the rain and darkness. Watching his back, Bao Li was overwhelmed with regret, finally realizing Gan Yuewo had understood people all along. Trembling, Bao Li finally accepted that Gan Yuewo not only understood his abilities, but had surpassed every calculation he had ever made. One horrifying thought echoed through his mind. This man was never an ordinary demon. Beneath the pouring rain, Gan Yuewo stepped past arms reaching from the ground. where water and blood mixed into the perfect battlefield for his power. He fixed his icy gaze on every one of Shin Jixiao's real bodies. He slowly closed his eyes for a brief moment, as though weighing the entire battlefield. Then a mighty army suddenly appeared behind him, radiating overwhelming power and ready to crush every remaining clone. Without hesitation, both sides collided, and the battlefield instantly descended into flames and chaos. Shin Jixiao's real bodies roared in fury, demanding to know why Gan Yuewo still refused to fight with his full strength. Gan Yuewo decided not to waste another second, and prepared to end the battle once and for all. He burst forward like lightning, gathered demonic energy into his fist, and smashed the nearest real body, sending it reeling. Clenching his fist, Gan Yuewo coldly declared that everything would end here. Shin Jixiao retreated, instead of fighting head-on, admitting to himself that he had no chance in a direct clash. He kept analyzing the battle, desperately searching for the secret behind Gan Yuewo's power. He realized Gan Yuewo had incredible regeneration, but could still be injured, meaning he was not truly immortal. That gave him a new plan. He would charge his SSS rank weapon and pierce Gan Yuewo's defense. As long as he stalled long enough, he could still turn the battle around. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared right behind him. Before Shin Jixiao could react, he was impaled through the body. He convulsed in agony as lightning burst out instinctively. He immediately activated his swap ability and transferred himself into another real body to escape death. Thanks to his preparation, he survived the fatal strike and laughed arrogantly, convinced no one could kill him. Bao Li watched everything unfold and immediately realized the clone system relied on lightning and constant body swapping. He also concluded that Gan Yuewo's ice puppets and summoned forces had a limited duration and could not last forever. Shin Jixiao shouted with confidence, declaring that Gan Yuewo would eventually lose against his endless immortality. But in the next instant, Gan Yuewo grabbed one of his real bodies by the throat and coldly replied that he had never said he would kill only one. He declared that every one of Shin Jixiao's crimes deserved the cruelest punishment imaginable. Held in place, Shin Jixiao glared with murderous intent as twisted memories of past violence flashed through his mind, warping his sanity even further. Gan Yuewo tightened his grip and coldly reminded him that every clone was nothing more than a fragment of his true self. Gan Yuewo poured all his strength into the attack, inflicting unbearable pain that spread from the real body to every clone at the same time, as if they were all being crushed together. Shin Jixiao stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably, as desperate prayers echoed through his mind like his final hope. Without stopping, Gan Yuewo coldly listed every crime: rebellion, abusing women, torturing prisoners, and murdering comrades. His killing intent erupted as he crushed the main body, dropping Shin Jixiao to the ground in agony, while declaring that justice had finally arrived. Shin Jixiao rolled across the ground, clutching his face as broken screams escaped through the unbearable pain. At the same time, Gan Yuewo's ice puppets tore apart the remaining clones as easily as ripping paper. Coordinated attacks swept across the battlefield without pause, leaving no chance for Shin Jixiao to recover. Gan Yuewo coldly declared that Shin Jixiao would suffer the same pain his victims had endured. Watching everything, Bao Li finally understood the truth. This was not a quick execution, but a slow punishment designed to crush both body and mind. Even with his body on the verge of collapse, Shin Jixiao struggled on, believing he could recover if he gathered enough energy. He gritted his teeth and convinced himself that his strength would soon return. In a burst of fury, he roared, activated his SSS rank weapon, and poured every ounce of power into one final strike. His sword erupted with violent lightning as its aura soared. Raising the blade high above his head, he believed a single slash would erase the battlefield. Gan Yuewo simply stood there, calmly gathering his own power. In that tense moment, memories from the past suddenly resurfaced like a slow-motion film. Deep within the forest, a tiny creature fled desperately, weaving through the trees to escape its pursuers. The hunters refused to give up and continued searching the entire forest. The little creature hid among the branches, quietly watching as the danger slowly passed. Then it suddenly noticed a young boy sitting nearby and eating a piece of cake. It was the young Cao Fengliao. The creature instantly became alert, its fur standing on end as it watched him closely. Instead, the boy smiled warmly and offered it some cake without showing the slightest hostility. With a calm expression, Cao Fengliao spoke about the war spreading across the land and the suffering of ordinary people. He said he wanted to bring the endless war to an end as soon as possible. Back in the present, a gigantic dragon emerged through the thick smoke, its overwhelming presence dominating the entire battlefield. Gan Weiwo gave a cold command, his voice carrying absolute authority. Xin Jixiao burst into mad laughter, mocking Gan Weiwo for knowing nothing about his true strength. But in the very next second, his sword suddenly shattered into countless pieces. Instead of falling, the fragments flew toward Gan Weiwo, where they reassembled into a flawless sword in his hand. Xin Jixiao froze in complete disbelief, unable to understand why his own weapon had turned against him. Gan Weiwo gave a cold smile and said Xin Jixiao had unknowingly helped complete the sword's energy. He closed his eyes, focused his power, and unleashed his ultimate technique. The sword pierced the ground, creating a massive energy vortex that erased every one of Xin Jixiao's clones and transformed the battlefield into a whirlpool of destruction. Thunder crashed from the sky, triggering a blinding explosion before the heavens slowly fell silent again. As the smoke cleared, a familiar creature emerged. Gan Weiwo smiled faintly, admitting he had expected this all along. Standing before him was Ji Ta, no longer the tiny creature from before, but a towering being with overwhelming presence. Though his expressions remained calm, Gan Weiwo could feel that this arrival marked a major turning point. Every remaining body of Xin Jixiao began to collapse. One after another, they crumbled without resistance and disappeared from the battlefield, leaving only emptiness behind. Xin Jixiao finally fell to his knees, sitting in silence amid the ruined battlefield, with no chance left to turn the tide. Gan Weiwo pointed his sword straight at Xin Jixiao as killing intent exploded from him. He declared that the war would end here and now. Memories from 2 years earlier, in Shenghe Kingdom, suddenly resurfaced when Gan Weiwo, the young Sei Xiaofeng Liao, and the young Jie Ta began a mission to investigate the site where a demon had fallen. Gan Weiwo ordered that the target be brought back alive. Jie Ta accepted the task with obvious annoyance but obeyed anyway. Seeing Jie Ta's expression, Xiaofeng Liao teased him, making sarcastic remarks that only irritated him even more. He kept pretending to analyze the situation before immediately denying his own conclusions, clearly trying to provoke Jie Ta. Xiaofeng Liao finally called Jie Ta a trusted companion, then followed it with another teasing comparison that made the atmosphere even more awkward. In the middle of the chaos, Xin Jixiao suddenly attacked Jie Ta, wounding him and making him cry out in pain. But Xin Jixiao himself was already exhausted, with barely any strength left to fight. Gan Weiwo immediately ordered everyone to stop him, realizing Xin Jixiao had nearly run out of energy after losing the advantage of the storm. Resting his sword on his shoulder, Gan Weiwo prepared to finish the battle, declaring there was no escape left. Even so, Xin Jixiao stubbornly raised his trembling hand and struggled to fight back. He activated a control device in his hand. Xin Jixiao threatened to detonate Jie Ta unless he was allowed to leave immediately. The device tortured Jie Ta as blazing energy engulfed his body. Tears streamed down his face in despair amid the flames. Gan Weiwo roared in fury after realizing Xin Jixiao had planted a bomb on Jie Ta. Taking advantage of the confusion, Xin Jixiao immediately climbed onto Jie Ta and fled the battlefield. With no other choice, Jie Ta was forced to carry him away, while Bao Li desperately reached out for help but was too late. Through the thick smoke, Xin Jixiao rode Jie Ta high into the sky, before disappearing from everyone's sight. As he escaped, Xin Jixiao laughed to himself, convinced he still had another chance, and would never lose here. Even after escaping, he retained most of his demonic energy and watched the battlefield from above. Those below were left confused, unable to understand why Gan Weiwo did not pursue him. Gan Weiwo stood motionless with a grim expression, wondering what Xin Jixiao was planning, while his anger continued to burn. Watching Xin Jixiao disappear into the sky, he felt a bitter sense of failure for letting his enemy escape. He lowered his head in silence as a heavy feeling settled over him. Just then, a powerful voice rang out, declaring unwavering faith in Gan Weiwo. Gan Weiwo immediately recognized the voice as Jie Ta's. Far away, just as Xin Jixiao believed he was finally safe, Jie Ta suddenly accelerated without warning. Jie Ta roared that the game was not over yet before throwing Xin Jixiao high into the air, leaving him utterly terrified. Jie Ta lunged forward and clamped his jaws onto Xin Jixiao, making him scream in pain and rage. With a dangerous grin, Jie Ta dragged him even deeper into the battlefield, proving everything had only just begun. Then Jie Ta turned back and delivered Xin Jixiao directly in front of Gan Weiwo, leaving him pale with nowhere left to run. Gan Weiwo instantly returned to his cold, emotionless state, raised his sword, and declared that this would be Xin Jixiao's final moment. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Xin Jixiao made one last desperate decision to fight back. He activated his self-destruct mechanism as the energy inside his body surged to its absolute limit. Violent flames of energy erupted, signaling that the explosion was only moments away from becoming unstoppable. Ganwewo did not hesitate and charged forward to stop him. Just before the self-destruct reached its maximum level, Ganwewo burst forward at top speed and destroyed the detonator attached to Xin Jixiao. An explosion still erupted, but Geita had been separated from the trigger just in time, escaping total destruction. The entire battlefield fell silent, as everyone held their breath, afraid to even blink while waiting for the final outcome. Standing among the ruins, Bao Li witnessed everything with complete disbelief. As the smoke slowly cleared, Ganwewo calmly walked forward, every step carrying the certainty of victory. Xin Jixiao was completely spent, lying motionless in a pool of blood with barely any breath left. He knew there was no escape. Ganwewo approached with eyes as cold as steel, showing not the slightest trace of emotion. In utter despair, Xin Jixiao began begging for mercy. Ganwewo answered only with silence and an icy stare, driving Xin Jixiao to scream and ask why he had been cornered like this. Ganwewo finally spoke, his voice heavy like a final judgment. From the moment Xin Jixiao chose betrayal, this ending had already been decided. Xin Jixiao desperately argued back, claiming he had never betrayed anyone and demanding to know when it had happened. Standing behind Ganwewo, Geita radiated killing intent, ready to finish Xin Jixiao without another second of patience. Looking down at the kneeling enemy, Ganwewo remembered every victim Xin Jixiao had destroyed. He firmly declared that every one of those crimes would be punished. The first slash fell, tearing through the air as judgment began. Blow after blow followed without giving Xin Jixiao any chance to resist. Every past crime was brought to account as each strike carved through his broken body. More sword strikes rained down, and Ganwewo's fury never faded. Remembering the prisoners Xin Jixiao had abused, Ganwewo unleashed another relentless barrage. Thoughts of his fallen comrades pushed his emotions to their absolute limit. His face turned colder than ever as his sword swung like it would erase every trace of Xin Jixiao's existence. His killing intent exploded as every slash carried years of accumulated hatred. Xin Jixiao was reduced to a shattered shell, with nothing left intact. After every crime had been judged, Ganwewo raised his sword one final time. The finishing strike fell, completely erasing Xin Jixiao from existence and bringing the battle to an end as the smoke slowly faded. In the distance, the crowd trembled as they whispered that Ganwewo had become a being beyond imagination. Ganwewo walked across the ruined battlefield with overwhelming presence, leaving no enemy standing. The system displayed the results. Level 5 boss eliminated. Mission complete. Massive experience gained. Promoted to A16. The scene shifted as Ganwewo appeared inside a quiet room. His body rested inside a recovery chamber, while his equipment and weapons returned to their original state. Jing Na stood beside him, with a softened expression, believing everything had finally come to an end. Suddenly, an urgent battlefield report arrived. The front line reported that Squad 51 of the 21st Legion had been completely defeated, and Xin Jixiao had fallen in battle. A soldier delivered the report in a solemn voice, confirming his death. Xin Cheng calmly asked whether the body had been recovered, but the answer was no. He simply nodded and ordered a modest funeral with no state ceremony. At the same time, he announced publicly that his eldest son had died honorably on the battlefield. Then, to everyone's surprise, he suddenly smiled after catching a fish and ordered the nets to be pulled in. Hidden in the darkness, a pair of hateful eyes watched him, while Xin Ling sank deeper into pain and vengeance. Those emotions slowly transformed Xin Ling into someone completely different. The next day, inside the kingdom, within the royal council chamber, a heavy silence filled the entire room. A subordinate reported that the invitation to the Alliance Congress had arrived, but no final decision had been made. The king quietly reflected that it was both a valuable opportunity and a deadly trap for smaller kingdoms. He admitted their current strength was far too weak. Even rank demons were rare, making participation extremely dangerous. The subordinate urged him to make a final decision. Suddenly, the shadow of a tentacled monster appeared across the wall. The king panicked and fell to his knees, begging for more time. The creature spoke with an icy voice, saying it would make the decision for everyone. Moments later, blood covered the floor. At that very moment in Yun Kingdom, a young woman received an invitation to the Alliance Congress. After reading it, she sighed, knowing Yun Kingdom had suffered disaster after disaster. Even with reinforcements sent, the future remained uncertain. Sitting upon the throne, the badly wounded queen quietly closed her eyes and hoarsely thanked Wen Kingdom for sending aid. The envoy from Wen Kingdom respectfully urged her to focus on recovery and hoped she would soon confirm the list of candidates for the Alliance Congress, the most important event among the demon race. The scene then shifts to a massive castle, rising with breathtaking architecture. Meanwhile, Tian Xiao stays busy and never stops working. He gives everything to tear down the old buildings that are no longer useful. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, Tian Xiao is called over before he can even rest. They tell him to take a break because General Jiang has arrived. Sitting in a wheelchair, Jiang Dozhao smiles and says he never expected rebuilding the royal capital would rely on a kid like him. Tian Xiao immediately bows in gratitude, saying he only did what was right and thanking him for donating his heart to save his mother. Jiang Dozhao calmly explains that his heart had already stopped after the explosion, making it the perfect match for her, and says it was also a debt he had to repay. He slowly says that just like humans, the demon race has both good and evil, and everyone eventually faces the consequences of their actions. His words remind Tian Xiao of the man who once fell to his knees begging for mercy after paying the price for provoking the demon race. But no matter how desperately he cried for help, no one could save him. The beasts still charged forward and treated him like their next meal. Jiang Dozhao solemnly says, "Only those who live with kindness earn a good ending," adding that his younger brother chose the wrong path, so his fate was nothing to mourn. Tian Xiao immediately chokes up and denies it. He admits the man's younger brother was truly terrifying in the past, but when the human race suddenly attacked the fortress, he had just finished surgery and still rushed into the flames to save people. With red eyes, Tian Xiao recalls how the man cursed at him while urging him to run. He said his heart could not be wasted, then led Tian Xiao and his mother toward safety, only to run into a powerful human expert. At that moment, they had no way out. Without hesitation, he handed his precious heart to Tian Xiao and told him to take his mother away while he stayed behind to stop the enemy. He chose to face the enemy alone. Tian Xiao breaks down in tears and says that man sacrificed himself to save them, so he will always be their greatest benefactor. Hearing that, Jiang Dozhao falls silent as tears stream down his face in regret. He tearfully admits that he misunderstood his younger brother all along. It turns out his little brother had always been the same person he once knew. The scene shifts to a vast grassland where Gan Yuegu stands, with the presence of a true king. A subordinate respectfully presents the national guardian energy that protected Yun Kingdom for 200 years and declares him the demon race's greatest hope. By the decision of the 3 demon generals and the demon ancestor, this treasure is entrusted only to General Gan. It can not only boost his power but also grant him an incredibly powerful new ability. Gan Yuegu calmly replies that saving the energy to restore Yun Kingdom would be far more valuable. He then announces that he is about to leave the kingdom, leaving everyone stunned. Wei Ming stammers in disbelief, while Gan Yuegu frowns and says that if things continue like this, no one will be strong enough to kill him. He explains that he must return to the human race as soon as possible because a major crisis has broken out there, and he has no idea whether Mo Neng is still safe. Gan Yuegu reminds himself that he belongs to the human race, while they belong to the demon race, so there should never have been such deep ties between them. He adds that the demon race could never understand that he has to be killed to return to the human race, so they cannot help him. The beast reassures him that Black Princess is still safe. It also promises to stay by his side no matter what. Gan Yuegu smiles and nods, realizing he still has at least one companion. The beast curiously asks where he plans to go next. Hearing that, Wei Ming hurriedly asks where General Gan truly intends to go. Under the setting sun, the two quietly begin their journey. Behind them, Wei Ming keeps shouting after General Gan. Gan Yuegu adjusts his armor, while glancing at the companion beside him wrapped from head to toe in bandages. Gan Yuegu calmly asks when the prosthetic leg will finally arrive. Cha Xiaokao laughs and says this is already the 3rd time today he has asked, then wonders if something is weighing on his mind. After watching him for a moment, he slowly asks if it has something to do with that person. Gan Yuegu says nothing and simply walks away, reminding him to get plenty of rest before leaving. Along the way, he keeps recalling everything from their first meeting at the imperial court to the time that man lived among the demon race. After thinking it through, he realizes he should have discovered the truth much sooner because that man was never part of the demon race. His true identity was a hateful human who always found another excuse to hide who he really was. The next morning, Gan Yuegu arrives at a desolate mountain range. The system coldly informs him that only being killed by someone else can send him back to the human race. Suicide is completely useless. After reading that, Gan Yuegu falls silent, while Lei Longjieta reminds him that he has asked the same question countless times, but the answer has never changed. Resting his chin in thought, he helplessly says that with his current regeneration, even killing himself is nearly impossible. A new idea suddenly comes to him, and he asks Lei Longjieta if an Srank Demon King could kill him instantly. But he admits he has only seen such demon kings inside the demon tower, so he asks if there is any faster way to die. Lei Longjieta hesitates before saying the idea makes sense, but, as his contracted beast, helping its master find a way to die feels incredibly strange. Just then, the massive rock ahead suddenly cracks apart. Gan Yuegu remains where he is without making any move to dodge. As the boulder is about to crush him, Lei Longjieta instantly rushes in and blasts it away. It calmly looks at the shattered rocks before turning back to its master. Gan Yuegu quickly stops it and says that from now on, it should not protect him and should let him face real danger instead. Lei Longjieta nods, finally realizing that his true goal is to seek death. Moments later, a giant bear suddenly appears and charges straight at them. Before its claws can land, Lei Longjieta blocks the attack and sends the beast flying with one strike. Looking at the lifeless bear, Gan Yuegu can only sigh. Embarrassed for ruining the plan again, Lei Longjieta apologizes, while Gan Yuegu says it will get used to it eventually. Before long, night falls across the entire forest. Beside the campfire, a giant roasted beast leg fills the air with a rich aroma. After finishing dinner, Gan Yuegu tosses the bone aside and says he is full. He stands up and tells Lei Longjieta to return and absorb energy. Following the order, it returns to its crystal absorption state inside the energy space. Gan Yuegu decides that tomorrow he will head west to search for another demon tower. In its tiny form, Lei Longjieta reminds him the plan is far too uncertain since there may not be another demon tower in the west, and even if there is, an Srank Demon King is not guaranteed. Gan Yuegu helplessly mutters that besides heading west toward the human race, he has no better destination. Suddenly, Lei Longjieta warns him that someone is approaching. A sharp blade presses against his neck. Gan Yuegu calmly turns his head as the stranger coldly complains that he left without even saying goodbye. The newcomer is Huo Wujun. He says the entire Wen kingdom is celebrating their victory, yet the greatest hero quietly disappeared. Gan Yuegu calmly asks why Huo Wujun also skipped the celebration. Huo Wujun clenches his jaw, his eyes burning with anger. He demands that Gan Yuegu reveal his true identity and the real reason he came to Yun Kingdom. Lei Longjieta quietly reminds him that although Huo Wujun is furious, he has no intent to kill. Seeing Gan Yuegu remain silent, Huo Wujun loses his patience and keeps asking why he knows humans so well. He also cannot understand why the Thunder Dragon follows him, or why weapons fly into his hands on their own. Gan Yuegu finally answers with a single sentence that leaves Huo Wujun speechless. Because I am human. Those words hit like a bolt of lightning, completely changing Huo Wujun's expression. After standing frozen for a few seconds, Huo Wujun immediately attacks. Gan Yuegu calmly says that, unfortunately, Huo Wujun cannot kill him now. He even smiles faintly and says dying at Huo Wujun's hands would not be such a bad outcome. Hearing that, Huo Wujun suddenly realizes everything and shouts that Gan Yuegu has been trying to die all this time. Grabbing Gan Yuegu by the collar, Huo Wujun yells, asking if provoking his father in the demon cave and leaving alone during the human war were all just part of a plan to get killed. Gan Yuegu calmly explains that only death can return him to his human body. He was originally human, but his soul entered the body of a demon, so being killed is the only way back. Huo Wujun immediately questions him. If that is true, then why did he kill the human race captain? That captain was powerful enough to kill him, and he did not even need to save the demons. Huo Wujun argues that Gan Yuegu could have simply stood still and let the human race captain wipe out the demon race before killing him as well. The human race would have won, and Gan Yuegu would have achieved his goal. So why did he choose to fight for the demon race? Gan Yuegu avoids Huo Wujun's gaze and says this has nothing to do with sides. It is a matter of principle. He says he can never stand by while evil happens right in front of him. Those words leave Huo Wujun stunned, and his expression begins to change. Gan Yuegu keeps his calm voice and continues explaining his beliefs. The hand, gripping his collar, slowly loosens before letting go completely. Huo Wujun chokes back his emotions and says the human race kept invading their lands, pushing the demon race into misery and taking his mother's life. With eyes burning red from hatred, he grits his teeth and declares that he despises the human race. Thinking that Gan Yuegu is also human, Huo Wujun loses control and shouts that he deserves to die too. But a moment later, he lowers his voice and admits he still wishes Gan Yuegu were truly a demon. Gan Yuegu quietly watches Huo Wujun. He knows the pain weighing on him and cannot find the right words. After a few moments of silence, he simply says, "Let's go." Lei Longjieta asks why he said nothing else. Gan Yuegu sadly replies that he should not form any more ties with the demon race, because the two sides were never meant to become friends. Just then, Huo Wujun calls out from behind and mentions the alliance tournament taking place in 1 week. Gan Yuegu keeps walking without looking back. Huo Wujun quickly explains that it is the most important event across the 8 demon kingdoms. He adds that it is a grand combat tournament where every kingdom sends 2 demons, and the strongest experts of the demon race will all be there. Most importantly, many Shrank demons will also appear. Hearing that, Gan Yuegu immediately stops, and a spark of hope flashes across his eyes. Huo Wujun sincerely says that if Gan Yuegu truly wants to die, this is the perfect opportunity. He reminds him that even though Gan Yuegu is nearly unbeatable in Yun Kingdom, the demon race still has countless terrifying experts. Gan Yuegu immediately asks if killing is allowed during the tournament. Huo Wujun answers without hesitation that it is. He says deaths are common in the tournament. As he looks straight at Gan Yuegu with complete sincerity, Gan Yuegu can still sense his honesty despite his remaining doubts. Huo Wujun continues by saying that Yun Kingdom has no one eager to throw away their life anyway, so he will suggest that the 2 of them represent the kingdom together, while helping Gan Yuegu carry out his plan. But he also makes one thing clear. A demon king must never die at someone else's hands. Huo Wujun declares that when the final moment comes, he will be the one to end everything. Gan Yuegu quietly falls into thought. In the end, Gan Yuegu smiles, reaches out to shake Huo Wujun's hand, and accepts the deal. After that, Liao Bingdi begins explaining the Demon Alliance, a united empire formed by 18 kingdoms of different sizes. She says the world's mysterious power comes from 10 hidden regions, and the demon race currently controls the second one. She explains that the alliance tournament has 2 purposes. The first is to gather the rulers of every kingdom to discuss future strategies and strengthen the unity of the demon race. The second purpose is the tournament held every 3 years to decide which kingdom will lead the alliance. It is considered the fairest system because everything is decided by strength, and the winning kingdom earns the right to lead the entire demon race. However, Liao Bingdi says the tournament has now become a stage for powerful nations to show off, instead of protecting its original ideals. According to her, the alliance of 18 kingdoms now cares only about its own interests. Unity has almost disappeared, and every nation is willing to use any method while sending only their most ruthless warriors. She recalls that 36 contestants entered the previous tournament, but only 5 survived. This time, the 3 great powers, Yan Kingdom, Yu Kingdom, and Lei Kingdom, will once again send their Shrank experts. As she says that, Liao Bingdi's eyes grow heavy with sorrow. Every warrior her father once sent into the tournament lost their life, and not one ever returned. Finally, she looks at the 2 of them seriously and says that if they change their minds now, there is still time. She can simply claim they are too sick to compete and help them withdraw. Before Liao Bingdi can even finish speaking, the 2 are already gone, disappearing so fast it is as if they were never there. Not long afterward, the group arrives at the tournament venue. Looking at the scene before him, Gan Yuegu asks in surprise if this is really Yan Kingdom. Memories from his previous life tell him this place should have been nothing but a barren desert. Just then, a gigantic creature soars across the sky with countless flying beasts surrounding it. Below, magnificent buildings and wide avenues leave Gan Yuegu amazed by the city's unbelievable prosperity. Inside Yan Kingdom's White Emperor City, the streets are even more lively. Liao Bingdi looks around in surprise, never expecting White Emperor City to change so much in just a few years. Carrying her luggage, she leads the group to register first. After all, everyone still has to attend the welcome banquet that evening. After walking for a while without anyone following, she turns around and realizes the 2 have disappeared. Gan Yuegu is standing in front of a fruit stall, fascinated by all the strange fruits he has never seen before. Beside him, Huo Wujun mutters that he really is a country bumpkin from the human race. Deep down, Huo Wujun still believes that he will be the one to personally end Gan Yuegu's life. Meanwhile, Gan Yuegu walks toward another shop with endless curiosity. His eyes stop on several dark green striped melons. He is shocked because he has only ever seen them in books. The shopkeeper smiles and asks if he is from the eastern lands, since he has never seen such a premium fruit. The shopkeeper cuts one open to reveal its bright red flesh and proudly introduces it as a watermelon. He warmly invites Ganyuegu to taste it, and boasts that it is grown with magic and can quickly restore stamina. Meanwhile, Huo Wujun notices the equipment around him and realizes that even the roadside shop is selling rank gear. As he walks deeper inside, he is even more astonished to see countless glowing weapons covering the walls, thinking that even Yun Kingdom's secret research vault might not compare. Just then, a demon suddenly appears behind them with a look of pure contempt. He sneers and says that someone from Yun Kingdom could never compare to the mighty Yan Kingdom because its military, resources, economy, and territory surpass everything else. He asks Huo Wujun if he only came to watch the tournament. Huo Wujun immediately replies that he came to compete. At that moment, Xiang Lin also enters the shop to choose a weapon. After one glance at Huo Wujun, she lets out a mocking laugh and says that if this weakling represents Yun Kingdom, then they really have run out of talented fighters. Her mocking words make Huo Wujun so furious that his eyes almost burst into flames. Xiang Lin pays him no attention and casually points at the display behind her, telling the shopkeeper to pack every shrank piece of equipment and deliver them to Samba Hotel. The shopkeeper smiles politely while preparing the order, saying that Yun Kingdom has always been like this, though they might still become dangerous opponents once the tournament begins. Before leaving, Xiang Lin coldly declares that their only true opponent is themselves. Suddenly, she stops and slightly frowns after noticing someone from Yu Kingdom. Watching Xiang Lin walk away, Huo Wujun feels enormous pressure because the magic power radiating from her seems to have already reached strength. After leaving the shop, the group continues through the crowded streets of Yan Kingdom. Huo Wujun complains that everyone here is arrogant, while Liao Bingdi explains that this is normal before every tournament because no one treats their rivals kindly. She continues by saying that the alliance of 18 kingdoms is nothing like it was at the beginning. Back then, every nation kept each other in balance, but now only Yan Kingdom, Yu Kingdom, and Lei Kingdom truly hold power. For decades, the championship has almost always rotated among those three. Under the alliance tournament rules, the winning team receives the immortal platform stone, a treasure that helps demons evolve to strength faster than anything else. But the greatest reward is even bigger. The champion kingdom gains leadership of the alliance of 18 kingdoms, commands the entire alliance army, and earns the right to exploit the mysterious region. Hearing that, Gan Yuegu cannot hide his shock. His eyes turn toward a towering building, hundreds of stories tall, glowing brilliantly ahead. Liao Bingdi smiles and says it is the tallest structure in the entire demon race. Just then, a lively young boy walks over to greet them. While pushing a wheelchair carrying a girl who looks almost identical to him, like a twin sister, he politely asks if this is the hotel for tournament participants. At the same time, Xiang Lin appears again. The moment she spots Gan Yuega's group, she flashes a mocking smile and sneers that the country bumpkins have come shopping again. Huo Wujun's magic power erupts as he grits his teeth and asks if he can kill her right now. Liao Bingdi quickly stops him, reminding him that Xiang Lin is deliberately provoking him. If anyone starts a fight before the tournament begins, the one who attacks first will immediately be disqualified. Gan Yuegu keeps smiling, gladly gives them directions, and asks if they are also here for the alliance tournament. The boy cheerfully says they are from Yu Kingdom, while the girl in the wheelchair quietly watches everything with sharp eyes. Meanwhile, Huo Wujun is still furious over the earlier insult, and Liao Bingdi struggles to calm him down. The boy looks straight at Huo Wujun and smiles, saying that if they meet in the arena, he hopes Huo Wujun will fight with everything he has and hold nothing back. Huo Wujun pauses for a moment, sweat forming on his forehead, before awkwardly saying he will do his best. After finally calming Huo Wujun down, Liao Bingdi lets out a sigh of relief and suggests everyone go inside to register. But right at that moment, the bag on Liao Bingdi's shoulder suddenly bursts into flames and slips off by itself, making her cry out in shock. No one can see the culprit. They only watch the bag shoot away at incredible speed. Liao Bingdi panics because it contains their invitation and all of their hotel documents. Gan Yuegu guesses in surprise that the thief must have invisibility powers. Huo Wujun instantly explodes in anger and loudly curses whoever did it. The boy from Yu Kingdom calmly sets down the bag he is carrying and asks everyone to watch over his sister for a moment. He slowly closes his eyes as his magic power spreads, causing strange changes in the surrounding space. A silver aura gradually forms and surrounds his body. In an instant, every disturbance disappears, and the area becomes so quiet that even the invisible thief's footsteps can be heard. The boy immediately opens his eyes and locks onto the target. A sharp ice spear forms in an instant and shoots straight toward the thief's hiding place. The thief immediately panics after realizing he has been found. He cannot believe someone managed to pinpoint his location. As icy petals drift through the air, Huo Wujun suddenly appears right behind the thief with a face even more terrifying than the criminal's. He mutters that punishing a criminal should not count as starting a fight. Terrified, the thief bursts into tears, says he is also a contestant from Duo Kingdom, and begs them not to hand him over to the city guards. Gan Yuegu looks at the boy with admiration and praises his incredible skills. The girl in the wheelchair immediately smiles proudly and says that is only natural. Liao Bingdi sincerely thanks them, saying her group would have been in serious trouble without the siblings' help. Someone then asks the boy if he has already reached Srank. The boy humbly replies that he has not reached Srank yet, because Duo Kingdom has never produced an Srank demon, but he will keep trying. As for the thief, he is eventually handed over to the city guards after Huo Wujun vents some of his anger, while the thief keeps begging them to take him away as fast as possible, because he does not want to stay near that lunatic for another second. After the incident, the group enters the hotel lobby. On the upper floor, a noble-looking man calmly sips tea while quietly observing everything below. He notices that representatives from nearly every kingdom have already arrived. With a faint smile, he murmurs that the opening act of the tournament is about to begin. Looking at the long registration line, Liao Bingdi cannot help frowning. It is already 8 o'clock at night, and she worries that waiting too long will make them miss the evening banquet. Gan Yuegu also glances at the crowded line ahead. He then looks at the siblings from Yu Kingdom and quietly thinks that people with disabilities should have been given priority. After a long wait, Liao Bingdi's group finally reaches the registration desk. She politely lets the siblings go first, so the girl in the wheelchair can rest in her room sooner. The boy immediately thanks her again and again. The receptionist coldly shouts at them, demanding that they prepare all their documents in advance, instead of wasting everyone else's time. The boy nervously hands over his kingdom's certificate, but the receptionist impatiently demands the invitation letter instead, saying the certificate alone is not enough. Just then, the entire lobby suddenly erupts into excitement as everyone points toward the entrance, buzzing over the arrival of a famous figure. The man upstairs simply smiles and mutters that this person always makes an overly dramatic entrance. The newcomer is Lin La, the representative of Lei Kingdom. As the Alliance's biggest superstar and one of its strongest fighters, he instantly becomes the center of everyone's attention. Walking beside Lin La is a middle-aged woman with an icy presence whose mere gaze is enough to make others feel pressured. His bodyguards immediately clear a path, loudly ordering everyone to step aside as they escort Lin La straight to the registration counter. La Qi is checking his documents when he suddenly turns around. A huge bodyguard is already blocking his path. Without saying a word, the man shoves him backward. Seeing her brother treated like that, the girl in the wheelchair immediately looks worried. Just then, a steady hand gently rests on her wheelchair to reassure her. It is Gan Wegu. He looks toward Lin La with clear disapproval. The receptionist instantly changes her tone, saying that since Lin La's mother is unwell, they may use the priority line without waiting. Lin La calmly says he will take his mother upstairs first and leave the check-in to the staff. The hotel immediately agrees. Gan Yuegu keeps smiling and quietly pushes La Qi's sister's wheelchair forward instead. The sudden move throws Lin La off balance, and his bodyguard barely catches him in time. Gan Yuegu calmly reminds him that even celebrities should wait in line like everyone else. Caught between the two sides, the receptionist has no idea how to handle the situation. Upstairs, the chairman simply smiles, pleased that something interesting is finally happening. He leisurely takes another sip of tea and keeps watching. He thinks to himself that besides being a superstar, Lin La is also famous for possessing the strongest offensive power in the demon race. Lin La then walks up to Gan Yuegu with a cold smile and asks if he was the one who pushed him. With a mocking grin, he says Gan Yuegu certainly has some nerve. Gan Yuegu ignores him completely and turns to ask the receptionist if his group's paperwork is missing anything. Before she can answer, Lin La places a hand on Gan Yuegu's shoulder with obvious arrogance. He reminds Gan Yuegu that he is still talking. His grip tightens more and more, clearly trying to intimidate him. Huo Wujun instantly releases a killing aura and coldly orders him to let go. Lin La only lets out a mocking laugh. His laughter echoes through the lobby, as the pressure from his aura forces many people nearby to back away. Gan Yuegu quietly withstands the pressure and admits to himself that Lin La is truly powerful. Lin La grows even more excited and bursts into loud laughter. He says he is very interested in Gan Yuegu's strength and wants to test him right there. Just as things are about to spiral out of control, a man wearing white gloves steps forward and sternly warns that causing trouble before the tournament will result in disqualification. It is the hotel manager. He calmly explains that contestants with super VIP status do not need to wait in line. They will be escorted through a private entrance to check into premium rooms instead of waiting with everyone else. He then points toward another area and says that teams from smaller kingdoms will stay in the standard rooms. Hearing that, Lin La loses interest, gives a simple nod, and walks away. Before leaving, he turns back and says he will be waiting for Gan Yuegu in the arena. The manager politely bows him out. Meanwhile, Gan Yuegu's group is still left waiting. Huo Wujun impatiently asks when it will finally be their turn. Before the receptionist can answer, the manager speaks up. He says he will personally handle the matter. Looking at Liqi, the manager asks if he is the registered contestant. If so, then the girl with him is not qualified to receive a room. His words leave everyone stunned. Gan Yuegu immediately objects, reminding him that the invitation clearly states contestants may bring family members. The manager deliberately argues back, questioning whether the girl really counts as family and even casting doubt on Yu Kingdom's documents. He continues speaking with open contempt, saying the hotel has limited rooms and contestants must take priority. Even Yun Kingdom only received one double room. Hearing that, Gan Yuegu grits his teeth, realizing their group is being deliberately targeted. Huo Wujun can no longer hold back. He grabs the manager by the collar and shouts that they came to compete, not to be humiliated. The manager's face turns red, but he still sneers, asking if they really think they are so important. He even dares Huo Wujun to attack if he wants to be disqualified, while calling them ignorant country bumpkins. Gan Yuegu can only lower his hand in frustration. Meanwhile, the manager calmly straightens his bow tie, keeping the same mocking expression. He continues ridiculing them, saying they are far too weak to achieve anything and only came for free food and lodging. After mocking Huo Wujun, he turns to La Qi and his sister, laughing that they do not even look qualified to compete and probably have never seen such a grand building before. The group keeps mocking them, saying they should feel lucky just to visit Great Yan without paying a single coin. Huo Wujun's face turns pale with rage. He roars, knowing they are only acting so boldly because they know contestants cannot attack without being disqualified. Huo Wujun demands to know if this is how Great Yan treats its guests, but the manager shows no fear and points at him, saying people like them only disgrace all three races. He keeps mocking them, claiming Yun Kingdom no longer deserves a place in the alliance of 18 kingdoms. Huo Wujun finally snaps, grabs the manager's fat face, and coldly says the tournament no longer matters to him. His grip tightens until the manager can barely breathe, lifting him completely off the ground. Bang Di steps forward and uses her magic to raise the manager even higher. The terrified man bursts into tears and begs for mercy, but Bang Di calmly declares that she is not a contestant. She reaches out and grabs his hateful face. Then she slams him straight into the stone floor without hesitation, while loudly announcing that she is the demon lord of Yun Kingdom. She also reveals herself as the successor of Lu Yun, and the first leader appointed when the Alliance of 18 Kingdoms was founded. Her demonic aura erupts as her icy gaze locks onto him, declaring that his insults alone are enough to justify executing him on the spot. With his swollen face trembling in fear, the manager stammers that this is Great Yan, and if she kills him, Bang Di cuts him off and reminds everyone of the ancient oath made when the demon race united. She declares that the Liu clan's descendants still hold the authority to execute anyone who deliberately divides the demon race. Bang Di's magic power continues to surge. A chilling killing intent quickly spreads across the entire lobby. The crushing atmosphere makes it hard to breathe. Bang Di coldly says, "It seems everyone has forgotten the old rules," leaving the manager bowing repeatedly as he begs for his life. Just as the tension reaches its peak, applause echoes through the lobby. Si Ming, the chairman of Xiang San Group, appears with a smile and says this is certainly an entertaining opening. Seeing a savior, the manager immediately cries out to Si Ming for help. Si Ming bows in apology and admits that his side failed to welcome their guests properly. Bang Di withdraws her magic and sarcastically says their hotel manager is unbelievably arrogant. Huo Wujun coldly adds that a master with subordinates like this cannot be much better. Si Ming remains calm and explains that the luxury suites were fully booked long ago because they had to prioritize the young elites from the major kingdoms to avoid unnecessary trouble. He then takes out 2 golden key cards and offers them the finest presidential suite still available as a gesture of goodwill. He also turns to Lin La and his companion, politely inviting them to stay in his personal penthouse, while he moves into a standard room himself. Sai Ming explains that the penthouse sits at the highest point in Great Yan and offers a breathtaking view of the entire demon race, confident they will be satisfied. Right in the middle of the lobby, Si Ming bows and accepts full responsibility, saying everything that happened was simply the result of an incompetent manager. Still wearing a courteous smile, he hopes everyone will put the matter behind them, enjoy the gathering banquet between the kingdoms, and get some proper rest. But Yuegu has no intention of letting it end there. He points directly at the manager and asks Sai Ming how he plans to deal with him. The manager immediately drops to his knees, crying and begging for mercy. Sai Ming looks at him with a cold expression and asks if a simple apology is really enough. Without another word, Si Ming calmly pulls out a revolver. He slowly loads 5 bullets into the cylinder, smiles, and asks if the manager wants to test his luck. A deadly game officially begins. The barrel presses against the manager's forehead. With 5 bullets in the chamber, his chance of survival is only 1 in 6. He trembles and sobs as he begs for forgiveness, promising never to do it again. Even Yuega's group is stunned by Si Ming's ruthless way of handling the situation. The dry click of the trigger makes everyone hold their breath. Luck is on the manager's side. The gun does not fire, and he survives thanks to that 1 chance in 6. He immediately collapses to the floor and repeatedly bangs his head in gratitude for being spared. Sai Ming coldly declares that from this day forward, the manager is fired and will never be allowed to appear before the company again. The man can only thank him over and over with tears of relief. Just then, the elevator bell rings, breaking the heavy silence. Everyone gradually returns to their rooms as though nothing had happened. Only then does the receptionist dare to breathe again, still shaking from what she just witnessed. She quietly thinks everything was only brought under control because Si Ming arrived in time. Sai Ming, however, pays no attention to those remarks. His mind is focused on one thing. Among the contestants, someone appeared who was never listed in the files he possessed. Even though he personally arranged the entire provocation, the white-haired Yuegu never showed the slightest reaction from beginning to end, and that alone earns Si Ming's full attention. Si Ming quietly asks Jieta if he noticed something strange too. An ordinary hotel manager would never dare cause that much trouble. Jieta nods, confirming it was all part of Si Ming's setup. Yuegu thinks it over and realizes that if the goal was to provoke them into getting disqualified, Si Ming's later actions do not fit that plan. After all, Sai Ming was the one who stepped in to settle everything, so that theory clearly falls apart. Jieta offers another guess. Maybe Si Ming is just like Yuegu, and only wanted to gauge everyone's strength to identify the strongest opponents. In the distance, Sai Ming smiles with interest. It seems his intentions have been guessed correctly. He quietly waits for the day they finally face each other in the arena. In a private room, a white-haired girl silently watches everything unfold. A servant politely asks if she would like another drink. She smiles and declines, saying she has had enough, while secretly hoping every part of her plan goes smoothly. She then begins reviewing the rules of the Alliance tournament. The competition has 2 stages, the preliminary round and the knockout stage. A total of 36 contestants from 18 kingdoms are eligible, but the defending champion receives a bye, leaving 35 competitors divided into 7 groups of 5 for battle royale matches. Only 1 contestant from each group advances. The 8 strongest contestants enter the knockout stage, fighting head-to-head until a champion is crowned. Thinking back to Yuega's provocative smile, Huo Wujun reminds himself that his goal is not to pick fights, but to achieve the best result possible, even though yesterday's humiliation still burns inside him. The 3 of them then stop by a small shop to prepare outfits for the evening banquet. They hope the banquet will help them forget everything that happened, but the guards stop them at the entrance, saying the area is reserved for VIP guests only. Bong Di introduces them as representatives of Yun Kingdom, but the guard calmly replies that he already knows. Only the delegations from Yan Kingdom, Yu Kingdom, and Lei Kingdom may use the VIP entrance. Yun Kingdom must use the second-class seating area on the next floor. His contempt is impossible to hide as he casually says that powerful nations always receive priority. Those insults remind Huo Wujun of yesterday's events. Gritting his teeth, he swears that no one will ever look down on Yun Kingdom again. The 3 leave the shop as the owner warmly sees them off. Huo Wujun checks all the supplies they prepared and feels that nothing important is missing. Just then, shouting echoes from the far end of the street as a gang of robbers starts looting people. They loudly threaten their victims to hand over everything, claiming all the city guards are busy near the tournament hall, so no one will come to help. The thugs boldly rampage through the streets in broad daylight, but this time they pick the wrong target. Shui Ni calmly mocks them, saying the so-called most advanced kingdom cannot even keep its streets safe. Deep down, Shui Ni regrets coming here at all. If she had not heard her brother was competing in the tournament, she never would have set foot in this place. The thug fiercely warns her not to even think about escaping. He reveals that he is a contestant from Duo Kingdom and a member of Black Gold, the infamous criminal organization known for smuggling and theft. Growing impatient, he demands all her valuables and threatens to kidnap her as well. Shui Ni quietly activates her magic, and her eyes begin to glow. She quickly senses several accomplices hiding nearby and decides that defeating the man in front of her will force the rest into the open. Just then, her eyes light up as she spots Huo Wujun approaching. Huo Wujun immediately recognizes her and calls out Shui Ni's name in surprise. She instantly switches to a helpless act and loudly calls for Huo Wujun to save her. The thug angrily yells at her, warning that if she calls for anyone else, she will die. Blue flower petals quietly drift through the air, yet the fool still has no idea that danger is already standing right before him. Huo Wujun rushes in and lands a powerful kick straight into the thug's face, shouting that it is this guy again, and that the last beating clearly was not enough. The thug is knocked unconscious on the spot, while the startled Shui Ni loses her balance and falls as well. Huo Wujun quickly catches her. Surrounded by drifting petals, Shui Ni blushes as he suddenly looks incredibly charming in her eyes. Seeing that she is alone, he gently asks why she came by herself, making her heart race. Princess Shui Ni of Shui Kingdom, a mysterious cloud mage with hidden strength, cannot hide her happiness at meeting Huo Wujun again. Meanwhile, another Black Gold member immediately contacts the rest of the gang, reporting that someone has interfered and telling everyone to gather at once. They quickly agree to strike immediately because the woman looks extremely wealthy, and with the city guards gone, they may never get another opportunity like this. Suddenly, a painful scream ripped through the air. The thug spun around in shock, unable to understand what had just happened. His partner panicked and shouted that his legs had been frozen, then frantically demanded to know who was using ice magic. The one behind it was Shui Ni. She instantly located every robber and locked them down, smirking because this trash dared to ruin her rare chance to spend time with Wu Jun. Seeing her safe, Wu Jun quickly asked if they had hurt her. Shui Ni immediately hugged his arm and pretended to tremble. She said she had almost been in danger, and if Wu Jun had not arrived in time, things would have ended badly. While Wu Jun was still worried about her, he suddenly remembered that Thug should have been locked up by the city guards. How had he escaped? Shui Ni no longer cared about the robbers. She happily invited Wu Jun to take a walk since she had so much she wanted to talk about. Right after they left, a wave of icy energy quietly covered the surviving thug and turned him into solid ice. Zhu Ni coldly clenched her fist, determined to remove anyone who threatened her happiness. Moments later, she returned to her sweet smile, held Wu Jun's hand, and excitedly dragged him toward a famous dessert shop nearby. On another street, Le Qi pushed his sister's wheelchair to an intersection. Seeing her lower her head sadly, he apologized for being too useless. She smiled gently and comforted him, saying it was not his fault. The treatment was simply too expensive. Le Qi clenched his fists and swore to win the championship. Only the first-place prize could pay for the surgery that would help his sister recover. His sister softly suggested using the donated money to buy more defensive gear and healing supplies. She also warned him never to risk his life against opponents who were too strong, because his safety mattered most. Le Qi had planned to buy stronger weapons, but after hearing that, he decided to focus on defense instead. Meanwhile, Yue Wo held his weapon and asked the system if anyone in the tournament was capable of killing him. The system shook its head and said it was still too early to tell, because last tournament's champion had not appeared yet. After thinking for a moment, the system mentioned Xiang Lin and the short-haired girl from Yu Kingdom, saying both of them were extremely formidable. It then added Xi Ming, Lin La, and the representative from Lei Kingdom to the list, saying none of them were easy opponents. Even so, Yue Wo might never face them unless he advanced deep into the tournament. Yu Wo frowned slightly. Tracking down every opponent one by one felt like a waste of time, especially since he had no idea who could actually kill him. Just then, a sudden idea flashed through his mind, and his eyes lit up. Yu Wo jumped to his feet with excitement and laughed, saying there was no need to search for them one by one anymore. The systems looked confused and asked what crazy idea he had come up with this time. Time passed. Inside a shop, a long-haired girl eagerly told the clerk to pack every shrank piece of equipment for Wu Jun, while the red-haired boy behind her hurriedly waved his hands because he did not even use a staff. Elsewhere, Xi Ming quietly remained in meditation, fully focused on cultivating inside his room. Nearby, a young man with a ponytail tirelessly did push-ups to strengthen his body. Everyone was doing everything they could to prepare for the coming battle. At last, the Alliance tournament officially began. Fireworks lit up the entire arena, and the event was broadcast live across all 18 demon kingdoms. Yet no one realized that a disaster capable of changing the fate of the entire demon race had already begun. The host warmly welcomed every viewer to the Alliance tournament with an energetic greeting. Sitting on the grand throne, the leader of Yan Kingdom silently observed everything. His expression was serious, and his eyes never left the sky above the arena. Above them, fireworks and colorful streamers continued to fill the sky. The announcer loudly called for the 5 contestants in the opening bracket to enter the arena immediately. One after another, the 5 competitors stepped into the arena with different appearances and styles as the crowd erupted in cheers. The host introduced the representatives from Kui Kingdom, Huang Kingdom, and Shuang Kingdom as Achi, Tha, and Wen Kun. As Sai Ming's eyes settled on the man in a long robe with glowing red eyes, the host introduced the final contestant, Huang Wu of Yan Kingdom, a level 511 star warrior, famous for having the strongest defense and widely regarded as the top favorite to win the championship. Huang Wu proudly raised his head, convinced that the opening match would let the entire world witness the true power of Yan Kingdom. Sitting beside him, a square-faced man laughed confidently and declared that no one could defeat Huang Wu. This year's championship would belong to Yan Kingdom again. Under the arena lights, the 5 contestants stepped onto the stage. The host enthusiastically introduced the final representative from Yun Kingdom, Yue Wo. Yue Wo slowly walked into the arena with a calm but razor-sharp gaze. The system asked if he really intended to follow that plan. Yue Wo simply smiled and said it suited his style perfectly. The stands were bursting with excitement. Fans from Yan Kingdom kept cheering while debating who would win the opening match. Bets were flying everywhere. Most people put their money on Huang Wu because he was the top favorite, although the payout was barely worth it. Some even joked that no fool would bet on representatives from the smaller kingdoms, especially Yun Kingdom, which looked like it was only there to fill the roster. When Yue Wo's face appeared on the giant screen, the crowd laughed even harder, convinced no one would waste money betting on him. Just then, Ximing casually walked over with both hands in his pockets and calmly placed a 5 million bet on Yue Wo. Everyone nearby was stunned. They never expected the boss himself to show up at the betting area. Sai Ming smiled and explained that his own match was later, so he came to watch for fun. The 2 men instantly changed their attitude and showered him with compliments, praising his generosity and boldness. Nearby, the hotel manager reminded Sai Ming to prepare for his own match, but he calmly replied there was no rush because a few matches would take quite a while. Sai Ming kept his eyes on the arena and said he wanted to watch Yue Wo's performance on the big screen. The 5 contestants took their positions. The host loudly announced that everything was ready and began the countdown. Sai Ming watched every movement on the field as the countdown echoed across the arena. In the audience, Wu Jun clenched his fists while his heart raced with every number. Tha and Wen Kun both entered their fighting stances, their bodies tensed as they waited for the right moment. Across from them, Huang Wu stood firm like a mountain, his crimson eyes burning with confidence. Only Yue Wo remained completely relaxed, smiling as if the battle meant nothing to him. The moment the match began, all 5 contestants charged into battle, sending dust exploding into the air. Huang Wu immediately activated the Star Mystic Steel armor. Light covered his body, his muscles swelled, and the system announced that his defense had increased by 1,000 points. On the other side, Wen Kun swung his weapon and charged forward at incredible speed. Achi immediately unleashed sharp wind blades aimed straight at Huang Wu. Tha was just as fast, firing non-stop until smoke and flames engulfed the entire arena. The host excitedly commented that the representatives from Kui Kingdom, Huang Kingdom, and Shuang Kingdom had joined forces to target Huang Wu. When the smoke cleared, Huang Wu was still standing exactly where he had been, wearing a look of pure contempt. All 3 opponents froze in disbelief. Tha could not believe his eyes. Achi realized there was not even a scratch on him, and Wen Kun gritted his teeth and shouted for another attack. In the stands, Lin La leaned back in his seat with a faint smile and said this was the usual qualifying strategy, where the weaker fighters teamed up to eliminate the strongest one. Wu Jun silently watched while Lin La added that without a way to break that armor, every attack was nothing but wasted effort. Then he frowned because he had no idea what Yue Wo was about to do. Down in the arena, Yue Wo calmly stretched his body while asking the system if everything was ready. The system yawned and replied that everything had been prepared long ago. In the stands, Wujun suddenly broke into a cold sweat, sensing that Yo-Wo was about to do something outrageous again. Without warning, Yo-Wo drew his sword. Blue lightning instantly burst from the blade, as an excited grin spread across his face. Standing in the center of the arena, Yo-Wo loudly called for every spectator and every camera to focus on him. The monster in charge of filming immediately adjusted every camera to point directly at Yo-Wo. The other 4 contestants stared at him in complete confusion, unable to figure out what he was planning. Yo-Wo smiled and pointed his sword straight at Huang Wu, telling him to bring out his absolute strongest defense. Huang Wu immediately frowned and muttered in annoyance, wondering who this guy thought he was to give him orders. Yo-Wo smirked and swung his sword with full force. A devastating lightning slash ripped across the ground and shot straight toward Huang Wu. The system instantly displayed. Defense penetrated. Armor destroyed. Critical hit activated. The impact of the strike blasted rocks and debris everywhere, and the shockwave even sent nearby people flying. Lin La's eyes widened as he stood there completely stunned. Even Sai Ming could not stay calm, his face filled with shock. The aftershock was so powerful that half the arena wall collapsed. The host screamed in panic that half the stadium had just been destroyed. In the stands, Wu Jun held his forehead and sighed, muttering that this was bound to happen sooner or later. Thick clouds of dust rolled across the battlefield and covered the entire arena. As the dust settled, Tha Tha was lying face down and barely breathing. Wen Kun was motionless with his eyes rolled back, while Achi had completely lost consciousness beneath the rubble. Only Huang Wu remained on one knee, barely able to stay upright as sweat poured down his body. The system repeatedly displayed, severely injured, bleeding, defense lost, armor broken. The host stood frozen for a long moment before shouting in disbelief. With a single attack, the representative from Yun Kingdom had taken down 3 opponents, leaving only 2 fighters standing. Yo-Wo calmly pointed his sword at Huang Wu and coldly said the last attack had only been a warm-up. The next one would be his full power. Hearing that, Huang Wu immediately panicked, shouted for him to stop, and tremblingly announced his surrender. The entire arena fell silent. No one could believe what they had just heard. Sai Ming roared in anger over the humiliation, while the square-faced man beside him shouted in disbelief, unable to understand why Huang Wu had surrendered. At the betting area, everyone who had wagered on Huang Wu held their heads in despair. They never imagined the underdog would win by forcing the top favorite to surrender. Everyone admitted that Slash was terrifying, but seeing the championship favorite give up on the spot was still hard to accept. Huang Wu was still shaking as cold sweat ran down his back. He clearly understood that Yo-Wo's sword ignored all defense and dealt direct damage. The first strike had obviously been held back. If Yo-Wo attacked with everything he had, the entire arena might have been flattened. Only one question remained in his mind. Who was this man? The host raised Yo-Wo's arm and declared that the first qualifying match had officially ended. He then announced that the first contestant to advance was Yo-Wo, the representative of Yun Kingdom. Still unwilling to accept defeat, Huang Wu hoarsely asked who Yo-Wo really was. He refused to believe an A-rank warrior could possess such an overwhelming weapon and power. At that moment, Yo-Wo suddenly grabbed the microphone from the host, leaving him completely confused. In the stands, Siming simply smiled because he knew Yo-Wo's performance was far from over. Sure enough, Yo-Wo stood in the middle of the arena, raised the microphone, and called on the entire demon race to listen carefully. His expression suddenly turned completely serious. Then Yo-Wo switched to a mocking grin, gave a thumbs down, and openly ridiculed Yan Kingdom, Yu Kingdom, Lei Kingdom, and every Shrank genius, declaring they were all too weak. The blue-haired girl with violet eyes silently watched without any expression. Sai Ming gritted his teeth in anger. Lin La stood frozen, while Xiang Lin remained as calm as ever. Wu Jun could only force a smile because he had expected this all along. Meanwhile, Bong Di stared with wide eyes, completely baffled by what Yo-Wo was trying to do. Yo-Wo proudly raised his head and declared that the championship would unquestionably be his. He also proclaimed himself the strongest member of the demon race. His declaration was broadcast live across all 18 kingdoms. Yo-Wo laughed arrogantly and challenged anyone who disagreed. He boldly told them to meet him in the town square if they wanted to settle it. Back in Yun Kingdom, people watching the broadcast erupted with excitement. At last they were witnessing a representative who was truly powerful and fearless. From young children to wounded survivors, everyone watched the match intently. Many were moved to tears, saying Yo-Wo had given Yun Kingdom hope once again. standing on top of a row of shipping containers. Huo-an watched the screen and told Wei Ming that Yue Wo had truly changed Yun Kingdom's destiny. At the same time, his public provocation enraged the people of Yan Kingdom. Back in the arena, the host quickly announced that the next match would feature Lin La, the representative of Lei Kingdom. The instant the match began, Lin La exploded forward at incredible speed and defeated two opponents before they could even react. The entire audience could only stare in silence at the overwhelming display as Lin La let out a murderous roar. Witnessing that terrifying strength, Huo-an sighed and said that monsters like these were exactly why no one had believed Yun Kingdom could ever stand proudly against the great powers. That Yun Kingdom now had General Gan and Wu Jun. At last, old men like them could finally see a glimmer of hope. Maybe their kingdom would rise to glory once again. A wide shot of the arena appeared on the giant screen. Wei Ming immediately realized the next match was Wu Jun's. In the arena, the host kept the crowd fired up and loudly announced that the third match was about to begin, calling the contestants onto the stage. The first fighter to appear looked like a staggering zombie. The host introduced him as Xingtian, the representative of Feng Kingdom. The remaining three contestants soon entered the arena. The host introduced Dao Lang from Tai Kingdom, Na Yin from Shui Kingdom, and Wang Feng from Shan Kingdom. When Wu Jun stepped onto the field, the host gave him a special introduction as Yun Kingdom's representative and the teammate following the shocking victory from the previous match. In the waiting room, Bang Di smiled and told Yo-Wo that thanks to his performance, Yun Kingdom was finally getting special attention. She then asked if Wu Jun would become everyone's main target. Yo-Wo kept his eyes on the arena and calmly replied that Tao Long was the strongest opponent in this match. As long as Wu Jun watched out for him, everything would be fine. Yo-Wo continued that there were 7 qualifying matches in total, but this bracket had no rank demon fighters. Aside from himself, Wu Jun had almost no equal among the A-rank competitors, unless something unexpected happened. Just then, loud cheers came from outside the waiting room. Shui Ni happily waved a cheer stick, while shouting Wu Jun's name over and over, wishing him victory in the tournament. Everyone nearby turned to look at her in confusion. They whispered that she was the princess of Shui Kingdom, yet instead of supporting her own kingdom, she was passionately cheering for another country's fighter. The host's voice suddenly echoed across the arena, officially starting the match. The moment the battle began, Wu Jun immediately took his fighting stance. At the same time, Na Yin and Wang Feng rushed toward him together, deciding to eliminate Yun Kingdom's representative first. Seeing that, Wu Jun simply smiled. It looked like all the hatred from Yue Wa's provocation had now been redirected toward Yun Kingdom. Without hesitation, Wu Jun activated Wind Transformation. Countless silver sword lights exploded across the arena and instantly tore through both opponents. The host shouted that Yun Kingdom's second general had defeated 2 fighters by himself with overwhelming power. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Tao Long suddenly appeared behind Xing Tian. With a single slash, he cut off Xing Tian's head. The host exclaimed that it was an unbelievably brutal finishing blow. Xing Tian collapsed to the ground. Tao Long then looked toward Wu Jun with a challenging gaze. The host announced that only 2 contestants remained. Wu Jun quietly observed him and judged that Tao Lang was only an A-rank demon, but his offensive ability was extremely dangerous. Across the arena, Dao Lang, with a cross-shaped scar across his face, licked his lips while staring at Wu Jun as if he were prey. Without giving him time to react, Wu Jun burst forward at full speed. Memories of his training in the Demon Kingdom and countless life-or-death battles against humanity flashed through his mind. Those experiences had made him far stronger than before. Tao Lang immediately swung his weapon to counterattack, but it pierced nothing but an afterimage. In the next instant, Wu Jun appeared behind him. Before Dao Lang even realized what happened, Wu Jun unleashed a devastating piercing strike that drove his weapon straight into Dao Lang's abdomen. The blade ripped through Dao Lang's body, severing one arm and half his torso. With a single attack, Wu Jun ended the match. The host excitedly shouted that Yun Kingdom's representative had defeated Dao Lang in the blink of an eye. Sheathing his weapon, Wu Jun calmly said it was over, while thinking that with his current strength, he might even be able to fight an S-rank demon. But at that very moment, a chilling killing intent suddenly swept over him, making him freeze. A razor-sharp blade pierced straight through his chest from behind. Wu Jun looked down at the wound in horror as the host shouted that the match was not over yet. Xing Tian, who had just lost nearly half his head, was somehow back on his feet and still fighting. Wu Jun grabbed the weapon sticking through his chest and turned around, unable to believe what he was seeing. He immediately struck back with a sword slash. but Xing Tian bent backward at an impossibly unnatural angle and dodged it with ease. In the waiting room, Bang Di gasped in shock, saying he had lost half his head yet was still fighting. Yue Wa's expression instantly turned serious. He realized there was something completely abnormal about Xing Tian. On the arena floor, Xing Tian, despite having only half a head left, transformed his left arm into a razor-sharp blade and attacked again. Wu Jun immediately leaped into the air to evade the strike. Determination burned in Wu Jun's eyes. He gritted his teeth and swore he would never fall here. Wu Jun threw his sword into the air. Countless sword strikes wove together like a massive net, slicing Xing Tian into countless pieces. But the moment he landed, he realized Xing Tian was standing right behind him. Blood-red roots crawled out from his body, reconnecting every piece and slowly rebuilding even the missing half of his head. Wu Jun frowned and turned around, muttering that the battle should have ended already. Then, in the blink of an eye, his eyes widened in horror. What? Xing Tian had completely regenerated. There was not a single wound left on his body. Suddenly, his body split into countless red and white fragments that rushed straight toward Wu Jun, making him suspect Xing Tian had copied his own ability. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Tian closed the distance and unleashed a web of sword strikes that covered Wu Jun from every direction, sending him flying backward. Wu Jun caught himself with one hand on the ground, his determination unshaken. Even while dazed, he realized Xing Tian's strength had not weakened at all. It had grown even stronger. In the stands, Yo Wo was drenched in sweat, his face filled with tension. He shouted that something was terribly wrong with this guy. A sinister aura surrounded him, and the match could not continue like this. Seeing Wu Jun covered in blood but still struggling to stand, Yu Wo urgently yelled for him to surrender. Meanwhile, Xing Tian staggered forward like a zombie, with his head tilted sideways as the blood-red roots stretched out once again. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Wu Jun roared that he had never stepped onto this battlefield just to play around. Memories of an old battles suddenly flooded his mind, filling him with pain. He swore he would never experience that helplessness again, and he would never let anyone harm his father. His crimson eyes overflowed with killing intent as Wu Jun roared that anyone who dared attack humanity would pay the price. A dark red aura erupted around his body as he declared that from this day forward, Yun Kingdom would be protected by him. In the next moment, Wu Jun completed his transformation. Black armor covered his entire body, while a fierce mask concealed half his face. He vowed to become the strongest, obtain the evolution stone, and reach rank demon even if it cost him his life. Staring directly at Xing Tian, Wu Jun declared that he would never lose to anyone again. Just then, Xing Tian charged forward. Wu Jun immediately roared and unleashed Demon King Dragon Breath. A massive wave of blue energy blasted forward like a missile, crushing everything in its path. The entire arena shook violently as dust filled the air. The host stammered that Yun Kingdom's contestants seemed to enjoy destroying the arena. When the dust cleared, only a single figure remained kneeling on the ground, with the upper half of its body completely gone. A molten trench stretched across the battlefield. Just as the host declared the attack had worked, everything suddenly changed. Strange roots sprouted from Xing Tian's remaining lower body and rapidly regenerated his entire form. The host stood frozen and exclaimed that the battle had completely turned around. Xing Tian regenerated once again without a scratch. His pitch-black eyes locked onto Wu Jun before he revealed a chilling smile. Seeing that Wu Jun was nearly out of strength, Xing Tian simply stood there and watched, leaving everyone speechless. Yo Wo's eyes widened as he cried out that things were truly bad this time. Without a single injury, Xing Tian stood up with a mocking grin and raised his hand, releasing a crimson energy attack identical to Demon King Dragon Breath. The eerie blast of spiritual power shot straight toward Wu Jun. Wu Jun calmly faced the incoming attack head-on. What happened next brought Huo An to tears, while Misueni cried out in complete despair. Bang Di also broke down in tears, as the host announced Xing Tian of Feng Kingdom as the winner of the third match. Xuanyi tightly embraced Wu Jun, calling his name through tears and desperately asking if he was dead. Yue Wo and Bang Di were equally terrified. Yo Wo explained in a deep voice that at the very last second, Wu Jun had instinctively avoided the fatal point, leaving him critically injured, but still alive and unconscious. He immediately jumped to his feet and ordered everyone to get Wu Jun to the medical room at once. As Yue Wo stared at Xing Tian, who remained standing motionless ahead, he became even more convinced that something was terribly wrong with Feng Kingdom's representative. Xing Tian slowly raised his head with an icy gaze as the host officially congratulated him on his victory. In the stands, Mei Dan, the king of Feng Kingdom, smiled with sinister satisfaction after securing a place in the next round. A memory from Feng Kingdom resurfaced, showing headless figures still standing as if they had never died. At that time, strange silkworm-like creatures crawled onto their bodies and burrowed directly into their severed necks. Moments later, their bodies began twisting before slowly coming back to life. Even their severed necks gradually healed, as if they had never been cut. In the end, a brand new head formed, turning Xing Tian into what looked like a normal person. It turned out that both Xing Tian and Mei Dan had been created through this horrifying process. After they were born, both of them knelt before a mysterious figure in a cloak. The stranger let out a raspy laugh and ordered them to complete the mission they had been given. Back in Yan Kingdom, Xing Tian bowed before the cloaked figure and reported that the first mission had been completed exactly as planned. The mysterious figure nodded repeatedly, laughing with satisfaction, while praising the results. The stranger belonged to the evil race and was named Mi Ta. His true strength remained unknown. Wearing a sinister grin, he declared that his race would eventually stand above all others. Meanwhile, the qualifying matches continued in full swing. The host announced that Xiang Lin, the top seed from Yu Kingdom, had claimed victory. She stood proudly in the arena with a shield in one hand and a hammer in the other, coldly stepping on her defeated opponent. The host then revealed that Lord Si Ming, the top seed from Yan Kingdom, had also secured an easy victory. Yet the demon race still had no idea that danger was quietly closing in. Without wasting any time, the host introduced the sixth match. The first contestant to enter was Mo Li from Lei Kingdom. Lin La carefully watched the young woman and wondered why he had never heard her name before. The moment Yue Wa's name was announced, he froze in place. Yo stared at Mo Li with complete disbelief. An old memory suddenly resurfaced. Back then, he was covered in blood, gripping his sword while desperately warning everyone to stay away. A white-haired little girl with an innocent smile gently reassured him that they were not bad people. After helping him lean against a tree, she asked if he had really lost all his memories. Wrapped in a white blanket, Yu Wo only knew that he could not remember how he had arrived there or where he even was. The only thing he still remembered was his name, Sha Feng Liao. Yo curiously asked why she was in such a dangerous war zone and wanted to know her name. The little girl shyly looked away and awkwardly explained that she had only come out for a walk. Then she happily introduced herself, Mo Li. Just then, a royal guard rushed over and addressed her by her real identity, Princess He Shi Na, urging her to return at once. She quickly signaled everyone to stay quiet and reminded them to keep her identity secret during this trip. The memories continued, taking Wo back to when he and He Shi Na were both 12 years old and had secretly slipped away to watch a festival. She grabbed his hand and asked him to help her because the path ahead was too high. Back then, Sha Feng Liao could only blush and stammer out a reply. She smiled and reminded him that whenever they went out together, they had to use fake names. He nodded shyly and called her Mo Li. Back in the present, Yo Wo was stunned. Every time Nana secretly left the kingdom, she had used that exact name. Could Mo Li really be her? At that moment, the host announced that the match had officially begun. Mo Li slowly stepped forward, took a deep breath, and began to sing. She unleashed frozen heavenly melody. Her icy voice spread across the arena, freezing every opponent within range. The host quickly explained that it was an extremely rare Wideria ability from a cloud chanter, dealing damage while weakening everyone caught inside. Yo was even more shocked, because even her skill was identical to the girl in his memories. At that moment, a flower crown appeared above Mo Li's head. A long staff materialized in her hand, while a brilliant magic circle flared behind her, leaving the host speechless. She then slammed the staff in the ground, and countless massive roots burst through the ice before spreading across the battlefield. The host gasped in surprise after realizing the roots had grown directly through the frozen ground, proving that Mo Li possessed dual-element powers. The giant vines immediately lashed out again and again, knocking every opponent out of position. The host quickly confirmed that Mo Li had eliminated every opponent from the arena. The final result was announced. Mo Li of Lei Kingdom had claimed an overwhelming victory. Yo stood there in silence. From her class to her abilities, everything matched Nana perfectly. He could not believe such an unbelievable coincidence could exist. But if she really was Nana, why did she now have the appearance of a demon? As the announcement of the sixth match winner echoed through the arena, Mo Li quietly walked through the door behind the stage. Yo immediately rushed after her, without a second of hesitation. He was in such a hurry that he accidentally knocked over a worker carrying supplies. He sprinted down the stairs and raced straight toward the backstage entrance. As he ran, Yewo kept shouting Nana's name. When he reached the spot, Yewo stopped and gasped for breath. He stood there in silence, wondering if she had gone through the same thing as him and her soul had entered the body of a demon. But after thinking it over, he rejected the idea because he had never inherited any demon abilities himself. Yewo's heart grew heavy. If Mo Li really was Nana, why was she here? Even the beast beside him admitted she looked just like the princess, yet it could not sense Nana's familiar scent. While Yewo remained lost in thought, Mo Li quietly stood behind the wall, listening to everything. Sadness filled her eyes as she softly apologized to Xiao Feng for not being able to reveal herself yet. Lowering her head, she reminded herself that she had to finish her mission first. According to history, the evil race had once infiltrated the tournament, claimed the championship, and used the eternal key to gradually conquer the entire demon race. Memories of the greatest disaster in history suddenly surfaced in Mo Li's mind. It was the very event that was about to happen now. She silently vowed to stop that man from taking first place. The one who would eventually become the Demon King had to be Xiao Feng. In her judgment, the enemy this time was far more dangerous than anyone expected. If she revealed too many secrets now, everything could spiral out of control. Looking toward Xiao Feng with worried eyes, she quietly told herself to wait a little longer. Then she would tell him the whole truth. Meanwhile, Yue Wo walked away with countless thoughts racing through his mind. Ever since his rebirth, the world had changed in ways no one could have predicted. His arrival had thrown humanity's original plans completely off course. Qinji Biao had seized the throne and launched a war against Yun Kingdom, while Yue Wo had come there to stop the disaster. The butterfly effect had already begun, and it might drag the entire world into chaos. Yue Wo frowned, weighed down by the thought of how many more battles humanity might still have to face. He suddenly asked what they would do if they failed in this tournament. After a brief silence, Yue Wo answered with unwavering eyes that only one path would remain. Just then, a notification from the system suddenly appeared. The Alliance tournament qualifying rankings had been updated. So far, 6 qualifying matches had been completed, including Kuei Yu, who had received a direct qualification. 7 contestants had already secured their places in the knockout stage. Bang Di looked at the screen and announced that only 1 qualification spot remained. In the arena, the host fired up the crowd and declared that the final qualifying match was about to begin. Everyone eagerly waited to see who would claim the last ticket. Only 2 contestants remained on the stage. One was Le Qi, an A-rank cloud warrior from Yu Kingdom. The other was the Shrank leader of the Black Gold Legion, the demon race's infamous underground organization. The leader stood there coldly, holding a skull in one hand, while blood stained the ground around him. The audience erupted into cheers, loudly chanting Lao Bai's name. Lao Bai slowly walked toward La Qi. With a murderous expression, he coldly asked if La Qi was the one who had attacked his subordinates before. As the leader of the Black Gold Legion and one of the few Shrank powerhouses among the 3 great kingdoms, his strength was enough to intimidate anyone. Bang Di calmly analyzed that the final qualification spot was unlikely to go to La Qi. Yue Wo asked if she truly believed La Qi had no chance of winning. Bang Di immediately replied that although La Qi had helped them before and his situation was tragic, the gap in strength was simply too great. Yue Wo fell silent before slowly saying that being weaker than your opponent was already a disadvantage, and fate had never been kind to La Qi either. Even so, one person still believed in his victory. His little sister, Lemeng, stood below the arena praying for her brother's safety. Although his hands trembled under the pressure, Le Qi firmly drew his bow and fired arrow after arrow. He knew only first place could save his sister. Casting aside his fear, Le Qi unleashed all his strength and roared that he would never back down. That determination made him willing to risk his own life. Yue Wo quietly watched and could feel the burning desire inside La Qi. At that moment, the bloodthirsty crowd erupted once again, shouting for the opponent to be killed. The scene reminded Yue Wo of the past, when Feng Liao was only 12 years old, gripping a sword with unwavering determination. Despite being covered in wounds, the young boy refused to retreat and loudly declared that he would never fear anyone. His opponent was an A-rank berserker from the Mammoth Empire, infamous for his brutality. Blood poured from his neck, yet he only grinned and said it had been far too long since he last tasted a child's flesh. Not far away, Hezina was locked inside the kidnapper's iron cage. Tears streamed down her face as she asked why Feng Liao had come back. Earlier, she had insisted on staying behind, to hold off the enemy so he could escape first. But Feng Liao stood firm, saying the arena had promised that if he won, both of them would be set free. No matter how chaotic the place was, no one dared break the arena's rules. As the crowd cheered for the strongest fighter, everyone mocked Feng Liao, a mere brank warrior, for daring to challenge the mammoth berserker. Even covered in wounds, he swore he would bring He Sina home safely. The mammoth berserker laughed arrogantly, his eyes filled with killing intent as he swung his massive chain and mocked Feng Liao for overestimating himself. Even so, the young fighter kept searching for the slightest chance to break past his limits. Back in the present, Li Qi unleashed everything he had. His determination was no different from Feng Liao's back then. Both fought to protect the person who mattered most. A freezing arrow sliced through the air and pierced Lao Bai's arm. He paused for a moment before cursing and admitting his opponent had some real skill. But Lao Bai struck back at once. He slammed his hand onto the ground and released a paralyzing earth thunder. The lightning wrapped around Li Qi's body and left him unable to fight back. Without giving him any chance to recover, Lao Bai rushed forward and threw a crushing punch, sneering that such pathetic strength meant nothing. The scene pulled Yo back into the past, when the mammoth berserker had smashed a heavy weapon straight into Feng Liao's face. Blood exploded everywhere as he collapsed and could only endure the pain. The mammoth berserker laughed cruelly as he slowly walked closer, while the audience screamed for Feng Liao's death. Back in the present, Lao Bai stood right in front of Li Qi. One more hit would end the match. Inside the cage, He Sina broke down in tears and desperately cried out Xiao Feng. Beneath the arena, Lemeng also fought back tears as she called out to her brother. Both Li Qi and Feng Liao carried a reason they could never afford to lose. Their determined eyes seemed to meet across time. At the same moment, Lao Bai and the mammoth berserker mocked them, calling them worthless trash as their attacks came crashing down. Both Li Qi and Feng Liao still lay on the ground, seemingly unable to fight anymore. Lao Bai's punch came down wrapped in overwhelming lightning. The blow slammed into the ground. The arena floor exploded into countless pieces, making everyone believe the battle was over. But at that exact moment, Li Qi suddenly appeared behind Lao Bai and shouted that he would never fall. At the same time, Feng Liao sprang to his feet, rushed past the mammoth berserker, and unleashed a relentless barrage of sword strikes while shouting the very same words. Their wills became one as they roared together that they would never give up here. In a single instant, Feng Liao drove his sword straight through the mammoth berserker's head, killing him before he could react. In the present, Li Qi also leaped into the air and fired an arrow straight through Lao Bai's head, dropping him instantly and ending the fight. After that victory, Li Qi, the Cloud Archer of Yu Kingdom, officially evolved. His eyes blazed with power as he reached an entirely new level. Standing before Lao Bai's lifeless body, an immense surge of energy erupted around Li Qi and pushed him into his strongest state. The entire arena erupted in shock. Everyone watched in disbelief as Li Qi broke through to Shrank and completed his evolution without using an evolution stone. The sight reminded everyone of Feng Liao, who had once stunned the entire arena by becoming the youngest Shrank warrior. Bingji widened her eyes in disbelief. She never expected Li Qi to break through during the match and become Yu Kingdom's first Shrank demon. Yao simply smiled, believing that every king had once risen from weakness. Li Qi raised his arm as dazzling power burst from his palm. The announcer excitedly declared it an incredible comeback, with Li Qi defeating the stronger opponent to claim the final victory. After that, the host officially announced that the 8 contestants advancing to the next round had been decided. The next stage would feature 3 one-and-done elimination matches. The host invited all qualified contestants backstage to draw their matchups. One by one, each contestant stepped forward to receive their draw. When Mo Li stepped up to draw her lot, Yo quietly watched her from behind. His thoughts kept drifting back to Nana. He had no idea what was happening with the human kingdom. The more he looked at Mo Li, the heavier his heart became. Even Ji Ta admitted she looked just like the princess. Yao frowned slightly and decided he had to return to his real body as soon as possible. Ji Ta reported that all the data from the qualifiers had been analyzed. According to Ji Ta, Yuewo's most dangerous opponents were Lin La and Si Ming. Just then, Shuoyu stepped up to draw his lot. His true strength was still a mystery, but no one doubted he was formidable. When it was his turn, Yuo stepped forward. Gata said avoiding those 3 would greatly improve his chances. He reached out and drew a lot. The result was number 1. Yo immediately realized he would fight in the opening match against whoever drew number 2. Turning around, he saw Li Qi holding number 2. Ji Ta immediately warned that even though Li Qi had only just ranked up, his current strength could not be underestimated. On the other side, Si Ming drew number 5 and quietly glanced at Yu Wo. A faint smile appeared on his face, showing he was not satisfied with the matchup. Si Ming slowly closed his eyes and secretly activated his ability. A strange gear appeared, as if trying to alter the drawing result. But every attempt failed, and the final number remained number 2. Yu Wo repeated to himself that he held number 1, which meant his first opponent would be Qi with number 2. Just then, Si Ming stepped forward to draw. After seeing the result, he raised the sphere and smiled provocatively, asking Yu Wo if he was satisfied with the matchup. The number in Si Ming's hand was number 2. Looking straight at Yu Wo, he said that Yu Wo had always been searching for someone strong enough to kill him. Faced with the provocation, Yu Wo remained silent. Si Ming placed a hand over his chest and calmly said it would not be long before he granted Yu Wo's wish. After the drawing ended, the host officially announced that the knockout stage would begin with 2 matches held at the same time. At that moment, Si Qing, the supreme commander of Yan Kingdom's army, arrived at the arena. He quietly observed the newly decided matchups. The final matchups were Yu Wo versus Shi Ming and Xiang Lin versus Xing Tian. While Si Ming looked thrilled, Yu Wo only frowned slightly. The host introduced the opening match between Yu Wo, the tournament's boldest challenger, and Si Ming, the undefeated genius of Yan Kingdom. In the other match, Xiang Lin, Yu Kingdom's most popular female contestant, would face Xing Tian, Feng Kingdom's breakout star from the qualifiers. The host explained that the knockout matches would take place inside a special battlefield for safety. Right afterward, Si Qing released his magic power, shaking the entire ground. In the blink of an eye, Yu Wo was teleported into a completely different dimension. This battlefield had been created specifically for high-level battles. The host excitedly announced that the first match would take place on Yan Kingdom's highest battle platform. Around the arena, dragons carrying recording devices circled through the sky, broadcasting the entire battle live. Standing atop a massive divine statue, Yu Wo looked at Shi Ming and coldly asked if he had deliberately used his ability to be matched against him. Seeing Si Ming's surprised expression, Yu Wo said he had figured it out from their very first meeting. He recalled how Si Ming had pointed a gun at the manager and made the single bullet always land on the outcome he wanted. Yu Wo believed this drawing worked the same way, because Si Ming could choose his own opponent. Yu Wo gave a faint smile, rubbed his forehead, and said the earlier test had only been meant to measure everyone's strength. Si Ming's real goal was to find a worthy opponent, not simply win the championship. Locking eyes with Si Ming, Yu Wo asked why he had chosen him when there were far easier opponents if victory was all he wanted. Si Ming covered half of his face and burst into an amused laugh. He admitted Yu Wo was no ordinary demon, because very few people could see through his ability. Si Ming explained that life had become unbearably dull because he could already see every future. No matter the battle, the outcome was always predetermined. Only Yu Wo gave him a future that could not be predicted. That uncertainty was exactly the thrill he had always been searching for. After hearing that, Yu Wo simply sighed and calmly replied that if Si Ming wanted to win, he would have to kill him in front of everyone. Then Yu Wo laughed, pointed straight at Si Ming, and declared that if he failed, it would become Si Ming's first defeat, broadcast live for the entire world to witness. Si Ming's expression shifted for a moment, but he confidently raised his hand and declared that he would never choose a future where he lost. Just seconds later, his face suddenly turned pale. He stammered as if he had discovered something terribly wrong. Yu Wo still stood there with a lazy expression. He even yawned and urged his opponent to make a move already. Sweat poured down Si Ming's forehead as he kept searching through countless possible futures. In only a few moments, he witnessed 4 different outcomes: being knocked down, being pierced by a sword, being forced to surrender on his knees, or having Yu Wo's blade pressed against his throat. No matter the scenario, he was always the one who lost. Si Ming frowned in confusion. It was the first time his precognition had ever failed him like this. Refusing to give up, his purple eyes glowed once more as he examined the 16th future. But nothing changed. He checked the 26th, the 97th, the 112th, the 191st, and even the 256th future. Every single one ended in defeat. At last, Si Ming dropped to one knee, drenched in sweat and unable to believe what he had seen. What terrified him was not just losing. In the 256th future, Yu Wo defeated him without suffering a single injury. That level of regeneration far surpassed every rank demon Si Ming had ever known. Supporting himself on the ground, he recalled the legend of immortal beings that could never be destroyed, creatures beyond even fully matured rank demons. Meanwhile, in the other match, Xiang Lin had been knocked to the ground, with wounds covering her entire body. She was stunned. Even after unleashing all her power, Xing Tian regenerated almost instantly and seemed completely impossible to kill. Without giving her a chance to recover, Xing Tian charged forward again and threw the finishing punch. A deafening explosion erupted, and dust instantly swallowed the entire arena. Xiang Lin was blasted away. Blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, and she was barely able to keep fighting. Through the thick cloud of dust, a lone figure slowly rose to his feet. It was Xing Tian. Even after losing an arm, he stood calmly with an icy stare. Xiang Lin froze as she watched Xing Tian's severed arm regenerate completely in the blink of an eye. Blood blurred her vision as she finally realized the contestant from Yun Kingdom had already known Xing Tian's secret. She remembered the previous battle, where Wu Jun had fought Xing Tian until the very last second, despite being covered in injuries. Facing an immortal like this, she finally understood he could not be killed. Xing Tian slowly walked toward her, his cold eyes locked onto hers. With no strength left to resist, Xiang Lin could only surrender. Back in the other battle, Ye Wo calmly walked toward Sims and said that if Si Ming could not kill him, then Si Ming would be the one defeated. Although shaken inside, Si Ming forced himself to stay composed. Since the age of 16, he had never tasted defeat. Closing his eyes for a moment, Si Ming muttered that this was fascinating. Besides Wo Wo, another person would soon be capable of defeating him. But he immediately dismissed that thought because he had sworn never to lose to anyone. Si Ming's eyes blazed with determination. He laughed and decided to stake his very life on this battle. He activated Star Shift, converting all of his strength and stamina into fortune points, causing the total to soar to 8,000. With a snap of his fingers, immense magic power engulfed his body. He then activated his final strength skill, Final Fate Domain, declaring it was a trump card reserved for the last possible moment. Magic power erupted violently, pulling both fighters into a completely empty dimension. For the first time, Yo Wo showed genuine interest as he observed the unusual ability. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed through the void. The giant illusion of Zilian, an SSS rank demon, appeared before them. Zilian let out a sinister laugh, delighted that someone had finally pushed Si Ming this far. Then, from the water below, a gigantic roulette wheel slowly rose to the surface. Zulian told them to prepare to gamble with their lives. Yua Wo burst into laughter and said it had been a long time since he had entered the third space. Sai Ming coldly explained that inside this space, every skill was completely disabled. The moment someone lost the gamble, Zilian would immediately behead the loser. Even so, Ye Wo kept smiling with excitement, leaving even Si Ming surprised. Stroking his chin, Yue Wo remarked that Si Ming truly knew how to surprise people. Si Ming laughed loudly and declared that Yue Wo's life would end right here. Yu Wo answered with nothing but a challenging smile. Zi Lian then explained the rules. The roulette wheel had 38 slots in 2 colors. Each player would pick a color, and the ball would decide the winner. Whoever guessed the color where the ball stopped would win. As he spoke, Zixian raised several skulls in his hand and grinned menacingly. The winner would leave alive, while the loser would pay with their life. Si Ming immediately chose black because it had always been his lucky color. Xian assigned red to Yue Wo. Ye Wo happily agreed and urged them to begin. At that moment, Si Ming requested access to the domain's special privilege. He agreed to sacrifice 36 years of his lifespan to purchase 18 of Yue Wo's numbers. Zilian burst into laughter and asked if Si Ming was afraid of dying. He accepted the request without hesitation. Meanwhile, Ye Wo remained completely calm, wearing only a mocking smile. He looked at the roulette wheel and spoke indifferently. That means you now control 37 numbers, while I have only 1 left. If you can, go ahead and buy the last one too. Si Ming replied that the rules only allowed him to purchase 18 numbers, so he had already reached the limit. Zilian then released the ball onto the wheel. He eagerly announced that the game of life and death had officially begun. The ball raced around the wheel with constant clicking sounds. Zilian smiled coldly, eager to hear the sound of bones being crushed. Si Ming said servicely that with 37 numbers on his side and 8,000 fortune points, Yo Wo was certain to die this time. In contrast, Ye Wo simply smiled and told him to keep talking if he wanted. The wheel kept spinning. Yo Wo suddenly remembered the origin of this game. According to his memories, it had existed since the previous era and had once been widely played among humans. The ball still had not stopped. Sai Ming was now drenched in sweat from the overwhelming tension. He reminded himself that this game depended entirely on luck. A player's strength had almost no influence over the final result. Despite the impossible odds, Ye Wo waited calmly, watching with genuine interest. The ball gradually slowed, just as Si Ming thought the impossible could never happen. The ball finally landed on Yuewa's red slot. Sai Ming could only scream in despair, unable to believe what had just happened. His face darkened as he stood frozen before shouting in rage that his chance of winning had been 97.3%. He had even sacrificed all his strength and stamina to gain 8,000 fortune points, just to activate Final Fate domain. Looking at Yuewo, Ming began to question everything he knew. He could not help wondering if Yuewa's fortune points had somehow surpassed 8,000. Even Zilian was stunned. The system showed that Yuewo's fortune points had exceeded the measurable limit, something he had never witnessed before. No matter how carefully Zilian looked, he still could not see Yuewa's true fortune point value. Meanwhile, Yuewo thought to himself that he absolutely could not die. After awakening, every human possessed a hidden attribute known as fortune points alongside their other stats. Humans were not the only ones. Demons also had a similar status system. Fortune points affected dodge rate, survival chances, and critical hits. They also influenced skill activation rates and the chance of crafting high-grade items. The higher the fortune points, the easier it became to defeat enemies and the smoother life would be. Yuewo silently looked down at his own hand. Only now did he realize that perhaps his overwhelming luck was the reason every attempt to seek death had always failed. He clenched his teeth, unable to hide his frustration. The truth was almost impossible to accept. As he recalled the past, sweat slowly formed on his forehead. He wondered if this body had always possessed such incredible fortune points. Then why had he been unlucky enough to reincarnate into this very body? The more he thought about it, the stranger everything in the past seemed. As long as even the slightest chance of survival remained, he could never die. Hearing that, Zilian laughed with great interest and said Yuewo might be one of the people his master had mentioned, someone capable of changing the entire world. Yuewo was about to speak when he suddenly stopped. Sai Ming coldly interrupted him and spread his arms, calmly accepting his fate. He said that since he had lost, they might as well take his head. Even after seeing countless futures, he had never been able to control his own destiny. He had run the greatest casino of his life and won countless times, but losing just 2 games was enough to lose everything. That was his fate. After speaking, Sai Ming raised his head and looked into the distance with a trace of regret. He let out a soft sigh, realizing he still could not fulfill his promise in the end. Zilian laughed loudly and declared that fate had already been decided and could not be changed. As he spoke, he raised his scythe high and prepared to carry out the execution. Sai Ming stood upright, calmly waiting for the final strike. Just as the scythe came down, Yuewo suddenly rushed in and blocked the attack with his sword, then smiled arrogantly. He said that as long as there was even a trace of hope, he would not die. And if that was the case, he would personally erase that very hope. Ming froze at his words. Yuewo continued firmly that this gamble was only known by 3 people, so the final outcome should also be decided by those 3. Zilian rested his scythe on his shoulder and asked what he meant. Yuewo calmly pointed at the roulette table, where the ball had somehow already landed in Ming's slot, and declared Ming the clear winner. Hearing this, Zilian instantly flew into rage, shouting that Yuewo had illegally changed the result of the gamble. To him, this was no different from rewriting fate itself, and the price would be devastating. Yuewo immediately pointed his sword at him. With unwavering eyes, he declared that his fate would be decided only by himself. Either Zilian would kill him, or they would settle everything in a real battle. Ming completely failed to understand what Yuewo was planning. Normally, anyone inside Zilian's space would lose all power and become ordinary. Zilian grew furious. He said that if Yuewo was so eager to die, he would grant him that wish. The scythe came crashing down toward Yuewo. His body was torn apart, but in an instant, the wound healed as if it had never existed. The reversal skill immediately activated, restoring his life force to its original state. Ming was shocked. No one should be able to use abilities in this space, yet Yuewo was an exception. Even Zilian was stunned. Seeing that familiar regeneration ability, he trembled as he realized he had witnessed this skill before. Suddenly, Zilian dropped to his knees on the water surface and emotionally called Yuewo the successor of the Demon King's power. He respectfully admitted he had once been a contracted demon general and had never broken that pact for 100 years. Because that contract still existed, his space could not seal Yuewo's power. Ming was completely stunned. He stammered at the mention of the Demon King, unable to believe the legend was real. Zilian tearfully explained that after his master died, he sealed himself inside this space and had been waiting for a century. He bowed his head and begged to continue serving Yuewo. Yuewo remained silent, offering no response. The scene returned to a calm silence. Both Yue Wo and Si Ming were lost in thought until Si Ming gave a helpless smile and said Zilian had already been taken over. Si Ming calmly declared he no longer had a reason to fight and chose to surrender. The magic force then brought both of them back to the arena. Before leaving, Si Ming smiled at Yue Wo and said he had only wanted to witness his true power. The host immediately announced across the arena that even Si Ming had surrendered in the first match. The audience was completely stunned, unable to understand what had happened between them in those few minutes. In the stands, Si Ming quietly observed while his aide burst into tears. To him, Si Ming was the final hope of Yan Kingdom. Now that even he had surrendered, the nation had lost all dignity. The two strongest contestants had both withdrawn before an unknown name like Gan Luo Ao. In contrast, Si Ming remained calm and believed there must be a reason for his decision. This was one of the rare moments where Si Ming showed a relieved expression. The host continued announcing that Xing Tian from Feng Kingdom and Gan Luo Ao from Yun Kingdom had advanced. After the first two matches ended, the next round was about to begin. The host invited all contestants to step onto the stage. At the hospital, Xiang Lin, with her arm in a cast, entered the room where Wu Jun was still recovering. Xue Ni greeted her softly. She called Xiang Lin an outstanding contestant of Yu Kingdom, but Xiang Lin immediately showed irritation. Xiang Lin reminded her that Xue Ni had also lost. Before she could continue, Wu Jun calmly interrupted. He admitted that both he and Xiang Lin had once been arrogant, but surrendering had been the right choice in that situation. Those words made Xue Ni pause, a hint of unwillingness appearing in her eyes. Wu Jun then turned his gaze toward Xing Tian and fell into thought. In my view, the aura coming from Xing Tian feels even more terrifying than an ordinary Demon Clan member. When the semi-final bracket appeared with Yui Ao versus Xing Tian, the system suddenly issued an emergency notice that Ma Li and La Qi had gone missing. The shocking news was immediately announced, confirming that the number 5 and number 6 contestants of the third match had disappeared without a trace. At that moment, a sound came from the doorway. Lameng appeared in a wheelchair. A mysterious woman smiled gently and offered to help the girl. Lameng looked up to thank her, while the woman pushed the wheelchair and smiled, saying she should just call her sister. In the hallway, La Qi clenched his fists and tried to motivate himself. He was determined to win the championship, to earn enough money to treat his younger sister. But the longer he waited, the stronger his bad feeling became. Worried that his sister had been gone too long, he rushed into the restroom and froze in shock. All he saw was an overturned wheelchair on the floor, and Lameng was gone. At the same time, a truck was speeding down a deserted road. Inside the cargo area, Lameng lay unconscious, while the woman from earlier was driving. The truck continued deeper into a remote area, heading toward a hidden location. It finally stopped in front of Mai Dan's residence, in a barren wasteland. Controlled by parasitic larvae, Mai Dan asked if the new goods had arrived. The woman stepped down confidently, claiming she brought a top-quality product this time. After receiving her payment, she boasted that she had supplied people to Mai Dan many times before. Because this shipment was special, she demanded a higher reward than usual. Mai Dan did not care and walked coldly toward the back of the truck. He demanded to inspect the goods first, then opened the cargo door and froze instantly. Lameng had vanished without a trace. Mai Dan roared in anger, asking where she was. The woman panicked and explained the girl had been drugged and was disabled, so she could not have escaped on her own. Hearing this, Mai Dan became even more furious, saying she had delivered the person and still let her escape. He coldly declared that she had violated the organization's forbidden rules. The woman trembled so badly she could not speak. She begged for a chance to find Lameng again, insisting the girl could not have gone far. At that moment, a larva crawled out from Mai Dan's neck. His voice turned icy as he declared she was no longer trustworthy. The larva then burst out of his body, leaving Mai Dan as nothing but a dry skeleton. The woman tried to flee in terror but was too late. In an instant, her head was severed from her neck, blood splattering everywhere. Somewhere else, Lameng was limping forward with a walking stick, breathing heavily from exhaustion. She felt relieved that she had held her breath when she was blindfolded, avoiding too much anesthetic gas. Thinking back on the situation, she felt lucky to have woken up before the woman noticed. Leaning on her cane and looking around in confusion, Lameng had no idea where she was. Suddenly, she saw a small arena ahead. Standing in the crowd, Xing Tian spoke in a low voice. He announced that the plan had changed, because someone had begun paying attention to the organization. Xing Tian ordered everyone to strike first. Hearing this, Lameng was horrified, feeling these people had turned into a collective consciousness. She immediately recalled rumors that lower-class people were taken here and brainwashed. But what she saw was even more terrifying. as their transformation was far beyond normal brainwashing. The scene left her stunned. Could this be sorcery? The level of distortion was truly horrifying. Scanning the crowd, she suddenly recognized the female receptionist from earlier, but her appearance had changed completely, sending chills down Lameng's spine. As she kept questioning what had happened here, a sudden noise, masses, interrupted her thoughts. She quickly turned around and instantly went pale when she saw a young man with a split face, sharp teeth, and empty eyes. He coldly asked what she was doing there, saying the master was summoning everyone. Lameng trembled uncontrollably, sweat pouring down her face. But she still forced herself to stay calm, and said she had been assigned a private task by the master. That answer made the parasitic larva inside him pause. It stayed silent for a few seconds, as if verifying the information. Then it retreated back into the host's body. The man nodded and turned away. Lameng finally sighed in relief and collapsed to the ground. She told herself she was lucky they had not discovered she was an imposter. She immediately decided she had to escape this cursed place as fast as possible. Gripping the metal rod tightly, she realized these beings were no longer part of the demon clan as before. Based on her deduction, everything had already been taken over by a strange parasitic entity. Thinking of Xingtian, she forced herself up with her walking stick, realizing the man at the center was also a contestant. If this continues, the entire tournament will become extremely dangerous. I need to inform my brother. She looked toward the distant high-rise hotel and whispered. Even without knowing her exact location, heading toward the tallest building would eventually lead her back to the hotel. She slowly dragged her weakened legs forward. At that moment, from the nearby bushes, the same woman she met earlier stepped out. The woman smiled twistedly and spoke in a strange voice, saying they met again. Lameng panicked and turned around, only to see the woman's face already distorted by parasitic larvae. The woman sneered and said coldly that this time there would be no escape. Immediately after, a larva crawled out of her mouth, dragging out her still-beating heart. The horrifying scene made Lameng collapse to the ground, her body drenched in cold sweat from fear. The larva spread its sharp claws, opened its maw, and lunged straight at her. At the critical moment, a freezing arrow sliced through the air, piercing both the larva and the woman, exploding them into pieces. Lameng covered her eyes and struggled to stand, but a heavy impact, hitting the ground, made her slowly open them again. A spark of hope instantly rose. Seeing the person who appeared, she shouted in relief, "Brother, why are you here?" Liqi immediately looked at his sister with concern and asked urgently if she was injured. Lameng stood up trembling and called out to him tearfully. Liqi quickly pulled her into his arms, reassuring her that everything was fine now. But just as the siblings reunited, Xingtian's group had already discovered them. The entire group surrounded them with killing intent. Liqi stood in front of his sister, while Xingtian revealed a sinister smile, seeing them as perfect bodies to take over. Without hesitation, Liqi leapt into the air, drew his divine bow, and unleashed the ultimate technique, Falling Sun Divine Meteor Rain. In an instant, countless blue arrows appeared, densely filling the sky. He roared and fired them all at once toward the enemies. Massive explosions erupted as smoke and dust filled the battlefield. However, Xingtian's mutated followers continued charging forward without hesitation. Yet the moment they entered the rain of arrows, they were instantly shredded into dust. After the attack, Liqi landed smoothly on the ground. But after observing carefully, his expression changed drastically, eyes widening in shock. The destroyed bodies were regenerating at an alarming speed. Seeing this, Lameng quickly spoke up. "Brother, they are just like Xingtian. This revival ability is definitely not random. There must be a connection between them." Hearing this, Liqi immediately activated his sonic wave detection skill. Blue sound waves rapidly spread across the battlefield. After sensing carefully, he was shocked to discover strange insects moving inside every monster's body. Xingtian pointed at the siblings and coldly ordered everyone to kill them. Lameng watched their movements and urgently told her brother. Their actions were completely synchronized, as if controlled by a single system. To end everything, they must take down the commander first. If he loses control, everything will collapse. Liqi nodded immediately, clearly understanding the plan. Without hesitation, he charged straight toward Xingtian. While floating in midair, he raised his divine bow, pulled the string, and unleashed his ultimate technique, Void Sever Bone Star Burst. The level 5 Mystic Archer skill shot out instantly, glowing with blinding light as it struck its target. In an instant, Xingtian was sealed inside a massive block of ice. At the same time, his two mutated subordinates froze as if their connection had been cut. Seeing this, Lameng immediately understood the truth and told her brother. Xing Tian is the mother parasite. The insects inside the monsters are subordinate larvae. They must obey the mother parasite. So if he is destroyed, all the others will lose control. Li Qi nodded, killing intent surging. He prepared to finish Xing Tian with strength skill, but just as he was about to strike, his body suddenly grew heavy as his elemental power and stamina were nearly depleted from consecutive attacks. Despite being exhausted, seeing his sister quickly figure out the key point, Li Qi still smiled with pride. But that smile quickly disappeared when Li Meng's face suddenly turned deathly pale. A sharp proboscis suddenly pierced straight through her abdomen from behind. The attacker was the same old woman who had ambushed the siblings earlier, now transformed into a grotesque monster. Li Qi roared in rage and rushed to save his sister, but a figure suddenly appeared and blocked his path. The so-called king of Xing Tian sneered and said their guess was correct, but there was more than one mother parasite at the first level. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed the skill Spatial Break Star System Shenhai Tower. A purple beam instantly shot straight towards Xing Tian. Li Qi turned back in shock, but in the next second, a giant crab claw clamped around his neck. After breaking the seal, Xing Tian lifted Li Qi into the air and sneered, saying he was still not enough to kill him. The claw tightened, making Li Qi scream in pain as his body went numb and lost sensation. In despair, he could only look down at his sister lying motionless, blood pouring from her wound. Tears slowly rolled down his face. Was everything really ending here? At that moment, a thunderous explosion tore through the air, followed by a blue arrow shooting in from a distance. The arrow shattered Xing Tian's crab claw, saving Li Qi at the last second. Xing Tian and the king both froze, immediately turning toward the one who interfered. On the other side, thanks to healing abilities, Li Qi's sister's wounds were rapidly closing, while the monstrous old woman was pinned down by massive roots, completely unable to move. The one who arrived was none other than Gan Lao, Li Qi's wife. She calmly stepped onto the battlefield, her cold gaze sweeping across everything as she asked briefly if they were all right. The scene abruptly shifted back to the brightly lit arena. The host regretfully announced that contestants Ma Li and La Qi from the third match had still not appeared after a long wait. As a result, both were officially disqualified. The crowd erupted in confusion, unable to believe such an important match had ended this way. The host then announced that the winner of the fourth match would directly advance to the finals. In an instant, the arena transformed into a vast, dry desert. The MC excitedly remarked that this terrain was truly something to look forward to. Lin La stepped forward, facing his opponent with intense pressure. He smirked and said this place was rumored to be the origin of all magical power in the world. Whoever obtained it would gain enough strength to change the entire world. Across from him, Shi replied calmly that it would never happen. Lin La immediately countered confidently, saying last season's champion was history, and this year he would be the one to win. As soon as he finished, Lin La launched the first attack. His figure exploded forward like a storm, instantly circling behind Shi and striking unexpectedly. The MC excitedly shouted that the Lei Nation contestant had opened with his signature cloud-type technique. However, Shi remained calm and simply tilted her body to evade all attacks. She immediately counterattacked with a lightning-fast kick. The strike sent Lin La flying far into the distance. In the stands, Xiao Gan and Mo Huang watched closely. Mo Huang smiled and analyzed that Lin La's cloud element was being heavily suppressed by Shi's star element. Even though both were shrank, elemental suppression created a massive gap. She further explained that each element had its own counter-cycle: core, lightning, flower, star, cloud, and then back to core. Mo Huang reminded Xiao Gan that his next opponent would be Xing Tian, but no one knew what element he possessed, since his profile had no clear record. At that moment, He Wujun limped over with a cane and said in a low voice that Xing Tian indeed had a very strange power, but it did not seem to belong to him. Mo Huang asked about his recovery. He Wujun laughed it off, saying such injuries meant nothing to someone who had been on the battlefield. Then he looked at Xiao Gan meaningfully and asked if he could defeat Xing Tian. Xiao Gan only smiled and said it seemed his opponent had forgotten why he was really here. In Xiao Gan's consciousness, Lei Long also spoke, saying it had been a long time since he last felt Xing Tian's familiar aura. Xiao Gan slightly frowned and looked up at the dark sky, sensing the situation was about to change. Back at Laki's group, the sister looked at the person in front of her in shock and asked. She realized the person was contestant Ma Li and questioned why she was here. Ma Li calmly replied that she had been secretly investigating Xing Tian's organization and followed the trail all the way here. Taking a deep breath, she confirmed that the truth had finally been fully exposed. According to Ma Li, those people originally belonged to the demon clan, but their bodies had been infected by the evil clan, turning them into full puppets of the evil clan. Laki's sister was shocked after hearing this, unable to understand how the evil clan could appear inside Yan country. Ma Li coldly stated that according to historical records, the evil clan was originally destined to win this tournament. At that moment, Xingtian and the king broke free from the root bindings. Ma Li immediately shifted her focus and said the future could wait, but these two had to be dealt with first. The power of the evil clan must never be underestimated. Xingtian roared in fury, declaring that no one could stop their advance. With that, he and the king charged forward together, killing intent surging like a tidal wave. Ma Li remained calm, the corner of her lips curling as she said that since both mother parasites were here, they might as well be captured at once. Qi understood her intention and immediately coordinated the attack. 2 arrows shot out from his bow, turning into blue streaks that pierced straight through Xingtian's upper body. But to everyone's shock, the destroyed body quickly regenerated. Qi gritted his teeth, realizing their recovery ability was terrifying, making them almost impossible to kill. Ma Li immediately cast a spell, forming seals as countless vines erupted from the ground. In an instant, Xingtian and the king were bound tightly, unable to move. However, right after finishing the technique, her face turned pale and her hands began to tremble. Ma Li knew her body had already reached its limit from overusing her power. To finish them, she had to force the parasites out of the hosts, because normal attacks could not destroy them. Her gaze turned resolute. With no more hesitation, Ma Li poured all her remaining energy into the ultimate technique, Root Heart Sea Bloom. Instantly, waves of radiant flowers spread across the battlefield, filling the entire space with mystical pollen. This was the strongest control skill of the flower element, capable of forcibly separating parasites from their hosts. Ma Li quickly warned Qi that the opportunity would only last a moment, and he had to strike at the exact timing. Qi nodded seriously and closed his eyes to steady his breath, focusing completely. When the moment arrived, his eyes suddenly opened, sharp like blades, just as the parasites slowly emerged from Xingtian and the king's bodies. Qi immediately shouted and activated Cloudstar Scatter Art. 2 arrows of blinding light shot forward at terrifying speed, piercing the parasites and reducing them to dust. Without the parasites controlling them, Xingtian and the king collapsed instantly, their life force completely gone. Qi wiped the sweat from his forehead and finally sighed in relief. But when he turned to Ma Li, he was shocked to see her body slowly fading away. His sister cried out, asking what was happening. Ma Li gave a weak smile and said her time was almost up. She looked at the siblings and told them to come closer, as there was still something very important she needed to say. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the arena grew more intense. The commentator kept praising Xi from Wu country for maintaining overwhelming champion-level performance. Even though she was at a disadvantage in elemental compatibility, Lin La remained highly agile, making the match feel like an early final. Lin La sneered, saying Xi only had the advantage because of her element. His goal had always been the #1 position, so no matter who the opponent was, he would go all out. With that, he charged forward again. While moving, Lin La's body suddenly split into 3 identical forms. The 3 figures simultaneously closed in from different directions, forming a pincer attack towards Xi. He sneered, challenging her to find which one was the real body. Xi remained completely calm, showing no reaction at all. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning struck from above, erasing all 3 clones in a single blow. Lin La was knocked to the ground, covered in blood, his eyes filled with shock as he realized Xi also possessed the flame element, and had not even used her full strength until now. Xi slowly walked forward, and coldly said she had no need to be serious at the beginning, because he was not worthy yet. As soon as she finished speaking, she casually raised her hand. An invisible force instantly lifted Lin La into the air. Then she slammed him violently into the arena. The ground exploded, the arena cracked apart, and dust filled the air. When the dust settled, Lin La lay motionless in a pool of blood. The commentator immediately declared Xi of Wu country the winner, while the entire crowd erupted in cheers. However, the excitement was suddenly cut off by a heartbreaking cry. Lin La's mother rushed onto the field, screaming in rage that she would never forgive Wu country. Rescue teams quickly placed Lin La onto a stretcher and evacuated him from the arena. Beneath the stands, the crowd continued to buzz with discussion, many beginning to suspect that Xi had not yet revealed her true full strength. He Wujun calmly remarked that Xi had defeated Lin La far too easily, truly terrifying. Huang Lin beside him agreed calmly, since her reputation had been well known for a long time. She recalled that last season, at just 14 years old, she had defeated every opponent on her way to the finals. When she faced the most brutal warrior of the Demon Clan at that time, she ended the match in under 2 minutes, setting the record for the shortest final in tournament history. But what made everyone even more wary was that until now, no one knew the true limit of Shi's power. Xiao Gan stood in the distance, silently thinking. He realized Shi's arm had turned into demon armor earlier, and that feeling was strangely familiar. Before he could think further, Mo Zun patted his shoulder and reminded him that it was almost his turn, warning him to be especially careful of Xing Tian. Xiao Gan only nodded slightly. Wu Jun believed Xiao Gan could defeat Xing Tian, but Huang Lin bluntly disagreed, saying no one besides Xi had the ability to take him down. At that moment, the loudspeaker suddenly announced an emergency message, causing the entire audience to fall silent. The organizer stated that Xing Tian could no longer continue competing, as his body had just been discovered by security forces on the Central Avenue. The cause of death was still under investigation, leaving the arena in stunned silence. Wu Jun widened his eyes in shock, unable to believe Xing Tian was truly dead. Mo Zun also unconsciously clenched his fist, immediately thinking about the next match. Just as the silence lingered, the commentator announced that the finals were officially beginning, and the arena erupted once again in roaring cheers. This year's Demon Clan Martial Tournament had faced repeated unexpected incidents, so the organizers decided to deploy a powerful barrier covering the entire arena to ensure everyone's safety. The final two contestants stepped onto the stage at the same time. She stood still, her cold gaze locking onto her opponent with overwhelming pressure. Xiao Gan only smiled faintly, but deep down, he understood the person in front of him could take his life in an instant. To him, this might also be the final chance to be killed. Then let the whole world witness your true power. Outside the arena, Li Qi was rushing forward at full speed. However, the guards immediately blocked his path, stating that the finals had begun, and no one was allowed to enter. Enraged, Li Qi shouted that he had something extremely important to report, and knocked the two guards away before charging forward. Seeing this, the others immediately raised the alarm, and called for reinforcements from the security forces. Despite the obstruction, Li Qi had only one thought in his mind. He had to reach Xiao Gan and deliver the message Nana had asked him to pass on. But just before reaching his destination, he was knocked to the ground by a group of guards. They quickly restrained and captured him. Li Qi struggled desperately, demanding they release him immediately. He was desperate, knowing he had to deliver the message to Xiao Gan as soon as possible. Meanwhile, on the arena stage, Xiao Gan and Xi finally stood face to face. Xi looked at Xiao Gan and coldly asked if he was the one who once said the demons of Wu country were weak. Xiao Gan only smirked, meeting her gaze with provocation. He admitted it, then asked whether she had the ability to take the #1 position from him. Those words instantly made Shi's eyes turn ice cold. She calmly replied that 3 seconds would be enough. The moment she finished speaking, Shi exploded forward at terrifying speed, tearing through the air like space itself was being ripped apart. Standing in the middle of the arena, Xiao Gan suddenly froze, as memories from his past life surfaced one by one. In them, he had once promised to lead everyone to victory. Nana also appeared in his memories. He gently told her to stay home and wait for him to return. Nana smiled with hope, softly replying that she would always wait for Xiao Feng. That promise was still deeply etched in his heart. Xiao Gan snapped back to reality and looked straight at Shi. Only regret remained in his heart, because in the end he had still broken his promise to Nana. Even with his body covered in wounds and sweat pouring down, his fighting spirit in his eyes had not faded at all. Xiao Gan quickly realizes Shuo is a descendant of the dual-origin ancestor and possesses terrifying demon armor transformation power. If he keeps fighting like this, he has no chance of winning. The only way is to force Shuo to reveal her full power. Shuo slowly walks forward, each step shaking the ground. She curiously looks at Xiao Gan trying to stand and asks why an A-rank demon has recovery far beyond many S-rank demons, then shows a mocking smile. But to her, it means nothing at all, because the strongest here will always be her alone. The commentator's voice echoes across the arena, stating the final match has completely tilted toward Shuo. The Yun Kingdom representative has almost no chance to counter, and the battle may end earlier than expected. The crowd roars wildly from the stands, cheering for the Wu Kingdom's victory, and even demanding Shuo kill Xiao Gan as punishment for disrespecting their nation. At the same time, Qi Li is still pinned down by 2 guards. He desperately begs to be released, saying his message is life or death, but no one listens, and they prepare to escort him out of the arena. In the stands, Xianglin crosses her arms confidently, saying she already knew Shuo would have no opponent. Meanwhile, the demon lord beside her cannot hide his worry while watching the fight. He Wu Jun, who has stayed silent all this time, finally calls out the name Gan Luo. He lets out a soft sigh, as if he already understands what Xiao Gan has decided to do. In He Wu Jun's memory, a past conversation appears. He once asked why Xiao Gan insisted on returning to the human clan when he could have become the demon clan champion and gained endless glory. Back then, Xiao Gan calmly said he had no interest in fame. What he worried about was a girl somewhere still fighting alone against loneliness, hallucinations, and fear. In her mind, he might already have been dead for a long time. Xiao Gan looks down at his bloodied hands and tells himself he cannot make her wait any longer. Back to the present, countless wounds have soaked Xiao Gan's clothes in blood. He kneels on one knee on the arena floor, his hand trembling against the cold stone. Even at his limit, Xiao Gan's eyes still burn with unyielding will. Shuo stares at Xiao Gan with disdain and coldly asks if he has truly used all his strength. Xiao Gan raises his head, his face covered in blood but still wearing a mocking smile, asking if she still cannot take his life at this point. Forcing himself up from the ruins, Xiao Gan stands in a heavily injured body but unchanged will. Facing Shuo in demon armor transformation, he sneers and calls her useless. His voice echoes across the arena as he keeps provoking her. He even brings up revenge against the Shi clan, each word adding fuel to the fire. Hearing this, Shuo immediately erupts in anger and roars, asking what he just said. Xiao Gan calmly steps forward despite the bleeding. He says she gained her power by cultivating demon armor transformation, a forbidden ability of the demon clan. After a brief silence, Xiao Gan sadly says that no matter how strong she becomes, she will never fulfill her revenge. The moment he finishes speaking, he activates heavenly demon form. Black energy engulfs his body as his wounds rapidly heal. A pitch-black demon armor forms around him, radiating a sinister aura. After the transformation, he looks at Shuo and declares the loser will still be her. Xiao Gan continues, saying demon armor transformation grants long-term power, but the price is losing oneself and falling into darkness with all reason gone. He takes a deep breath and slowly mentions the future of this land. From what he knows, the Xie clan will achieve absolute victory. All leaders will be killed, the strongest demons will be enslaved, and the entire demon race will disappear from the demon realm. Those words completely enrage Shuo. Her demonic energy surges as she forces demon armor transformation to level 10. The armor becomes more violent, with streams of red energy bursting outward. Shuo then turns into a black storm and charges forward. In an instant, the distance between them is erased. Shuo grabs Xiao Gan by the neck and lifts him off the ground, roaring that she will kill him here. Even while suffocating, Xiao Gan smiles faintly, knowing everything is unfolding as planned. He believes he has met Shuo in another timeline. In that memory, the desire to avenge the Xie clan became both the force that made Shuo stronger and the path that led her into the future she would come to hate the most. A red light flashes in Xiao Gan's eyes. He realizes his plan to provoke her has finally worked. In the stands, the commentator shouts in shock as Shuo's attack even cracks the arena's protective barrier. Her power is beyond everyone's imagination. Xiao Gan looks down at his demon armor, now covered in more and more cracks. He silently judges that demon armor transformation is supposed to be a top-tier support ability. Yet Shuo is still suppressing him so hard that his regeneration is cut in half. Outside the arena, the guards urgently call for reinforcement of the barrier. If it breaks, the spectators will be in danger. Meanwhile, Shuo keeps unleashing brutal attacks, leaving Xiao Gan almost unable to fight back. Xianglin looks down at the battlefield and sighs softly, saying the outcome is already decided. In her view, once Shuo is this enraged, Xiao Gan will not survive the next strike. He Wu Jun also quietly sighs, feeling everything is reaching its end. Beside him, the demon lord covers her mouth, tears falling as she only wishes Xiao Gan would surrender and stop suffering. On the arena, Xiao Gan's passive counterkill ability suddenly activates, but it has no effect at all. He looks at Shuo still standing unshaken in front of him, completely unharmed, and silently thinks that this is actually better. In Xiao Gan's heart, there is only one thought left. He can finally fulfill his promise to Nana. He quietly apologizes for making her wait too long. Just as Shuo prepares her finishing blow, an argument suddenly erupts in the stands. A stranger grabs the commentator's microphone, shocking the entire arena. The man loudly calls out Xiao Gan's name, revealing himself as Mian Li, or more precisely He Shina. She says Nana has a message that must be delivered to him. In that message, Nana wishes Xiao Feng to win and reach the peak of the demon clan. She also says he has never walked alone. Because this journey through time and space was never meant for just one person. Nana promises that once he wins, she will come to meet him personally. Her words echo across the entire arena. The moment he hears it, Xiao Gan's eyes change instantly, as if hope has returned. At the same time, Shuo pours all her demonic energy into her fist. Red lightning coils wildly around her arm as she prepares her final strike. The moment the fist comes down, the entire arena shakes with a catastrophic explosion. At the critical moment, Xiao Gan summons the Frost Beast Guardian. A massive ice-covered monster appears in front of him, blocking Shuo's punch completely and creating a massive explosion with smoke engulfing the arena. As the ice slowly melts, Xiao Gan freezes in shock. Only now does he realize Mian Li is actually Nana. The entire arena falls silent for a moment, then erupts into roaring cheers. Tens of thousands of eyes lock onto the giant ice beast displayed on the screen. Watching a giant television screen, He Wu An laughs excitedly and says this is Cam General's signature ability, a technique that once saved the entire Yun Kingdom. He claims that whenever Cam General uses this move, it means he is serious, and it is a sign that the Yun Kingdom is about to win. On the arena, the atmosphere becomes more tense than ever. Amid the dust, Shuo pushes Demon Armor transformation to level 20. Her entire body glows red as she looks at the Frost Demon Beast in shock, realizing Xiao Gan is an extremely rare summoner-type demon. She immediately understands this is Xiao Gan's hidden trump card. Standing opposite her, Xiao Gan is still deep in thought. He pieces everything together and believes Mian Li truly is Nana. From what Qi Li said, she may have also been reincarnated. What confuses him is why Nana keeps hiding her identity, as if she is guarding some secret. At that moment, Lei Long transmits an apology, saying he also failed to recognize Princess Nana, then asks Xiao Gan what he plans to do next. Xiao Gan answers without hesitation that after the match ends, the first thing he must do is meet Nana, because there are still too many unanswered questions. He also believes that if Nana deliberately helped him reach the championship position, there must be a very important reason behind it. Thinking of this, determination ignites in Xiao Gan's eyes. He tells himself he must end this battle as quickly as possible. Qi Li also feels relieved after completing the message, so he quietly tells Xiao Gan to keep fighting. The commentator quickly regains his composure, his voice filled with excitement as he resumes the live coverage of the match. He states that no one expected Cam Luo to possess a summoner-type ability. The Frost Demon Beast he summoned is powerful enough to go head-to-head with Shuo, making the battle even more intense. Refusing to be stalled any longer, Shuo immediately pushes Demon Armor transformation to 35 and charges forward, unleashing a devastating strike aimed directly at the Frost Demon Beast. A deafening impact echoes across the arena, and the Frost Demon Beast is finally shattered into countless pieces. Shuo laughs triumphantly, believing Xiao Gan's trump card has been destroyed, and he no longer has any way to turn the situation around. Without stopping, she pushes Demon Armor transformation to 50. The armor covering her entire body burns with a crimson glow as she roars, vowing Xiao Gan will pay for his words. Xiao Gan remains calm, only reminding her that the side effects of Demon Armor transformation have already begun, and he wants to see how long she can maintain it. Shuo immediately shouts back, declaring that no one in the world is capable of defeating her. The moment she finishes speaking, both of them rush toward each other again. A massive explosion erupts, and thick smoke instantly engulfs the entire arena. The audience holds its breath waiting for the outcome. The commentator also shouts, as he sees Shuo charging straight at Xiao Gan, the shockwaves shaking the entire hall. Mo Zun worries whether Xiao Gan can withstand such terrifying speed and power. On the other hand, Xiang Lin only sneers with clear disdain. According to Xiang Lin, Xiao Gan only got lucky in the previous 2 matches. One opponent surrendered due to an unexpected situation, and the other was defeated thanks to special tricks. In her eyes, luck and tricks alone can never reach the championship. She further claims Xiao Gan is simply unlucky to face Shuo at full power, and the only possible outcome is being completely crushed. Hearing this, He Wu Jun immediately refutes her. He states that Cam Luo has not even needed to use his full strength against Shuo. Shui Ni angrily stands up and questions him, accusing He Wu Jun of looking down on the Wu Kingdom. The atmosphere between both sides instantly becomes tense, as if another word could trigger a full confrontation. He Wu Jun hesitates, but in his heart he already understands after Qi Li's message. Xiao Gan is fighting for the championship not only for himself, but to prove the strength of the Yun Kingdom to the entire world. At that moment, the smoke on the arena slowly clears, revealing Shuo still standing completely unharmed. The shockwaves from the previous clash continue to scatter dust and debris across the battlefield. Opposite her, Xiao Gan calmly draws his weapon, his gaze sharper than before. Shuo smirks coldly, noticing Xiao Gan has fully recovered again. She concludes that the only way to defeat him is absolute overwhelming power. She then roars and releases even more power. When demon armor transformation reaches 80, a massive surge of dark energy erupts, cracking the ground and sweeping violent winds across the arena, forcing the crowd to shield their eyes. Xiao Gan calmly watches her, guessing she intends to push the transformation to its limit, even though her emotions are already starting to overpower her. Shuo roars with blood-red eyes, declaring that even if she has to sacrifice her sanity through demon armor transformation, she will not fall here and will win at all costs. Xiao Gan lets out a faint sigh, regretting how deep her obsession has become, but he believes strength is not only born from falling into darkness. Shuo's demon armor transformation climbs to 99. The pressure becomes overwhelming as space itself trembles. Her black-red armor glows ominously, with lightning tearing through the ground around her. A massive bolt of lightning shoots forward. Xiao Gan tightens his grip on his sword, eyes filled with determination, and quietly says he understands. Without hesitation, Xiao Gan launches forward. A white-blue light envelops his entire body, blazing like a divine flame. The two powers collide head-on. A catastrophic explosion erupts instantly. The arena floor shatters completely, debris flying everywhere, and even the protective barrier collapses entirely. Xiao Gan's white-blue energy erupts violently, piercing straight through Shuo's demon armor. Shuo freezes, her eyes wide in disbelief at what is happening. After the decisive strike, her demon armor shatters into pieces. She collapses, exhausted both physically and mentally. Her sanity slowly returns as she mutters that she was once the most arrogant young genius of the demon clan, having unleashed everything through demon armor transformation, yet she was still overwhelmingly defeated by Xiao Gan. At that very moment, she finally sees it clearly. The true peak that the demon clan has always been striving for. The announcement voice echoes across the arena like thunder, declaring Cam Luo the winner with absolute dominance. The champion of this martial tournament is Cam Luo of the Yun Kingdom, causing the entire stands to erupt in endless cheers. Amid the roaring crowd, a black-clad figure silently watches everything from above. He coldly states that the plan has changed, since the Wu Kingdom failed to take the championship, and they will switch to Plan B. As soon as he finishes speaking, his body dissolves into darkness and merges into the wall, disappearing without a trace. After the battle, Xiao Gan goes to meet La Qi. In his hand is a small red box prepared in advance, and he asks Xiao Gan if he is ready. La Qi opens the box, revealing a star-shaped bow emitting a sparkling light, saying that Nana is waiting for him in another place. In a garden filled with blooming flowers and chirping birds, Nana sits quietly on a swing, softly humming a familiar melody. She looks up into the distance, smiles gently, and murmurs that Xiao Feng has indeed won. At that moment, Xiao Gan's vision begins to blur. After a wave of dizziness, he opens his eyes and finds himself in an unfamiliar city, filled with skyscrapers and heavy traffic. Xiao Gan is shocked to realize this is the Holy Hua nation. Turning to his left, he sees Wenhua talking to someone else. Wenhua says he has finished checking the equipment warehouse and tells the other person to stay home tomorrow. The other person mentions his son's birthday tomorrow, and Wenhua reassures him that everything will be fine since the demon breach is under control. After hearing the conversation, Xiao Gan immediately realizes this is the future, the day before he originally transmigrated into this world. In an instant, the scenery changes again. The sky is covered in dark clouds, and smoke rises from ruined buildings. The once prosperous city is now nothing but ruins. Streets are cracked open, burnt-out vehicles lie everywhere, and eerie silence fills the air as Xiao Gan stands in shock, witnessing skyscrapers reduced to rubble still faintly burning, as if after a global catastrophe. Just as Xiao Gan is still in shock, a familiar voice calls out to him, saying they finally meet again. Xiao Gan turns around and sees Nana standing behind him. Her hair blows in the cold wind, and her eyes carry indescribable emotions. He frowns in confusion and asks what exactly happened and why the world has become like this. Nana sighs softly in sorrow and explains that this is the true future she once saw. She also apologizes for bringing him here without asking first. After a long silence, Nana admits that only today did she gather the courage to reveal everything. She has no idea how to face this cruel future alone, while the cold wind continues to sweep through the ruins like fate itself waiting for them. Nana looks at Xiao Gan with trembling eyes and tearfully says that on this exact day, 6 years later, the Xie clan will launch a full-scale invasion across the world. According to her, humanity will have almost no strength left to resist. Xiao Gan falls silent, looking at the devastated world before him, deeply shaken. Nana lowers her head and slowly admits she has gone through countless reincarnations, so many that she can no longer remember the exact number. Yet the final outcome has never changed. Each time she reverses time, she can only return 6 months earlier, while the Shi clan has been preparing in secret for far longer, making every effort too late. Hearing this, Xiao Gan steps forward and embraces Nana, his voice breaking as he says the one who should apologize is him. Because all this time, he let her bear all this suffering alone. Xiao Gan emotionally says that even going through one reincarnation already feels like torture, yet Nana has repeated it over and over again. Releasing the embrace, Xiao Gan looks straight at Nana and says he always thought the system granted him the ability to reincarnate, but it was actually her who sent him back. He asks how she managed to do it. Nana explains that after dying in the future, her precognition ability evolved into reincarnation. However, she can only go back a maximum of 6 months each time, which is not enough to change fate. She tried countless times, reaching over 500 cycles in search of a way out. In one of those attempts, Nana risked everything and infiltrated the demon clan's territory. At that time, the Xia clan had almost completely wiped out the demon clan, and the remaining survivors were reduced to enslaved puppets, their bodies and souls both controlled. In that hell-like scene, she meets an extremely strange figure. The man coldly asks whether she can kill him. That is Cam Luo, the only demon survivor of the massacre. All of Cam Luo's family, friends, and clan members were slaughtered by the Xia clan. The terrifying part is that he cannot die. Even the Xia clan has no way to kill him. Cam Luo says the closer he gets to death, the stronger he becomes, but the pain also grows endlessly. Power to him is an eternal shackle, because no matter how strong he becomes, he cannot save the world or bring the dead back. Because of this, Nana makes a deal with Cam Luo. He uses an ancient demon clan secret art to help her rewind time further and bring Xiao Gan back to the past to change the future. In return, the price is that Xiao Gan must inherit Cam Luo's body and live the life that even he no longer wishes to continue. Xiao Gan falls into deep thought. He begins to suspect that the system he possesses may be something left behind by Cam Luo, guiding him step by step toward peak power. He clenches his fist and realizes a truth humanity never knew. This world is not only made of humans and demons, but also includes the Xie clan and the Spirit clan. Xiao Gan firmly states that if they want to stop the Xi clan, all races must unite instead of fighting each other. He analyzes that in the previous timeline, the Xi clan won the tournament, seized control of the second zone, and secretly manipulated the demon clan's leadership. Once that zone falls, the entire world collapses. Nana nods in agreement but remains worried. At least this time, Xiao Gan has won the championship, meaning the Xie clan's first move has been stopped. However, she warns that there may still be Xia clan spies within the demon clan. They easily infiltrated the tournament and immediately changed plans after discovering her presence. Although their next move is unknown, their ultimate target is still the second zone, and it must be stopped at all costs. The arena erupts in cheers as the MC loudly announces that the Yun Kingdom has officially won the 46th martial tournament. Before the award ceremony, the ritual of transferring the key to the second zone, the demon clan's most important treasure, will take place. The host invites Mozun Guang from the Wu Kingdom, the previous champion, and Mozun Liu Bangdi from the Yun Kingdom, onto the stage for the handover ceremony. Liu Bangdi walks forward slowly in formal attire, exuding a strong and resolute aura. In the Yun Kingdom, citizens watching on television erupt in excitement as they see their Mozun appear on stage. Everyone proudly speaks of her as the youngest Mozun and the first female Mozun. Some are moved to tears, as after nearly a century, the Yun Kingdom finally has a chance to reclaim its glory. Amid the crowd, someone wonders why Tian Xiao has been gone so long without returning. Meanwhile, in another place, Tian Xiao is being beaten by Qin Ling with no ability to fight back. Qin Ling continuously interrogates him, forcing him to reveal Cam Luo's whereabouts. But Tian Xiao remains silent, his face full of helplessness. On the stage, Mozun Guang steps forward with a cold gaze. He says in a low voice that he never expected the key of the second zone would be handed to a girl, mocking whether the Yun Kingdom has run out of capable people. Liu Bangdi calmly replies that his daughter is also a heroine. She reminds him that her father once fought alongside him and believes someone of his experience would not judge others by gender. After a moment of silence, Mozun Guang only says that the key to the second zone is a supreme treasure of the demon clan, and even if it costs lives, it must never be lost. Both Mozun simultaneously place their hands on the crystal orb. A A stream of light flows from the orb into Liu Bangdi's arm, completing the imprint. Liu Bangdi sincerely thanks Mo Zunguang for the reminder and promises to protect the key at all costs. The host happily announces the handover ceremony is complete and prepares for the award ceremony. But at that exact moment, a sword suddenly pierces through the host's body. Blood splatters across the stage as the entire arena erupts into panicked screams. Mo Zunguang immediately roars, demanding to know who attacked. From the darkness, a member of the Xie clan slowly steps out with cold, murderous eyes. At the same time, countless Xie clan warriors appear from all directions. They rush into the stands and begin a Fenghuang massacre, turning the arena into a sea of blood amid chaotic screams for help. He Wu Jun immediately removes the bandage from his wound and charges into battle without hesitation, shouting that protecting the Mo's Zun is the top priority. On the stands, Liu Bangdi is surrounded from all sides, while the key to the second zone is still in her hands. At the critical moment, a Yun Kingdom soldier rushes in and blocks in front of Liu Bangdi, declaring the army will protect the Mo Zun at all costs. The scene shifts to Cam Luo. He calmly says that the human clan must also be in chaos right now due to Tan Ke Tu launching a coup, and even Manhwa has been dragged into it. Nana pauses briefly, recalling the moment she first transmigrated back when her body was still too weak. Because she could not fully use her abilities, she did not have enough time to stop Tan Ke Tu's plan. While talking, Nana and Xiao Gan are still safely hiding inside a magical barrier. At that moment, Wenhua walks in and anxiously asks why the captain has still not woken up. Nana tells Wenhua to immediately gather the teammates Xiao Feng trusts the most. She explains that in the previous timeline, the coup happened during the engagement ceremony, but Xiao Feng managed to stop it. This time, since he is still unconscious, the enemy will act even more aggressively. Nana further explains she used her ability to create a puppet for the most trusted teammate of Xiao Feng, and also activated the final skill of the fire flower system called Illusion Realm. She says the puppet can release pollen that induces hallucinations to deceive enemies. Those who appeared to be killed at the banquet were actually mannequins mimicking real actions, all thanks to the secret technique Return to Illusion Realm. Thanks to this plan, they managed to escort her and Xiao Gan's body out of the military camp in time, foiling Tan Ke Tu's scheme. However, their real target is still the Yun Kingdom, Cam Luo's homeland. Because of that, Nana deliberately left all of Xiao Gan's equipment as bait. She believes that once both sides clash, Xiao Gan will surely reclaim his weapons. Fortunately, everything is still going according to plan so far. Hearing this, Cam Luo's hope is rekindled, and he asks whether Wenhua is still alive. He then anxiously asks about Nana's current condition, because copying abilities consumes a huge amount of mental energy, especially since she had to replicate so many people in such a short time. Nana smiles gently to reassure Xiao Gan, telling him not to worry because they have already returned safely to the capital. She adds that after copying the body of a Demon Clan girl, her strength has recovered significantly. Because of that, she was able to channel more energy and mental power into the clones. Originally, she planned to defeat Xingtian herself and destroy the Xie clan's hidden plan. However, after learning that Xiao Gan also joined the tournament, she realized the enemy had changed strategy, so she placed all hope on him instead. Nana says she managed to defeat Xingtian, but after exhausting her strength, the cloned body disappeared. Moreover, her information about him is still too limited. This reincarnation cycle has already exceeded its limit, causing her ability to completely fail. That also means this is her last chance to change the future. Xiao Gan clenches his fist, eyes filled with determination, and says everything else can be left to him. He will not let the key to the second zone fall into the hands of the Xi clan. He will personally eliminate every last one of them. Nana smiles with a faint sadness, saying it has been a long time since they walked together like this. She wishes she could stay longer, but this illusory world is about to collapse. Xiao Gan embraces Nana tightly and promises that after eliminating the Xie clan, he will return to find her. Nana softly replies that she will protect his body until he comes back. The two quietly hold each other in this fleeting moment. Before parting, Nana suddenly remembers there is still one important thing she must tell Xiao Feng. At the same time in the Flame Kingdom Palace, a demon suddenly rushes in to assassinate the king, but a loyal guard blocks the attack just in time. The king grits his teeth, blaming himself for allowing such a huge internal breach. At that moment, a spatial gate opens behind him, and another demon prepares to strike. But Sai Ming appears in time and cuts the attacker down before he can act. Sai Ming shouts for the king to retreat quickly, but the king shakes his head and says he does not need protection, because the enemy's true target is definitely the key. Sai Ming reassures him that the second brother is guarding the lower area, so there is no need to worry. Meanwhile, in the arena, Si Qing, commander of the Yan Kingdom army, quickly took down a demon race member trying to ambush Liu Bangdi. He loudly ordered full protection of the demon lord and admitted fault for letting infiltrators slip into the army. But then a demon race member with extreme speed appeared, using illusion powers to merge into Si Qing's shadow. In an instant, he reappeared behind him and blasted Si Qing into the air. It was Wu Shuang, a level 10 star mage with illusion control, his cold eyes filled with killing intent. As Si Qing landed, countless dark arms rose from the ground and locked his body in place. Feeling his life force being drained, Si Qing gritted his teeth in shock at this strange power. Wu Shuang immediately ordered 2 subordinates to seize the key from Liu Bangdi, and they rushed forward. At the critical moment, a sharp sword slash tore through the air and cut both attackers down instantly. The one who struck was He Wu Jun, standing firmly in front of the demon lord with a freezing gaze. Wu Shuang turned into shadow and silently circled behind He Wu Jun for a sneak attack. But He Wu Jun already sensed it and quickly understood the nature of his ability. They could turn into shadows to avoid attacks, yet still strike others at will. He Wu Jun clenched his fist. His body was still injured from the last battle, and most demon race elites were also wounded. Wu Shuang laughed arrogantly, mocking that this so-called elite demon race tournament was disappointing. He raised his hand, releasing dark energy that formed black chains binding Liu Bangdi. Seeing this, He Wu Jun, Si Qing, and the Yan King all shouted for him to stop, while the king's guard also realized the danger. Wu Shuang smiled coldly, fully enjoying his victory. But at that exact moment, a figure dropped from the sky with terrifying force, smashing Wu Shuang's head into the ground. The one who appeared was Xiao Gan. Seeing Xiao Gan, Siming smiled in relief, knowing Gan Luowo had finally arrived. The Yan King still looked worried, believing their small group could not stop the massive evil race army, and his guard agreed due to the huge power gap. But Si Ming shook his head confidently, keeping his full trust in Xiao Gan and saying he was not fighting alone. Because this time, Xiao Gan brought an entire elite army into the arena to fight the evil race. Gan Luowo activated his summoning ability, creating a massive ice army that surrounded the battlefield. Hundreds of silver-armored ice soldiers stood like statues, freezing the air itself. Standing among them, Xiao Gan declared his arrival to the evil race. He Wu Jun's eyes lit up with joy, relieved that Xiao Gan had arrived at the perfect moment. Si Qing immediately ordered all forces to prioritize protecting the demon lord and retreat quickly. He Wu Jun just smiled confidently and patted Si Qing's shoulder, saying to leave the battlefield to Xiao Gan. On another side, the king of Yu Kingdom, father of Shi, asked Tian, Shi's older brother and a level 3 demon warrior, about her condition. Tian replied that Shi was not in life-threatening danger and would wake up soon, but he still thought about Xiao Gan's final sword strike. The king looked at Xiao Gan standing on the battlefield and said after 200 years, Yun Kingdom had once again become the center of unity for the demon race. At Yun Kingdom Square, countless people crowded in front of giant screens, watching the battle in silence. He Wu An judged that the Shadow Army was the most terrifying secret force of the evil race, never failing a single raid, and although he trusted General Gan, the opponent was too strong, and Xiao Gan was only A rank. On the battlefield, Wu Shuang activated his illusion power, and in moments, multiple ice soldiers shattered into pieces across the ground. Wu Shuang rushed forward, mocking Xiao Gan for challenging someone stronger than him. Then 2 massive shadow arms appeared and slammed down directly towards Xiao Gan's position. Wu Shuang proudly declared himself a level 10 powerhouse and asked Xiao Gan what he had to challenge him with. Seeing this, the king of Yu Kingdom also turned serious. He knew the Shadow Army's abilities had reached a terrifying level, with massive destructive power and elemental transformation. Watching the shadow hand gripping Xiao Gan, he realized normal attacks were completely useless, while Wu Shuang laughed and said Xiao Gan could only endure his torture. But then Xiao Gan suddenly drew a sword from his palm. A burst of light shattered the shadow hand, and the blade split into countless fragments that shot straight at Wu Shuang, catching him off guard. The blade fragments pinned Wu Shuang to the ground, leaving him unable to break free, no matter how hard he struggled. Wu Shuang panicked, unable to understand why he could actually be harmed. Even worse, he saw real blood flowing from his wounds. Xiao Gan calmly smiled and asked if he had ever heard of true damage. This type of damage could bypass all defenses and ignore resistance completely. Without another word, Xiao Gan threw a straight punch into Wu Shuang's face. Before he could react, Wu Shuang was hit with a barrage of heavy blows, his face swelling up instantly. He could only scream for Xiao Gan to stop. Seeing this, the king of Yu Kingdom was shocked to realize Xiao Gan's weapon could deal true damage, and Tian also couldn't believe it since illusion abilities should not be affected by normal attacks. Still being beaten, Wu Shuang stammered, completely unable to explain Xiao Gan's strange power. What terrified him most was that he could no longer turn into shadow to evade attacks. Xiao Gan looked at him coldly and demanded he reveal who was behind Tang Yi and who the true leader was. He continued pressing for information about the traitor inside the demon race and who had allowed the evil race to infiltrate. Wu Shuang gritted his teeth and mocked him, saying he expected him to betray his comrades just like the demon race had done. Without hesitation, Xiao Gan grabbed his jaw and coldly stated he had countless ways to make him talk. Wu Shuang struggled in vain, completely restrained as his shadow form ability was sealed by Xiao Gan's weapon. Realizing he had no escape, he roared that he would never be interrogated and declared the evil race would crush the world, while the demon race would be wiped out as a low-tier species. Before dying, Wu Shuang arrogantly claimed the day of evil race domination would surely come. As soon as he finished speaking, he self-destructed. His body burst into flames and turned to ash, disappearing in the wind. The scene left everyone stunned. No one expected him to choose death just to protect secrets. Across the battlefield, evil race soldiers also froze in shock at the sudden turn of events. With their high-ranking leader dead, their formation collapsed into chaos, as panic spread that the commander had fallen. At that moment, hidden forces in the shadows finally revealed themselves. Black figures vanished one by one, exposing their true forms. Sensing the opportunity, Yan Kingdom and Yun Kingdom forces launched a full counterattack, weapons blazing through the battlefield and pushing the evil race into a losing position. Standing on a high platform, the king of Yan Kingdom couldn't hide his joy, praising Xiao Gan for turning the tide and believing victory was near, but his words were cut off by a panicked shout. Sai Ming urgently stated that the situation was still not over, his face tense and eyes filled with unease. The king of Yan Kingdom immediately asked what he had seen to react like that. Si Ming gritted his teeth in fury, regretting he failed to stop the demon race traitor, while Si Ling also glared and shouted why the traitor was Si Qing, his own brother. Si Ling locked eyes on Si Qing, who only gave a cold smile and casually apologized before telling Bing Di to follow him. As soon as he finished speaking, a teleportation gate opened beneath them, dark energy swirling as it swallowed both of them. Qiu Jun nearby rushed forward in shock, calling out for the demon lord. She tried to grab Bing Di before the gate closed, but the moment she touched her, both were pulled into the darkness and vanished from the battlefield. When Bing Di woke up, she found herself tightly bound and unable to move. In front of her was a large room lit by dim oil lamps, with strange runes covering the walls. Si Qing calmly stated this was Shang Yue, the evil race base, and revealed that the teleportation array had already been activated, pulling in anyone who entered within 10 minutes. He even sneered that he had set up extra barriers to prevent any interference, so no one could break in. Bing Di coldly scanned the room and asked where exactly she was. An eerie laugh echoed as Mita stepped out from the shadows with a sinister presence. Si Qing introduced him, while Mita mocked that no one would come to save Bing Di now, and told her to hand over the key. Bing Di angrily accused Si Qing of betraying the demon race and siding with the evil race, despite being a commander. Si Qing remained calm and said the demon race's limit was only rank, and even their strongest combined forces could not stop one enemy unit. He further analyzed that the evil race had only sent 2 generals and had nearly wiped out the demon race, and if a full war began, no one would survive. He concluded that a new era had begun, and only those who followed the trend could survive, while others were still blind to reality. Bing Di sneered in contempt, saying his choice was nothing but betrayal for personal gain, and demanded what the evil race had promised him. Mita laughed mockingly and stepped forward, claiming both races shared the same origin, and cooperation was the smartest choice. If they handed over the second region key, the demon race would be spared. He continued manipulating Bing Di, saying as a ruler she should understand the value of sacrifice and the cost civilians would pay in war. Bing Di closed her eyes and took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. When she opened them again, her resolve remained unshaken. She pointed out that if the evil race was truly that powerful, they wouldn't need to operate in secrecy with only 2 generals. Moreover, the previous key holder had willingly passed it to her. She firmly declared she would never hand over the key, even if it cost her life. Mita laughed and mocked her for acting like a righteous martyr. His tone turned colder as he stepped closer, saying she still didn't understand his true ability. A strange energy spread out, carrying countless tiny floating insects like deadly lights across the room. Mita calmly explained that as long as the target was alive, the key would not leave its host. So he would release all the insects into Bing Di's body and turn her into a puppet under his control. His eerie laughter echoed through the hall as a nightmare seemed about to begin. Bing Di stayed silent, but her eyes were full of cold rage. At that moment, a sharp cracking sound came from above, making all the evil race members look up. A crack had appeared in the supposedly impenetrable barrier. Sai King's face turned pale as he could not believe the barrier had been sliced open in a single strike. A massive explosion followed from outside as part of the hall wall was blown apart, flooding the space with light and overwhelming pressure. Sai Ming muttered in shock that the formation had been destroyed, while Li Ti became excited, amazed at the overwhelming power, and preparing to charge in. A furious roar echoed as the Thunder Dragon descended like lightning, crashing heavily into the ground. The impact triggered a massive explosion, engulfing the area in smoke and dust. Standing on the Thunder Dragon's head, Xiao Gan appeared proudly, calmly scanning the evil race, and telling his teammates to begin their operation. Li Ti shouted in excitement, while Si Ming held his head in disbelief, still unable to process how fast everything escalated. Xiao Gan walked forward step by step, locking his sharp gaze onto Mita. He calmly said he had finally found them. Si Qing stepped in front of Mita, confidently claiming Xiao Gan was nothing more than an R-rank fighter. He even boasted that he was once an S-rank tournament champion and could handle Xiao Gan alone. But before he could finish, Xiao Gan threw a powerful punch straight into Si King's face. The terrifying strike sent him flying like a useless object, smashing hard into the cliff wall. Xiao Gan withdrew his hand and coldly said this was not his place to speak. As the dust settled, Si Qing lay motionless against the wall, covered in blood, his life uncertain. Xiao Gan then shifted his gaze to Mita and calmly said the one he was looking for was him. Mita's expression changed instantly. After a brief shock mixed with caution, he realized the man in front of him was the one who had taken first place. He sneered coldly, saying Xiao Gan had ruined all of the evil race's plans, but now that he had shown himself, it saved them the trouble of hunting him down. As soon as he finished speaking, Mita fully released his aura. Dark energy surged out, engulfing the entire hall in a suffocating pressure. Seeing this, Sai Ming's expression changed drastically. He admitted he could only see the fate of those at or below his level, and Mita's power was completely beyond his perception. Sai Ming immediately concluded Mita was at least SS rank, and with their current forces, they had no chance of winning. Li Ti clenched his fist and said that if they could just create an opening for the Demon Lord to retreat, the three of them might still manage it. Xiao Gan frowned slightly and ordered the Thunder Dragon to stay and protect everyone. He then turned to Mita and calmly declared he would handle this opponent himself. Si Ming panicked and tried to stop him, insisting Xiao Gan was only a rank and could not cross such a huge gap. But before anyone could react, Xiao Gan vanished from his spot and appeared in front of Mita at lightning speed. A meteor-like punch slammed down, sending Mita flying and dragging him across the ground, leaving a deep trench behind. Bing Di, Si Ming, and Li Ti were all frozen in shock. Li Ti muttered in disbelief, saying that crossing two ranks was something that only existed in legends. Mita slowly stood up, revealing a cold and dangerous smile. He explained that Xiao Gan had only hit his elemental form. As an SS rank mage, he could not be easily touched, though a hint of caution had appeared in his eyes. Even so, he admitted the punch had truly hurt. Mita coldly warned that making him angry would come at a terrible price. At his command, all surrounding evil race members opened their blood-red eyes at once. They went into a frenzy and charged towards Xiao Gan like a pack of bloodthirsty beasts. Amid this, Xiao Gan remained calm and spoke. He said that in the human world, only about 1 in 10,000 awaken abilities, and most never rise beyond A, B, or C rank. Those who can reach S rank are even rarer. It is an on-time breakthrough in life, either success or nothing, an unchangeable rule. Xiao Gan calmly concluded that the world was never fair. Strength did not come purely from effort or talent, which was why S-rank fighters were so rare. Standing amid smoke and encirclement, Xiao Gan remained unmoving. He said that after entering the demon realm, he realized the demon race was no different from humans. From the beginning, he had felt a dormant, near-infinite power within this body. This innate physique had already reached S-rank potential. Xiao Gan smiled faintly, as if rediscovering himself after a long time. This time, he vowed not to let fate control him again. On the opposite side, Mi-Ta roared that all demon race members present had already been implanted with first-stage parasite seeds, and he could kill any of them with a single thought. He waved his hand, and countless black poisonous insects surged forward like a tide, aiming to tear Xiao Gan apart. Amid the sea of insects, Xiao Gan still stood calmly and whispered that he would not accept death again, because Na had sacrificed everything just to give them a chance to live again. Sai Ming turned pale, clenching his fists in self-blame for falling into the trap. Li Ti desperately called out Xiao Gan, the Demon Lord, and Bing Di. Suddenly, he noticed something. In the middle of the black insect swarm, Xiao Gan still stood unshaken, declaring he would never repeat the mistakes of the past, even if it meant being torn apart or dragged into hell. At that moment, a radiant burst of light erupted from Xiao Gan's body. He broke through to S rank, and his power surged violently, shaking the entire hall. Xiao Gan calmly said that from this moment on, there was only one outcome: absolute victory. A system voice echoed in Xiao Gan's mind, confirming he had reached S rank and unlocked 2 new skills: My True Self, which makes all attacks deal true damage, and Replication 2, which allows him to copy an opponent's abilities. Xiao Gan stepped forward toward Mi-Ta, each step cracking the ground. When he stopped in front of him, his gaze turned completely calm and ice-cold. Xiao Gan spoke calmly, saying that even at A rank he was already enough to deal with Mi-Ta. He just wanted to end things faster now. The moment he finished speaking, Xiao Gan shot forward like lightning, not giving his opponent any chance to react. He grabbed Mi-Ta by the neck and slammed him into the stone ground. Mi-Ta panicked as his elemental transformation completely failed. At that moment, the system confirmed that the true damage effect had disabled his elemental state. Seeing this, Bing Di couldn't hide her excitement and shouted that Xiao Gan was too strong. Li Ti also jumped in excitement, amazed by his power. Sai Ming stood frozen, completely stunned. In his eyes, Xiao Gan's breakthrough to S rank was already unbelievable, but now even his fists could deal true damage. Lying on the ground, Mi-Ta broke into cold sweat. In pain and fear, he kept asking what kind of monster Xiao Gan was. The system again confirmed that Xiao Gan's skill prevented any elemental transformation. Mi-Ta's eyes now looked at Xiao Gan as if he were a walking nightmare, unable to comprehend such an abnormal existence. Xiao Gan looked down at him coldly and said the interrogation would begin now, and it was best he spoke honestly from the start. Meanwhile, Si Ming stepped up to Si Qing and coldly declared he would be handed over to higher command under military law, demanding an explanation for his betrayal. Si Qing sighed lightly, accepting his fate and calmly saying that winners become kings and losers become criminals. At that moment, Li Ti rushed in and reported that all poison insects had been completely eliminated. Xiao Gan immediately turned back to Mi-Ta and demanded to know who was truly behind this entire operation. Mi-Ta sneered and refused to speak, mocking that the evil race would never betray their allies like the demon race did. Xiao Gan changed his line of questioning, asking why no one had come to rescue Mi-Ta and Si Qing, if this was a coordinated plan, concluding they were just expendable pieces. Mi-Ta did not deny it. He laughed loudly and said he had been born as a pawn and took pride in it. That answer made Xiao Gan pause in thought. In his mind, fragments of knowledge about the evil race system surfaced. From birth, every member of that race was trained as a soldier, thrown into life and death battles, and only the strongest survived. Above all, the entire evil race was absolutely loyal to one being, the evil emperor. Even the name alone made Xiao Gan cautious. In his understanding, the evil emperor was arrogant and always acted directly. But this operation was too subtle and calculated, completely unlike his usual style. Instead, it reminded Xiao Gan of another figure who had been hiding within the human race for 6 years, quietly manipulating the power structure from the shadows. That person was the child born from the bloodline of the evil emperor and the human race. Xiao Gan softly spoke the name, Xiediao. Upon hearing those 2 words, Mi-Ta's expression changed instantly, his body trembling as if a massive secret had been exposed. He quickly interrupted, insisting that no matter what Xiao Gan asked, he would reveal nothing more. Seeing this reaction, Xiao Gan immediately confirmed his suspicion was correct. He thought that Xie Diao had likely prepared everything long ago and might still be hiding within the human race. Xiao Gan further analyzed that Xie Diao's true identity was almost unknown, and even the evil emperor might not be aware of his existence. With such mysterious power, Xie Diao would undoubtedly become a massive future threat, and Xiao Gan decided he could not be allowed to live. Mi-Ta suddenly went insane, shouting that Xiao Gan should not think he had seen through their entire plan. He laughed madly and revealed there was still a final strike team. While everyone was focused on the tournament, an evil race force had secretly entered Yoon Kingdom from the west. Their leader was an Srank powerhouse, capable of destroying the entire kingdom alone. Finally, Mita laughed wildly and mocked that Xiao Gan's homeland was probably already in ruins, and soon the entire world would fall under the evil race. As soon as he finished speaking, Mita chose to self-destruct. A terrifying explosion erupted, dark energy surging violently and shaking the entire space. Bing Di immediately asked Xiao Gan if Yoon Kingdom was truly under attack. Xiao Gan calmly placed a hand on her shoulder, telling her not to panic yet, and that they must first contact Yoon Kingdom to confirm the situation. Back a few hours earlier, Yoon Kingdom was still peaceful, with clear skies and calm seas, showing no sign of war. But that peace was shattered when a voice filled with hatred echoed, declaring it was finally time to avenge Xiao Gan. The speaker was Qin Ling, a level 55 mage and younger brother of Qin Ji Xiao, vowing to kill Xiao Gan for his brother's blood debt. At the same time, on the coast near Yoon Kingdom, an evil race army was preparing to land. Leading them was an Srank powerhouse. Seeing civilians gathered at a public square, he coldly ordered a massacre. At that moment, a young man named Tian Xiao stepped forward and asked what they were doing. He was met with mocking laughter from the evil race. Less than 2 minutes later, Tian Xiao was beaten until his face was bruised, collapsing to the ground and weakly calling for help. The evil race leader coldly ordered his execution and to throw his body into the square as a warning. But just before the blade fell, a murderous voice suddenly came from behind, calling them damned demons. The newcomer coldly demanded to know where Xiao Gan was, and warned that his patience was limited. The evil race burst into laughter, thinking he was just another fool walking to his death. But before anyone could react, their leader's head was instantly severed by a single sword strike. The cold voice returned, again demanding Xiao Gan's whereabouts. The evil race charged in retaliation, but in the blink of an eye, they were completely wiped out. Tian Xiao lay on the ground, eyes wide in shock, staring at the piles of corpses and blood-soaked earth, unable to understand what had just happened. From within the massacre, Qin Ling slowly walked out, his hair disheveled and eyes still burning with madness. He looked down at Tian Xiao and urgently asked where Xiao Gan was. Tian Xiao forced a weak smile, first thanking him for saving his life before answering. That response made the entire atmosphere suddenly go silent. Qin Ling immediately blushed and froze, not expecting to be thanked. Though a bit awkward, he still helped Tian Xiao up, his expression softening slightly. As a result, the evil race's landing operation was completely ruined. Through a series of unexpected events, Qin Ling had unintentionally wiped out the entire invading force. Back in the main hall, Demon Lord Bing Di entered with a bright expression, happily announcing her return. Few would have expected that just days earlier, at the alliance banquet before the war, Bing Di had been looked down upon, placed among weaker nations, unqualified for the main table, standing quietly at the edge with Xiao Gan. But now, she was seated at the most prominent position among the 18 allied nations. According to the rules, the banquet was divided into ranks of 3, 6, and 9 tiers, with larger scale representing higher status. The king of Yan Kingdom stood and raised his cup, publicly thanking Yoon Kingdom for stopping the evil race. He stated that without their contribution, the entire alliance would have collapsed, and proposed a highest-level toast to Demon Lord Liu Bing Di. He then announced that Lei Kingdom had made no significant contribution, and would be stripped of its main seat at the banquet. Liu Bing Di slowly stood up, holding her cup and scanning the crowd, saying she had something important to announce. The entire hall fell silent. All eyes turned to her. Even those who once looked down on her now dared not speak. Bing Di spoke firmly before the entire assembly, reminding them that the demon race's original goal was never power struggle, but building a united community where all races were equal and could grow together. She then called on the 18 clans to swear an oath before their ancestors, declaring that from the Liu clan, Liu Yun clan, and all allied families, they would stand together forever with no hierarchy or division. Bing Yi admits that ideal is very hard to achieve and may take many generations, but if they do not start today, it will never become reality. She then smiles and proposes changing the banquet format, turning it into a bonfire gathering where everyone can join freely without rank-based seating. The entire hall erupts in applause and laughter, and that night bonfires light up everywhere, with music and conversations washing away the post-war tension. Standing in the firelight, Bing Yi announces new reforms. The martial tournament will be held every 3 years and expanded into an allied sports event with combat, intelligence, and physical trials. Each nation will also gain one request for Demon Clan military support in emergencies. She smiles and announces that the key has been entrusted to the greatest contributor of the recent war to safeguard. The decision receives unanimous approval, with no objections. In another corner, Lin La excitedly proposes turning the entire event and war into a movie, insisting on playing the main role himself. The person next to him laughs and reminds him that he once said he would invite Xiao Gan too, since he was the real highlight of the battle. Lin La immediately agrees, and even says he will give all his payment to Xiao Gan, but still insists that Xiao Gan will only play the role of the one he defeated while he remains the main character. However, the biggest hero of the event does not appear at the celebration, and many begin to wonder why the central figure is missing. In the treatment area, someone warns Bing Yi not to get out of bed while her injuries are still healing, but she still forces herself up and coldly says she has something to do. Xiao Gan's final battle scene keeps appearing in her mind, and with determined yet slightly shy eyes, Bing Yi tells herself she must find him. On the surface, she only thinks about a rematch with Xiao Gan, but the faint blush on her face reveals deeper emotions. Bing Yi stops in front of room A114, where Xiao Gan once stayed, and softly says that without him she might have died long ago. In her heart, she already considers her life as belonging to Xiao Gan, and whether he accepts it or not, she wants to say everything she has kept hidden. Taking a deep breath, Bing Yi gathers courage and opens the door, but the scene inside makes her freeze instantly. Instead of finding Xiao Gan, she sees two girls fiercely fighting, grabbing hair and wrestling like a battlefield brawl. One insists that Hei Wu-jun belongs to her, while the other angrily asks why she came to his room. Bing Yi is completely stunned and keeps asking where Hei Wu-jun and Xiao Gan are, scanning the empty room in confusion. Meanwhile, on the highest cliff of Yan Kingdom, right under the Shenxiang area, Xiao Gan stands silently in the strong wind. When Hei Wu-jun appears behind him, Xiao Gan smiles and says he did not expect him to still find him. Hei Wu-jun walks up beside Xiao Gan, looking at the horizon and saying this is the best place for departure. Xiao Gan turns and jokes whether Hei Wu-jun plans to kill him at this final moment, since after leaving, he might never come back. Hei Wu-jun does not answer immediately, and calmly asks back, reminding him that he was once the person Xiao Gan hated most, and now that the mission is complete, there is no need to stay connected to the Demon Clan. Xiao Gan only smiles and tells him not to worry. Hei Wu-jun cuts him off and sincerely says that after this war, he no longer holds hostility toward the human race, and that judging an entire evil clan by one war is not something he wants. In his view, one individual cannot represent an entire race. The Demon Clan has both good and evil people. The same applies to the evil clan and the human race. After a moment of silence, Hei Wu-jun looks at Xiao Gan and says he is his friend. He also promises that no matter whether Xiao Gan returns as human or demon, as long as he comes back, he will always wait at this highest place to welcome him. Xiao Gan looks up at the sky and calmly says he will not return to the human race yet, because his next destination is the immortal demon realm. Hei Wu-jun is slightly surprised, as that is the territory of the Spirit Clan. Xiao Gan laughs confidently and says that for him, there is no place he cannot reach. Before parting ways, he turns back with a bright smile and reveals that he will soon hold a wedding in the human race territory. Xiao Gan also tells Hei Wu-jun that he must attend the celebration. After speaking, Lei Long soars into the sky, carrying Xiao Gan as they quickly disappear beyond the clouds. Hei Wu-jun stands quietly in the wind, watching the fading figure and softly thanks Xiao Fan for saving Yun Kingdom and the entire Demon Clan. On behalf of his entire race, he expresses the deepest respect and states that the Demon Clan will always stand with him. On Lei Long's back, Xiao Gan closes his eyes, letting the wind whip through his hair across the vast sky. At that moment, memories of his conversation with Na slowly surface. She once asked how he could return to his real body. Back then, he casually replied that dying might simply send him back to his original body. But the system suddenly confessed it had been lying all along, forcing him to constantly face danger so his body could evolve faster. Xiao Gan nearly explodes in rage, realizing that real death would have ended everything. The system calmly explains that none of his previous enemies had reached SS level, so they could not kill him. Xiao Gan grits his teeth, realizing he can never trust it again. Seeing this, Na calmly comforts him and says she has found a way to restore his original body, but one crucial item is still missing. That item is the spirit transformation grass. Xiao Gan is immediately shocked upon hearing it. Na explains that this herb only grows in the third region of the immortal demon realm, within the Spirit Clan's territory. Just thinking about that place makes Xiao Gan uneasy. She adds that terrifying extreme cold storms surround the immortal demon realm, capable of tearing everything apart in seconds, keeping it isolated for 6 years of war without invasion. Even so, she believes that with Lei Long, Xiao Gan can find a way to enter that place. Before ending the conversation, Na quietly says the Spirit Clan is also her father's homeland, and asks Xiao Gan to place flowers on his grave if he passes by. Back in the present, Xiao Gan stands on Lei Long's back, staring at the horizon. Despite the freezing wind, his resolve does not waver, and he says they have arrived. Lei Long responds with a deep roar and accelerates, rushing through the sea of clouds. Xiao Gan asks if everything is ready. Lei Long answers firmly that it is. It surges forward violently, tearing through thick clouds as the roaring wind threatens to crush everything in its path. The scene brings Xiao Gan back to an old memory of him and Na riding Lei Long together as children on a distant afternoon. Back then, Na asked how high Lei Long could fly. Xiao Gan confidently laughed and said they should fly all the way to the top of the sky. Even after so many years, that memory remains vivid in his heart. Looking through the gray clouds, Xiao Gan sees massive storms raging below in the immortal demon realm. He says that is the place he must go, and steels his resolve. Lei Long transforms into a streak of light, diving straight down into the storm zone below. Xiao Gan shouts through the howling wind, declaring that the immortal demon realm, he has arrived. The scene shifts to prison number 1 of Yan Kingdom. The prison atmosphere is suffocatingly cold, with wind slipping through thick iron bars, creating a dark and oppressive feeling. Sai Ming enters the deepest cell, where her older brother, Sai Qing, is chained and kneeling on the stone floor. Despite his pale face, his eyes remain firm. She immediately asks if the next target of the evil clan is the Spirit Clan. Si Qing coldly confirms it, mocking that their mistakes have ruined his entire plan. He bitterly laughs and explains he had infiltrated deep into the evil clan and was only 1 step away from the highest power level. If successful, he believed he could protect both the demon clan and the Spirit Clan. Hearing this, Sai Ming becomes furious, saying it is no different from surrendering to the evil clan and living under their rule. After a long silence, Sai Qing asks what other choice they have with their current strength. He sighs and repeats that if Kam Luowo had not appeared in time during the last battle, everything would have already ended long ago. Si Qing recalls the past when both of them loved the same woman, but were powerless to protect her. Now her homeland, the Spirit Clan, is about to face extinction, and he does not know who can save it. Si Ming falls silent, unable to speak, with only the sound of chains echoing in the prison. Si Qing raises his head with despair and states that this time Tai Yao will personally make a move, and the Spirit Clan will not escape destruction. Meanwhile, in the immortal demon realm, Xiao Gan and Lei Long land on a wild cliff covered in dense vegetation. The place feels pure and untouched, as if the outside world has never polluted it. Xiao Gan breathes in deeply and looks around in amazement, saying the immortal demon realm is far larger than he imagined. He jokes that if it belonged to the human race, they would sell tickets for sightseeing. Lei Long immediately mocks him, warning he might get into trouble one day for saying that. But the moment of relaxation does not last long. Xiao Gan suddenly changes expression and becomes alert, sensing something approaching. Lei Long also tenses up and warns that an extremely terrifying energy is closing in, far beyond normal danger levels. Xiao Gan tries to assess it, but the more he senses it, the more unbelievable it becomes. Even SS or SSS levels cannot describe that power. Instinctively, he prepares to summon the Azure Sword for battle. However, the sword suddenly flies out on its own as if pulled by an invisible force. A white-haired old man with a long beard slowly appears in the sky, casually catching the sword. Sitting on a nearby rock, he asks why a member of the demon clan is here. He continues questioning why that sword is in Xiao Gan's possession. Xiao Gan stares at him in shock. He thinks the man is human race, but cannot identify his true origin. On the other side, the old man also studies Xiao Gan with clear surprise. He cannot understand why Luo Huifei is here. An old white-haired man and a black-haired youth stand staring at each other in complete silence. The mysterious man slowly stands up, still holding Luo's sword tightly in his hand. He waves his hand and calls out loudly for Luo to return. Seeing the blade only tremble slightly, he sneers and asks if it wants to return to its former master. Then he turns to Xiao Gan and coldly asks if he is the new owner of this sword. Without hesitation, the old man grips the saber in his hand and slowly draws it, locking his gaze onto Yao. He coldly states he wants to see whether the one chosen by the blade is truly worthy. Yao stands still, rapidly calculating in his mind. The opponent's strength far exceeds S rank, and his origin is completely unknown. With both the sword and blade taken, he is at a disadvantage. With no other choice, Ye Wo unleashes all his power and charges forward. His punch tears through the wind, aiming directly at the opponent's face. But the old man simply tilts his body slightly and dodges effortlessly. He immediately swats Ye Wo's fist aside and lands a heavy punch into his abdomen. The strike sends Ye Wo staggering back, blood spilling from his mouth and nose. He realizes he has never encountered such terrifying strength, even back in the human race. Before he can recover, he is hit again with a powerful kick to the face. The impact sends him sliding across the ground, his face twisted in pain. A thought flashes in his mind that this man might be from the Spirit Clan. Still, Ye Wo refuses to back down. He roars and unleashes a barrage of full-strength punches. The old man dodges while calmly assessing Siskaiknim, quickly concluding he is a young Demon Clan member with strength. The battle drags on until the bright sky is gradually stained red by sunset. Ye Wo looks at his opponent, an old man over 50, whose stamina is shockingly endless, fighting for so long without revealing a single flaw. Wiping blood from his lips, he tells himself he must end this with a decisive strike. But before he can act, the opponent's fist is already coming. The heavy blow sends Ye Wo flying backward, blood spraying from his mouth. While his body is still in midair, the old man follows up with a powerful kick to his abdomen. The kick sends Ye Wo crashing into the sea. Watching him fall, the old man calmly remarks that surviving this many hits without collapsing is not bad for a young one. Ye Wo sinks into the freezing sea, heavily injured, but just as he rises back to the surface, the old man appears instantly in front of him, as if teleporting, raising his fist and praising Xiao Wu's recovery ability as truly impressive. However, he calmly adds that his combat ability is still far too weak. At that moment, Xiao Wu's lips suddenly curl into a calculating smile. The sea explodes violently. Countless ice chains shoot up from underwater, dragging along ice monsters he summoned, all of them locking onto the old man. In an instant, the opponent is completely bound within a dense ice formation. Xiao Wu then smiles and says, the ocean is his most advantageous battlefield, and only thanks to the old man's attacks did he gain enough time to summon his full ice army. The blood ice beast constructions pull tightly on the chains, suspending the old man in midair within layers of frozen restraints. Xiao Wu explains that all his pieces had been secretly hidden under the sea, waiting for this exact moment. He steps forward and confidently states that every ice construct is at strength power, and even someone strong would struggle to break free from so many restraints. But the old man remains calm and even praises Xiao Wu for his strategy, luring him into the sea before counterattacking. He looks at Xiao Wu and calmly says he is now unable to resist, so Xiao Wu can finish him if he wants. Xiao Wu simply glances at him and replies that there is no personal grudge between them. Standing on an ice construct, he walks to the sword Luo embedded in the ground, saying he came to the Spirit Clan only to retrieve something. He gently pulls out the sword and turns back, declaring he is taking Luo back and they owe each other nothing. But the moment he turns to leave, Xiao Wu suddenly senses someone behind him. The old man is already beside him without anyone noticing, leaning in and asking with interest what exactly he is looking for. Xiao Wu jolts and turns around in shock, asking how he could appear there. He quickly looks toward the sea and sees only shattered ice chains, while all his shrank ice constructions are sinking into the depths. The scene leaves Xiao Wu frozen in shock. In an instant, his entire army has been destroyed. He stares at the old man with extreme caution, realizing the terrifying truth that the opponent still has not revealed his full strength. The old man slightly lowers his head and calmly says the first round is over. If they were the same age and realm, he admits he might not be Xiao Wu's match. Then he casually picks up an old wine jug and boldly declares that round 1 is finished, and now it is time for round 2. Xiao Wu frowns deeply, staring at the wine jug in confusion, not understanding what the old man intends. The old man smiles and pushes a bowl of wine toward him, provocatively saying that if they are men, they should decide victory with alcohol in the next round. Night falls quickly. By a campfire in a quiet forest, the man sits opposite Xiao Wu and directly asks the true purpose of a Demon Clan member entering the Spirit Clan. Xiao Wu remains cautious, constantly analyzing the old man's identity. Only moments ago they were fighting to the death, yet now they sit drinking like old friends without knowing each other's origins. Elsewhere, Jingna quietly opens an old photo album, and images of her family appear before her eyes. She pauses at one photo, smiles faintly with sadness, and whispers that Xiao Feng must have already reached the immortal demon realm. Gently touching the photo, she silently hopes her deceased father will bless Xiao Feng so he can overcome everything safely. Thinking of this, she feels emotional, not knowing that the old man she thought of is actually her father. Back in the immortal demon realm, Ya Wo, or rather Ya Feng, looks at the old man and directly asks who he is and why he initiated the fight. Taking a sip of wine, the old man calmly replies that he is just an ordinary elder of the spirit clan, wishing to protect his people in his remaining life. Neither of them realizes this meeting will trigger a chain of tragic events. Jing Na's father takes another sip of wine and slowly says he has been having the same dream recently. In that dream, a member of the demon clan stands before the spirit clan, about to destroy everything. In his mind, that figure gradually matches Ye Wo sitting in front of him. Hearing this, Ye Wo is shocked and asks if the person in his dream is him. The old man calmly confirms that his prophetic dreams have never been wrong. Ye Wo immediately asks why. If the old man already knows the future, he didn't go all out to kill him earlier. The old man sighs and replies that because his dreams always come true, he understands he can never change that fate. That answer leaves Ye Wo even more confused, staring at him in disbelief. The old man continues, saying the only thing he can influence is Ye Wo's thoughts. Hearing this, Ye Wo forces a dry laugh, cold sweat forming as the conversation becomes more and more unbelievable. After finishing his drink, the old man slowly explains that no matter how strong an individual is, they are still insignificant before the flow of fate. No one can escape its arrangement, including both of them. Then he asks Ye Wo's true purpose and tells him to lower his guard. Looking at the refilled bowl of wine, Ye Wo silently weighs his options. He cannot sense any killing intent, and the old man clearly holds many secrets. After clinking bowls with him, Ye Wo decides to speak the truth, hoping to avoid unnecessary complications. He directly states that his only goal for this journey is to find Hua Ling grass. Time slowly passes as the wine jug is emptied and lies beside their luggage. Sitting by the flickering fire, the old man says Hua Ling grass is not rare, and there are plenty in the Spirit Clan mining region. As long as one joins the mining team, it can be found. However, he reminds him that Ye Wo's demon clan identity is the biggest problem. A faint light appears on the old man's wrist. He explains that the gap between races is deepening, and in the eyes of most Spirit Clan members, outsiders are enemies who bring destruction. He raises a bead bracelet, glowing like a coiled serpent, and says it is a disguise technique that can last for a while, enough for Ye Wo to infiltrate the Spirit Clan. Instantly, Ye Wo's horns disappear and are replaced by the distinctive ears of the Spirit Clan. He asks in shock why the old man is willing to help him if the Spirit Clan hates outsiders. He smiles faintly and calmly replies that he is not helping Ye Wo alone, but the future of the Spirit Clan. In his mind appears a prophetic scene of Ye Wo, standing amid mountains of corpses, gripping the sword Luo tightly. With a serious expression, he warns that if that day truly comes, Ye Wo must stand with the Spirit Clan. Today he gives help, and in the future he expects repayment of this favor. Ye Wo can only laugh bitterly, realizing everything was planned. He raises his bowl and clinks it with the old man's, firmly promising that once he finds Hua Ling grass, he will remember this debt to the Spirit Clan. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight pierce through the forest canopy, signaling a new day. Ye Wo slowly opens his eyes, seeing small birds chirping on nearby branches. Sitting up, he immediately holds his head in pain from last night's drinking, trying to recall how much he consumed and where he is. Looking closer, he realizes he is sitting on a ore transport cart, with another person still asleep beside him. He sighs, not expecting to have blacked out completely. He looks around again, and is even more shocked to realize he has no memory of how he got onto this cart. At that moment, the cart suddenly stops with a sharp braking sound. A man in front strikes the cart with a staff and loudly orders everyone to get ready to disembark. The man is Pa Si, steward of the Sea Spirit Clan of the Eastern Sea, a crank mage. Adjusting his glasses, he urgently orders everyone to begin work. Seeing someone still asleep, Pa Si walks over and taps them with his staff to wake them up. Turning to Ye Wo, he asks if he is a newcomer and tells him to follow the others off the cart. Ye Wo quickly nods. Before him appears a strange mining site with massive stacked rocks, and ahead is a spatial gate where groups of miners are entering one after another. The leader suddenly turns back and sternly orders everyone to prepare to enter. Wearing a newly issued worker helmet, Ye Wo observes silently and quickly concludes this is a mining zone. The gate must lead to a dank demon pit, similar to human race dungeons. Once they pass through, they will enter a land filled with strange demon beasts, the origin of many modern demon clans. As he steps through the gate, Yuo suddenly recalls his past life, where he constantly fought in demon pits to hunt monsters and level up. Leading the group are two Sea Spirit clan guards of B rank, Guangmiu and Guangji. One of them turns back and quietly tells a hooded girl to stay behind for safety. The girl called the princess immediately flips up her hood and complains that she has already been controlled enough by her father in the palace. She confidently declares that she is now a crank mage, and monsters below rank are nothing to her. She can handle them alone. A man named Ba laughs from behind, saying this is only a drank demon pit, so there should be nothing too dangerous. He then turns serious and warns the two guards not to reveal that the princess secretly left the palace. Steward Pa Sai coldly adds that anyone who ruins the princess's mood will face severe consequences. Standing behind them, Yuo stammers a response and quietly observes. However, a sense of unease rises in his heart. Even if it is only a low-rank demon pit, something about it feels dangerously wrong. Inside the demon pit, many low-level monsters appear, looking no different from wild beasts. They have almost no intelligence and cannot leave this place. Soon after, a low-level monster appears in front of the group. Princess Pa Tong immediately volunteers to deal with it. The beast charges forward, but the staff in the princess's hand glows brightly. To her, these weak monsters are nothing more than free experience. With a single spell, the monster is taken down, and a system notification confirms the kill. Steward Pa Si happily applauds the princess's performance. The girl smiles proudly and repeats that she already said she could handle it easily. But just as the group relaxes, a sharp claw suddenly sweeps in, slicing Boss' arm. Blood splashes everywhere, even onto the princess's face, leaving her frozen in shock. A humanoid monster slowly appears before them, holding a sharp blade. Its cold eyes, fanged mouth, and terrifying killing intent fill the space, causing the entire team to change expression. The princess panics while looking at Boss' injured arm. The others are also stunned, unable to understand why a drank demon pit would contain a humanoid brank monster. The monster slowly opens its mouth, revealing sharp teeth and a murderous gaze locked onto the group. Watching from the side, Yuo becomes increasingly certain that something about this demon pit is abnormal. While everyone is still confused, he quickly analyzes the situation. Normally, a drank demon pit should only have a weak crank boss, yet a brank humanoid monster has appeared. The more he thinks, the more convinced he becomes that this place has undergone an unexpected change. He suddenly remembers Elder He's warning when casting the disguise technique before parting ways. The effect of the disguise only lasts 3 days, and using too much power will quickly break it. Yuo clenches his fist, forcing himself not to act. If his identity is exposed, everything will collapse, so he can only rely on Princess Pa Tong's team. The monster slowly tilts its head, scanning everyone as if choosing its next prey. Suddenly, its surrounding energy erupts violently, releasing piercing sonic waves. It then shoots forward at extreme speed. Opening its mouth full of fangs, it releases a devastating energy blast toward the group, triggering alarms across the formation. Guangmiu and Guangji immediately rush forward, raising their weapons to block the attack. Princess Pa Tong shouts that defense alone is useless, and that they must kill the monster to survive. Guangji quickly signals everyone to counterattack together. But before the smoke clears, the monster suddenly closes in, raising its blade to strike. At the critical moment, countless sharp ice spikes pierce through the smoke and stab into the monster's body. It is Princess Pa Tong who attacks, her hands glowing brightly as she casts magic. The monster roars in pain, but cracks begin to form on the ice spikes, unable to hold it for long. Guangji immediately realizes the danger, his expression turning tense. Without hesitation, he rushes forward at full speed. A flash of sword light appears, and the monster's head is instantly severed before it can break free. The falling head leaves everyone stunned. Princess Pa Tong, Ba, and Guangmiu are all frozen in shock. Guangji lets out a sigh of relief and says this is the first time he has faced such a dangerous brank boss. Pa Tong quickly runs over to check Boss' injured arm. He smiles calmly and says the wound has already been stopped from bleeding and is not serious. After that, Ba looked at the princess with a proud expression, saying she had truly grown a lot. Guangji glanced at the monster corpse and said in a low voice that it was lucky the boss had been taken down early. But Yuo stayed silent and observed, his past life experience telling him that the creature just killed was not the real boss at all. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from deep inside the demon cavern. Yuo became certain in his mind that the humanoid monster earlier was only a normal creature. As expected, more humanoid monsters soon appeared, each holding weapons and slowly advancing toward the group. Guangji changed expression in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. Guangmu also turned pale as the number of monsters kept increasing. A miner behind Yuo trembled in despair, believing everyone would die here this time. Princess Pa Tong gripped her staff tightly, filled with guilt, as she tried to take responsibility and planned to stay behind so others could escape. But Ba immediately stopped her, saying this was not her fault, but their misjudgment of the demon cavern danger level. The group quickly formed a tight defensive formation. Guang Mu asked nervously how to fight, while Princess Pa Tong admitted her strongest spell had already drained all her energy, and now 4 monsters were in front of them. Seeing their reactions, Yo silently nodded. Their strength was lacking, but their unity was worthy of recognition. One miner suddenly stepped forward and shouted that there was no way out, only a fight to the death. Even Yuo silently respected his courage. At that moment, the monsters stopped and exchanged glances as if communicating. In the next second, the entire pack rushed in like bloodthirsty wolves. Guang Mu and Guang Ji immediately charged forward, using their bodies to shield the princess. Sword auras exploded continuously, forming a dense defensive net in front of the group. But the monsters were far stronger than expected. After a few clashes, the guard's armor was shattered, and debris flew everywhere. A dual-blade monster suddenly accelerated and landed a finishing strike, cutting one guard down as blood gushed from his neck. Without giving them time to react, the pack shifted targets and rushed straight toward Princess Pa Tong. Steward Ba shouted in panic for the princess to be careful, but both of them froze in fear, unable to react to the speed of the enemies. In an instant, a monster grabbed Ba's head with its clawed hand. It threw him aside violently, and then slammed both the steward and the princess onto the stone ground. In moments, the situation collapsed completely. Guangji and Guangmu lay motionless, in a pool of blood. The princess and steward were restrained, and 4 monsters stood in absolute control of the battlefield. The 2 miners behind were frozen in terror. Yo still suppressed his power to hide his identity and observed silently. At that moment, a monster roared with killing intent, making the man beside him tremble violently. Yo silently shook his head, thinking the team had been too careless and underestimated the enemy's strength. Pressed face down on the cold stone, Pa Tong wondered in despair if everything would end right here. The 2 guards had already fallen, their bodies soaked in blood and barely able to fight anymore. Even Ba was completely restrained, his life hanging by a thread. The last miner clenched his pickaxe tightly. Knowing survival was nearly impossible, he still chose to gamble his life. He roared and charged straight at the monsters. Seeing this, Yo could not help but admire his courage. The princess tried to shout to stop him, but it was too late. The monster only showed a mocking smile at his action. It immediately swung its blade down, carrying killing intent, as if to split him in half. At the most dangerous moment, another sword light suddenly tore through the air. The monster was cut cleanly in 2 before it could react, its body falling right before everyone's eyes. Seeing this scene, from the princess to the restrained captives, all were stunned speechless. The nearest miner was even more shocked, unable to believe what had just happened. The one who killed the monster was an A-rank blood ice armor summoned by Yuo. The miner trembled as he looked at the creature and asked in confusion what exactly that ice demon was. Seeing their comrade killed, the remaining monsters went berserk and roared in rage. In contrast to the chaos around him, Yo remained calm, silently calculating that the power he had just used was almost negligible. He only activated the blood ice armor using about 10% of the blood cost, enough to ensure Lao He's disguise remained completely unaffected.